Here we go. Welcome into the show. We've been in the lead up to the 2025 NFL Draft for days and weeks and months, and it is finally here. Round one getting underway tonight, and no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our draft coverage here at Chat Sports a part of your day. But the good news for all of you who like what we do, this is only the beginning here on this Thursday, April 24th, because we will be live Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every single day, every single round, talking about every single pick live here on the show. My name is Chase Sr. Alongside me is my main man, producer Chip, and we'll be live here with you for several hours over the next few days, giving you the best draft coverage right here on YouTube. So, to start off, just want to say thank you so much for being here with us. As you can see, the countdown to when the Tennessee Titans are on the clock with the first overall pick is right below me. Just under 2 hours to go as promised before the start of the 2025 NFL Draft officially. So coming up during our pre-draft show, we're going to go through things like the NFL Draft order. We're going to go through all of the latest NFL news and rumors. We already saw the Texans make a trade with some draft capital, and there are a lot of teams who are trying to matriculate up the draft board so we could see some more movement, potentially some players on the move tonight as well, because player trades have become common in the NFL draft over the last few years. We'll do deep dive analysis on top prospects as you saw during the intro, and then we'll go through team needs. We'll do some audience interaction and a whole lot more. You choose us, and what we do would not be possible without all of you. And we're just so glad that you continue to come back and hang out here with us at Chat Sports, as we have about 20 channels live right now for our coverage of the NFL Draft, one of the biggest events of the year. And it's draft day. Johnny Manziel, where are you watching from? In the words of Drake, that last lyric. The real ones know. Let us know down in the comment section, and we'll start to give you some shout-outs. We're coming to you from Studio I in the Chat Sports studios. Myself and Chip used to always go live in Studio H, but we are getting closer to the finalization of our massive studio and office renovation and expansion here at Chat Sports. Can't wait for it to be over, because it's been a long last few months as we've expanded greatly as far as the employees that we've hired and the studios that we've built. And again, the Chat Sports rocket ship has continued its momentum, because year over year, we've continued to grow as a company. Wouldn't be possible without all of you, and you continue to choose us as your go-to destination for things like the NFL Draft, NFL free agency, in-season coverage, off-season coverage, and of course our legendary watch parties. So let us know where you're watching from. We'll give you some shout-outs here. Greg Smith is in Sacramento. Bearded Niner is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Don Mecca, Sacramento, California. Los Angeles from Coveb. Bearded Niner in New Mexico. Dave Lee, Vancouver, Canada. I saw Germany in the chat from Sven. Mike Honcho is rocking and rolling with us from California. We have a bunch of people watching from Philadelphia, Calgary, Rochester, Minnesota, Portland, Oregon. We have people rocking and rolling with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. Let's get to your super chats. A couple of those have come in already. One of our most legendary viewers on Philadelphia Eagles now, Jonathan E. Frog, with the $5 super chat. He says, "The big dog is here, and the dogs are barking. Woo, 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 woo." Yeah, E-Frog is in the building. And just an announcement, for everybody who won a Super Chat MVP jersey during free agency, they literally just got sent to us here at the Chat Sports Studios the other day. And so we will send those to you after the NFL Draft. I told you that it would take a little while, because we like to have the jerseys sent here from our distributor, and then I always like to include a note as a thank you. And so E-Frog, one of our MVPs, we will get that jersey sent to you. Dennis Designs with the $50 super chat. I have your Eagles Now hat for you, and I will send that to you as well. The King Dylan, 96YT, a $20 super chat saying the King is here. Eagles are trading up for Walter Nolan, I guarantee it. In my final mock draft, that's exactly what I had taking place. the Eagles moving up to take a player who they really covet, Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. That $50 super chat from Dennis Designs getting registered with our system. And he said, have a drink, guys. Good to see you. Let's go Birds. Of course, I'm the host of Philadelphia Eagles Now. I'm the host of the 49ers Report, two of the biggest Niners and Eagles channels right here on YouTube, both north of 100,000 subscribers. And it's always a party when we're live on both streams. Just giving you that information in case you're confused, and I appreciate all the real ones for understanding that and being here to support us. Cole Wireman with the $1 super chat, as all of these super chats are coming in on Eagles Now. The 49ers Report has to catch up a little bit, although we did get a super chat there. And then Bryce Blackwell with the $10 super chat. Bryce saying that the Eagles need a running back, safety, edge, linebacker, defensive tackle. He's ready for the draft. Fly, Eagles, fly. Chip, you're ready, brother. It's going to be a crazy night. I feel it with all these teams, either if they trade up or trade down. We'll show that super chat and the other super chats that came in here in just a moment, but our draft coverage would not be possible without our sponsors. The first of which, Game Time. Best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Prices drop as the event gets closer. You get $20 off when you download the app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Terms apply. First purchase only. Then there's Prize Picks, the best daily fantasy sports app in the game, and it's daily fantasy sports made easy. You pick two or more players, you choose more or less on their projected stats, and right now you can win up to 2,000 times your money. And if you play $5, you get $50 instantly. You don't even need to win to receive that $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Our third sponsor, Mando. New sponsor here at Chat Sports, the best full body, whole body deodorant. You can get $5 off the Mando starter pack when you go to shopmando.com and you use the code CHAT. I am holding the Cedar Grove Smooth Solid Mando deodorant. They have liquid deodorant. They have spray deodorant. They have everything that you need to look good, feel good, and smell good. All of those links are in the chat, and all of those links are available in the show notes. Night one of the NFL Draft. Paul C. with the $5 super chat. Glad you came around for Mason Taylor. Been watching him at LSU for a couple of years, and I have been impressed, but still has work to do. Chip, Paul, legendary Paul, one of the first people in the entire draft process to mention Mason Taylor's name. He had talked about it before we started our draft coverage here on the channel, and a lot of general managers, including Howie Roseman, are said to be very high on the LSU tight end. Good athlete, good route runner, good hands, a large catch radius, and I think that he could be in play for the Eagles in the second round of the draft to replace Dallas Goedert. Here's that super chat from Bryce Blackwell, $10. I need a running back, safety, edge, linebacker, defensive tackle. He said he's ready for the NFL draft. And, of course, Chip is ready as well.
Yes, sir.
Let me get some water here. Woo! I ate right before this, so got something stuck in my throat. But we're good now. W. Madsick, a $5 super chat. Chase, my guy. I know you remember me winning my one-hit wonder MVP jersey on my lunch. Brother, how could we forget? And in case you missed my message earlier, we just got all of those jerseys sent to us. We will get those sent out after the NFL draft, and I will include a thank you note on that. Candy, a big-time $50 super chat. My boys are back live. Chase and Chip. Candy, you got a jersey. You got a 49ers Report hat, so we will get that sent your way as well. So we have $60 in super chats on the 49ers Report, $90 in super chats on Philadelphia Eagles Now. And with that, let's show you our super chat menu, because when you send in a super chat, it goes a long way in us hiring more people, expanding our studios, renovating our studios. We are now in a beautiful, spacious new studio that is going to be ours fully, myself and Chip. Yeah, we have so much say, power, and we've had so much success at this company that we have our own massive studio. I have a wall where I can do some YouTube shorts and social media content. We might put a couch here to the right. It just got finished, and we're so excited. Anyway, here's our Super Chat menu. All Super Chats, as always, get a shout-out. Sometimes you'll watch other YouTube channels, and people will send in $100 Super Chats, $500 Super Chats. They don't even get shout-outs. You send in $1 Super Chat here on the show, we are always going to pop it up, and we never miss it. You send in a $20 Super Chat. You enter the raffle to win a draft hat for either the Eagles or the Niners, depending on which stream you send that $20 Super Chat into. $50 Super Chat is a beer bong. I have to do 2 of those coming up because of Dennis Designs and Candy sending in the 50 pieces. If you send in a $300 Super Chat, automatic jersey of your choice. You get to choose which Eagles jersey you get sent or which Niners jersey you want. And then our Super Chat MVP, you get the jersey of the draft pick tonight of that first round selection. Say if it's Walter Nolan to the Eagles or it's Shamar Stewart to the Niners. You get that jersey for that player, depending on which channel you're the MVP of. And we have special MVP custom channel footballs. So that's what you get if you're a Super Chat MVP. A loaded Super Chat menu. Words of wisdom with the $2 Super Chat. Wife is Prego. A new addition to the Niner Empire. Words. Congratulations, my man. It's been a little while since we caught up. I called you, a few weeks ago at this point, left you a voicemail. I hope you're doing well after the passing of your mom. We can relate certainly on that regard, and hopefully they're sharing a glass of wine, having some laughs up above. In fact, I know that they are. But congratulations to you and Ava, another addition to the family. Everybody congratulate Words of Wisdom for getting it in. Words of Wisdom getting it in. How about it? Now, if you can't send in a Super Chat, of course, you can support the show for free. How do you do that? It is very easy. You hit that thumbs up icon and you like the video. You subscribe to the channel. You comment and share your thoughts. Share the video on social media so that people know that what we do is extremely special and they can find out. Most importantly, just be a real one. We also want to plug the Venmo as well. If you want a custom 49ers Report hat or a Philadelphia Eagles hat, all you have to do is send me a $50 Venmo at Chase_Senior. You send that to me, and we'll send you a hat so you can rep the team and rep the channel, and of course support everything that we do. A $20 Venmo will get you into our 50-50 virtual duck race. For instance, let's say we get 5 $20 Venmos, which gets us up to 100. The winner will come away with $50 on a $20 buy-in. That too at Chase_Senior, and we'll pop up the QR code here throughout the program as well. So we are under 2 hours to go until the start of the NFL Draft. Can't wait for it. My name is Chase Senior. Thanks for supporting our draft content here at Chat Sports. If you want your team to crush the NFL Draft, I want you to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. For instance, we're live on Eagles Now. We're live on the 49ers Report. If you want John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, respectively, to crush the NFL Draft, to bring in some marquee studs in this draft class, I want you to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. We have 79 likes on the 49ers Report, 78 likes on Eagles Now. We should get to 100 likes here in the next 10 seconds. Joseph Ernberg with the deuce here. My girlfriend is a Cowboys fan. Should I leave her? You know, that's a good question. Producer Chip usually has really good relationship advice. What do you say, Chip?
Look, first of all, I need to know how long you've been with your girlfriend,
That's
Joseph,
an important
because that
question.
is very, very important in this instance. I'm not going to lie. If it's been just a couple months and, you know, you're not all the way in yet, you're not 100% sure she's the one you want to be with long term, you got to factor everything in, you know? And being a Cowboys fan, that's going to be a negative. Now, if she has a lot of positives that outweigh that, I think you can live with it. You know, funny enough, my dad is a Cowboys fan.
That's true.
And I haven't renounced him as my dad up to this point.
And your mom's an Eagles fan.
Yes.
They've made it work.
They've made it work. So I think you can make it work, but got to factor it in. Got to factor it in. Can you see yourself watching these games on Sunday with her. If you can, all good. But if not, plenty of other fish in the sea, Joseph.
Man, as we know, relationships are emotional. NFL Sundays are very emotional too. So you have to know that she's the one. If you love her spiritually, mentally, you can get over the difference in fandom. So if you can check off all those boxes and she's great, yeah, you stay with her. If you're having questions already just outside of the fandom, you probably should think about potentially moving on. The King Dylan. See, you come to us for football talk and relationship advice. Hey, Chase, last year I made the official prediction that the Eagles on your channel would win 14 games, and I was right. I'm making another prediction of 12-4-1. I like that, the King Dylan, and excellent prediction for you for the 2024 season. And then obviously the Eagles go on to win the Super Bowl, one of the most dominant Super Bowl performances that we've ever seen. I don't think they're going to duplicate that win-loss success because it's really hard to do, and their schedule is going to be a lot harder. But I do like 12-4-1. I think that is pretty realistic and pretty reasonable coming off that Super Bowl championship. Okay, Dennis Designs sent in a 50. Candy sent in a 50. Every 50 is a sham bomb. So let me take this one down for Dennis. He came in first, and then Candy with another 50. And let me just sprinkle this out there. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat to become our super chat MVP, I will shotgun a beer. I will shotgun a beer if somebody sends in a $100 super chat right now. This is for Candy.
Let's get it going, baby.
Going to take that one down as well. You don't have to send in a super chat to be a real one. You just watching the show is what really matters. Back to Joseph Ernberg.
That's the one from earlier.
That's the one from earlier. He said, my girlfriend is a Cowboys fan. Should I leave her? I was looking at another $2 super chat from Reggie Garden, which we'll get to soon. There's this $5 super chat from Old School BKC, creator with Coach Weaver. I like the profile picture. If that's you, looking fly. $5 right there. And then here's that aforementioned Reggie Garden $2 super chat. Joseph should definitely leave his girl. See, Chip and I said, if you love her, you stay with her. Reggie says, she's a Cowboys fan. That's a deal breaker. You should definitely move on regardless. All right, so much to do. More super chats coming in. So continue to hang out here with us. Jeff Chipper.
Hey!
See, he's the Cowboys fan. Divided household here. The Pops of Chip. Had the opportunity to meet him after the ring. And that's fine because the Cowboys won't win a ring. And so that's okay. All right, with that, let's take a look at the NFL draft order. And obviously, there could be some picks that changes this, but as of right now, this is the 2025 NFL draft order. We'll take a look at the best players available, position by position. We're only starting to ramp up here with our draft coverage as the first round is about 90-plus minutes away. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock first. I expect them to go with Cam Ward. The Cleveland Browns are sitting there at number 2. They could make a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll see. If they stay there, I think Travis Hunter is the pick. New York Giants are at number 3. Brian Daboll is said to be in love with Jackson Dart. I think it's too early to take him there, but we could see another shocker. At the end of the day, I think the Giants go with diehard Eagles fan Abdul Carter, the edge rusher out of Penn State. New England Patriots in year 1 of the Mike Vrabel era at number 4. I'm going to predict that the Patriots go offensive line, and they select Will Campbell out of LSU. After pick 4, this is where the draft could get wild, wonky, and weird. Mason Graham could make sense at number 5. Their young general manager could try to trade up to take Travis Hunter. I don't think Ashton Genty is out of the question there for Jacksonville either. You might say, well, they have Travis Etienne. They might like Ashton Genty a lot better, and this is a new regime in Jacksonville with the new young GM who looks like he's 15 years old, and Liam Cohen, the new head coach. Las Vegas Raiders at number 6. Kelvin Banks, Armand Membu, popular in mock drafts to Las Vegas as the Pete Carroll era gets underway. You have Aaron Glenn going from being the Lions defensive coordinator to the Jets head coach at number 7. Offensive line, maybe even Tyler Warren could make sense there with the 7th selection. Carolina Panthers at number 8. My prediction is Jalen Walker, the edge rusher and linebacker out of Georgia. I love him for the Niners, but I think he goes earlier. Will the New Orleans Saints go quarterback Jackson Dart? They're said to be out on Shedeur Sanders. Is that a bluff? But Kellen Moore, that era gets underway in the Big Easy. The Chicago Bears, I think they need to go offensive line, but if Ashton Jeanty, Tyler Warren are there, do you get another offensive player for Caleb Williams? For the Niners, I predict they go defensive line. And I think there are 6 players who could go to San Francisco here that I feel pretty good about in making that prediction. Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, I would disagree with that. Walter Nolan, Ole Miss defensive tackle. Derek Harmon, Oregon defensive tackle. They could go Michael Williams out of Georgia. They could go Jalen Walker out of Georgia. I would not hate it if Mason Graham fell to San Francisco and they go there at number 11. One of my favorite players in this draft is Armand Membu. That would be an excellent pick. I know I said 6 players, but that's some more players to keep in mind for the Niners there at number 11. Dallas Cowboys, I kind of like Tet McMillan there potentially, the number 1 wide receiver in this draft, and that's debatable. I like Luther Burden, and then I like a couple of second-round guys. Jalen Knoll, I like Jaden Higgins, I like Alec Ayumaner out of Stanford, but I think the Cowboys could get Dak Prescott a weapon there. Dolphins at number 13, they need to improve in the trenches. You have the Colts at 14. Falcons at number 15 could be a Mike Green destination out of Marshall. 17 sacks and 23 TFLs last year. Arizona Cardinals at number 16. They could go in a variety of ways too. Maybe corner, maybe the best defensive lineman. They have a couple of options at their disposal. The Bengals need to improve their defense. This could be a place where Walter Nolan does go. They have taken chances on players with character concerns in the past. Some have worked out, some haven't. But they've taken players with character issues who have ended up being really good players for their organization. Avantez Perfect and players like that. The Seattle Seahawks at number 18. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 19. The Denver Broncos at number 20. Couple of thoughts here. I think the Bucs could trade back. I think the Broncos could look to go up the draft board to try to take a running back, maybe Omarion Hampton. Omarion Hampton could be in play for Dallas at number 12. Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. Are they going to take Shedeur Sanders? Could they take Tyler Shugg? Could they move back out of that pick and maybe trade with the Eagles to 32 because they think taking a quarterback at 21 is a little bit too early? I know Steeler fans are like, yikes, Kenny Pickett a few years ago. The Chargers at number 22, Green Bay Packers at 23, Vikings at 24. Wouldn't be surprised if those teams move back, especially Minnesota. They only have 4 picks in this entire NFL draft. That's crazy to me. Nick Caserio could trade up, could trade back for Houston. He, like Howie Roseman, a very aggressive general manager. Los Angeles Rams, and that roster is in a good spot. Same could be said for the Baltimore Ravens and, of course, the Detroit Lions. And then 29 through 32, the final 4 picks in this first round. You have the Commanders, who made it to the NFC Championship game, surprisingly. The Buffalo Bills have signed so many marquee defensive players in free agency this offseason. The Kansas City Chiefs at 31. That could be a running back. That could be an offensive lineman. And then Howie Roseman. He's traded up a lot during his tenure as a general manager. And I think that if Walter Nolan is available in the 20s, he could look to go up and get his guy. If they want to trade up to take Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia, that could be in play. Of note, Howie Roseman has never drafted a safety inside the top 50 picks. So that is the NFL draft order as we're under 90 minutes to go until the start of round 1. The King Dylan with the $10 super chat. Just some advice for the guy who has a girlfriend who's a Cowboys fan. Cowgirls fan, he says. I dated a Giants fan for 3 years. Outlooks and the philosophies of life and important foundational values like that. Fandom, you can get by that. Good stuff, the King Dylan. Kelly Knock with the $10 super chat. One of our legendary super chatters is back, and it's always good to see her. super chatting in the comment section. She's always watching the show. She says, hey guys, real one. She is indeed a real one. So is Angela G, who continues to be a fighter in her cancer battle. Hopefully she's doing okay. Hi guys, I can't watch the chat scroll. Had a seizure, had to quit my job. New brain cancer, but radiation seemed to work. I'm blessed. God is good. Love you. We love you, and we want you to continue to stay strong and keep that positivity about you, Angela, because you do have that special orb about you. Captain Delberto sending in another $5 super chat as we continue to have a really good super chat battle. Eagles now up to $140. The Niners report up to $66. Whoever is the first person to send in the big-time $100 super chat, I'm taking out a shotgun. We have a case of Happy Dads here to my left, and we will take it down ASAP if somebody sends in that Benjamin Franklin. Here's a look at our super chat battle. It's always fun to have these two channels go back and forth. Eagles now at 140, and the Niners report at 66. I did see a couple of Venmos come in. Ava with a $20 Venmo, and then Candy sending in two different $20 Venmos. So our 50-50 duck race is already up to $60. You love to see that. For instance, if we had that race right now, the winner would come away with $30 on that $20 buy-in. Captain Delberto, another $5 super chat. Sitting here in my Amazon van, dying of heat. Go Birds. Ain't no way Howie is trading for early 20s, like 21 or so. Yeah, we'll see what Howie Roseman decides to do. We know that he's always very aggressive. According to Diana Rossini, the 49ers are probably going to stick and pick at number 11, but these things always change. If good players fall, if good players are still available and within range, context is important, and of course, that can change a lot of things as well. So we took a look at the NFL draft order. Let's take a look at our draft expert, Tom Downey's best players available. He has Travis Hunter, the cornerback wide receiver out of Colorado, as the number one player on his board. I personally have Abdul Carter as the number one player in this draft class. I think he's a once-in-a-few-years type of edge rusher. Unbelievable production last year for Abdul Carter, and it was his first year as a full-time edge. Downey has Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State, as the number 3 player on his big board. Mason Graham, the Michigan defensive tackle at number 4. I'll tell you what, there's a different level of explosion and athleticism that sometimes I see from a player like Walter Nolan compared to Mason Graham. But Mason Graham is looked at as a safe pick, and he was excellent during his tenure at Michigan. Downey likes Will Campbell as his number 1 offensive tackle. I personally like Armand Membu a little bit more. I'm a huge Tyler Warren fan as well. Tet McMillan, I worry about the lack of speed, but boy, he has some great size. He can go up and get it. Will Johnson, the Michigan corner. Injuries scare the shit out of me, but he's an instinctual corner and a big-time playmaker at that cornerback spot. He had 2 interceptions last year that went back for pick sixes in limited time before he missed much of last year. When he can survey the field and play off, especially in zone, he can read the eyes of the quarterback, jump those routes, and he has the ability to take those interceptions back to the crib. Armand Membu, his number 9 player, I think he's been so steady, and you turn on the tape and you look at what he did against some of the top edge rushers in the SEC. He was so dominant. Jahdae Barron, probably the best zone corner in this draft. Texas asked him to do a lot. He fared very well there. I love Mike Green. 17 sacks, 23 TFLs last year. Led the country in both categories. Bend, twitch, speed coming off that edge. He's also very smart, wrestling background. I like his motor. I'm high on Luther Burden. And I know a lot of people think that Luther Burden should be a second-round pick. I don't think you should let a down 2024 season completely tank his value. So I respect what Tom did here with Todd Campbell, linebacker out of Alabama, excellent in coverage. And then Kelvin Banks. Tom has him listed as a guard. I think that he can play tackle at the next level, but he does have shorter arms, and for his size, just ended up on the ground a little bit too often. So that's a look at Tom Downey's top 16 players. Tom Downey, of course, leads our draft coverage on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, and then he's the host of the Dallas Cowboys Report. The draft is really his specialty, and so shout out to him and all of his hard work for putting together his big board, and you'll continue to see that throughout our draft coverage here at Chat Sports. Let me know, who do you want either the Niners or the Eagles to draft? If you're a fan of a different team, let us know down in the comment section and who you want to see your team draft. Of course, I cover the entire NFL, and it's NFL draft weekend. I've been doing all of this scout study, film study, and analysis on all of these players, and so it's a fun time of year, and we'll approach the NFL draft from an Eagles perspective, Niners perspective, but of course an NFL standpoint, because my job is to inform you, to give you insightful content, and I think that we're going to be able to do that. So Membu, Walter Nolan, Membu, all coming in on the Niners report. And then on Eagles now, R. Wilson saying it's Howie time. That is correct. Who else? Who do you want the Eagles to draft? Let us know in the chat. Dennis Designs, at Carol Hosey. Does Chase have your email? Carol, shoot me an email, chase@chatsports.com. Don Mecca, best offensive line player or best defensive line player available. I think that that's a pretty good strategy. Starks or Walter Nolan from PO. I see Kovev in the building as well. Steve Lawton saying Starks or Smith. Andrew Nathan, Walter Nolan, James Pierce, Malachi Starks, or Jihad Campbell. Yeah, I know off-ball linebacker isn't a sexy position, but Jihad Campbell's really good. I do worry a little bit about that shoulder surgery that he's coming off of, but certainly flashed on tape as a very talented linebacker who can run, he's physical, he can cover, and he can blitz the quarterback. Wet Noodle said Walter Nolan or trade down to get Colston Loveland. Now, the Niners would only go tight end, I think, if they plan on moving off of George Kittle as he's going into the final year of his contract. The King Dillon, another 5. Can you imagine the fear everyone will have if the Eagles decided to go for Abdul Carter? I think it would be Jordan Davis all over again. So here's the thing with Abdul Carter. I think he's going to go number 3 to the New York Giants. I think that to go from 32 to either 3 or if he fell to 4, it's too steep of a price. And I was in Boston over the weekend. There was that report from the WEEI host that if Abdul Carter were to fall to 4, then Howie Roseman and the Eagles could trade A.J. Brown to New England and then take Abdul Carter with that 4th pick. Here's the thing. They'd have to give up additional picks on top of that. And I wouldn't trade away A.J. Brown. This has been one of the top offenses in the NFL the last 3 years that he's been on the team. He's arguably the best wide receiver in franchise history, the go-to weapon for Jalen Hurts. He's still young, loves the game of football, works hard as far as his craft, and it would severely damage your offense. I also love Devontae Smith. I don't think he's ready to be a number 1 to the likes of an A.J. Brown. And I think there's a risk if you become too Saquon Barkley reliant. 1, he's about to be 29. 2, he has an injury history. And 3, if you look back at the last few years of how rushing champions have fared the year after they won the rushing crown, they've been hurt and the production has been down. And so that really all scares me. I had a lot of people in Boston coming up to me, and they were like, yo, what's up with your wide receiver with the Philadelphia Eagles? You guys going to trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots? And I said, it's just not going to happen. I had to shoot that down real quick, but it was fun to talk some football with those Patriots fans up in Boston. As my best friend, shout out to JJ, running the Boston Marathon over the weekend on Monday on Patriots Day, and he was sub 245, just over a 6-minute pace. Unbelievable to see him crush that. We will probably see a lot of trades, or at least a few trades tonight during the first round, and of course all throughout the draft. We're going to see a bunch of trades transpire. There was already one that happened about an hour ago. The Cleveland Browns receive a 2025 fifth-round pick, 166, and a 2027 fifth-round pick. The Texans receive a 6th-round pick in 2025 at 179, another 6th at 216, and a 2025 7th-round pick. So Nick Caserio, like Howie Roseman, likes to make a lot of trades, right? He's already made one. And Andrew Berry, who worked under Howie Roseman, also a part of that trade right there. Let's pop back up our Super Chat menu chip if we can. We've had some great Super Chats come in already. That deal still applies. I kind of want to get the juices flowing a little bit. Whoever sends in a $100 Super Chat, I'm going to take down a shotgun. But let me make a deal with the people. I'm going to give you until 1:15 on our countdown of the first round clock. If somebody sends in a 50 by the time the clock hits 1:15, I'm going to take down that shotgun. 50% off right now. So all Super Chats get a shout out. If you send in a $20 Super Chat or more, you enter our raffle to win a draft hat, either a Niners draft hat or an Eagles draft hat. A $50 Super Chat equals a beer bong. Again, if you do it by 1:15, I'll take down a shotgun. If you send in a $300 Super Chat, you automatically get an Eagles or Niners jersey of your choice. Just like that. $300, we'll say thank you for supporting the show, and we'll send you a jersey. And then our Super Chat MVP gets the jersey of the draft pick tonight and an MVP football. So that right there is our Super Chat menu. And the largest Super Chat to beat right now to be Super Chat MVP is $50 on Niners from Candy, on Eagles from Dennis Designs. I had Carol ask if I got her email. Let's see. Carol said, hey, Chase, what's up?
Keep in mind, we're also having a Super Chat battle here tonight. Which channel, 49ers Report Eagles Now, can be the one to pull it off and win night one of the NFL Draft?
Oh! The King Dylan, a $50 Super Chat. And he says, here you go, fam. Once Chip pops that up, he'll throw me a happy dad, and we'll get a shotgun going. So that gets Eagles Now all the way up to 195 in supers.
Man.
The 49ers Report at $66. We've had some legendary back and forths. I will also say this. The draft is in Green Bay. It's taking place at Lambeau Field. It's a very interesting place for a draft to take place. Number one, it's inside a stadium. Number two, it's at the smallest market in the NFL. There really isn't a city in Green Bay. Like, the stadium is just inside the town, and then a bunch of houses in that neighborhood just tailgate. They've been tailgating for the last 8 hours, cooking some brats, probably some barbecue up in that region. I was at the NFL Draft in Nashville on Broadway in 2019 with my boys Philly D and JJ, and it was awesome because you're in a major city that's one of the fastest growing cities in America. If you've been on Broadway, you know that there are bars and restaurants and places to listen to music all along that road. You don't have that type of setting in Green Bay. So I'm very interested to see how the draft plays out and what the weather is going to be like over the next few days, because in Green Bay, Wisconsin in April, you just never know. But shout out to everybody who's on hand, because there are so many people who are in Green Bay, Wisconsin for round one. And I'm just wondering, how does a small town like that house all of these people? Do they have enough hotels? Are people staying in Milwaukee? Either way, that is the power of the NFL right there. Oh! Two more big-time Super Chats. We had that one from the King Dylan. Dennis Design sends in the 50. Do it like Empire Palatine. What does that mean?
So in the Star Wars movies, when Emperor Palpatine's telling Anakin to kill, who is it? The gray hair guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he goes to Anakin and he says, "Do it now." So Dennis is telling you, Chase, do it. Do the be wrong now.
I love it. I love it. And then our biggest Super Chat of the day, Elijah Stovall. Welcome back. He's an Eagles fan who lives just outside of Nashville. $105 Super Chat. LFG Eagles. Let's make it an even 300. And he does that.
Woo!
We're actually up to 350 because Dennis sent in that 50. And then how about this? Oh! 75 Dignan with the 50. And with all those big-time Super Chats, they made it rain, right? They made it rain?
Oh, they are making it
Can
rain.
we
Gotta
incorporate
get
that?
in here.
All right, let's incorporate that. Because Candy, prior to that 50 from 75, sent in a $20 Super Chat, 75 Dignan. I'm pretty sure you were one of our Super Chat MVPs during free agency, right? I'm pretty sure you were one of them and you won one of our jerseys. In case you're just joining the show, I had said this earlier. Those of you who won a jersey during free agency, we just got sent a bunch of jerseys that you won the other day. So I will get those sent out after the NFL draft, I promise. I had told you when you won those jerseys, it takes a little while from our distributor. Those big-time Super Chatters, you all made it rain. Thank you so much for supporting the show. We are officially over $100 on the Niners report. 75 Dignan with that 50. CNC, Niners Factory. Let's go. I kind of like that. CNC. Chip and Chase.
Let's go.
It's the Chip and Chase show. It's the double C, C squared. Let's get it. All right, I got to take down a shotgun as promised. I had said, hey, if we get a 50, I'll do it. Then we got multiple 50s and a $105 Super Chat. So Chip, handing me over the Happy Dad. Not a sponsor, but they should be. We're going to go Wild Cherry. It's kind of a Niner theme, but it's also working for the Eagles too because it's Chiefs blood. We can say it like that.
There we go.
All right. First shotgun going down of NFL draft weekend. The first of few, safe to say. And as you can see, right down below me, hour and 10 minutes away from the start of the NFL draft. Thanks for being here. We're going to be live every day, every round, talking about every single pick. This is only the beginning. Continue to hang out here with us all throughout draft weekend. Here we go.
Let's go, baby. Chug, 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 chug.
Easy money.
First of many, baby.
And with those 50s, too, I'll give you a beer bong here in just a moment. How about this? Our Super Chat battle, somewhat one-sided right now. Eagles now up to 350. The 49ers report up to 135. I also saw some Venmos come in for our 50-50 race. We had 40 come in from Candy, 20 come in from Ava, 20 come in from Michael, and then Ken with the 20. So right now, 40, 60, 80, 100. We already have $100 for our Venmo 50-50 race. So the winner would come away, for instance, with 50 if we held that race right now, which we're not going to, on that $20 buy-in. So if you want to send me a Venmo to be a part of our 50-50 duck race, we decided with a virtual duck race. Venmo me at Chase_senior. You can also scan the QR code here, and you can also screenshot that so that you have it for later. Candy again!
Oh!
Another $100 Super Chat. That gets the Niners report a lot closer within the Super Chat battle here. A Benjamin Franklin coming in from Candy Winslow. And she said, Super Chat battle, let's go Niners. Candy, thank you for that. Everybody hit the thumbs up icon on that Super Chat right there. We always love when the big-time Super Chats come in. And anytime you see the bots, get them out of here.
Get them out of here.
They're all terrorists. Get them out of here. Candy making it rain. Again, I'll give y'all a beer bong coming up here in just a moment. More Venmos coming in. Kelly with another 20. Good stuff right there. So Super Chats are popping. Venmo races are popping as well. Milo McDonald, $10 from Canadian currency. Draft a player half as good as the legend. Number 42, Roger Craig. I'll tell you what. Niners have had a lot of legendary draft picks throughout their franchise history. That's why they have 5 Super Bowls. And here's Milo with that 10. Love how he's cheesing. Happy dude bringing positivity to the show. Draft a player half as good as the legend, number 42, Roger Craig. And it's a crime that he's not a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Oh, sorry, Ronnie Lott was number 42. Ronnie Lott was number 42. Roger Craig, a great fullback for the San Francisco 49ers, was number 33. Ronnie Lott, number 42. Duh, Chase, you can't have a brain fart when it's night one of the NFL draft. What are you doing? The King Dylan, another 50, and then Jonathan with the $2 super chat.
Flying in, baby. Let's go. Over 400 right now on Eagles. 244 for the Niners report. We got a battle early on. Still an hour to go to the start of this draft.
Let's get it. We'll pop up that super chat from the King Dylan. In the meantime, I'm in a spot where I can take down another beer bong.
Niners report needs to catch up. You know what? Someone on the Niners report only, sends in a 50 to catch up a little bit. I'll do my first beer bong of the night.
Let's get it.
Niners only, $50. Before the countdown clock hits an hour. So you got about 6 minutes.
All right, producer Chip. He's
But
willing to
King Dylan,
boogie. He's willing to boogie if all of you are.
let's do it.
All right, the King Dylan with that 50. Niners need to stay in second place where they belong. Fly, Eagles, fly. I always like to see the rivals button heads here. And then Jonathan with the $2 super chat. Seems to be a pretty big coffee guy. The profile picture, eat, sleep, mocha, repeat. I'm a big coffee guy myself. I drink out of the French press every morning, grind up the coffee beans, heat up the water, make the French press. I put some collagen in there, strong hair, bones, joints, nails. But I also like making espresso too. My sister got me a little espresso maker. So I have some espresso beans, grind those up, put them at the bottom of the little contraption, put some water in there as well. Then I put it on my stove. It heats up, and then it comes out of a spout, and I'm able to take an espresso shot. It's the little things in life, people. It's the little things in life. All right, 420 people watching live on the Niners Report, 406 on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, as we get closer to the draft, obviously, we're going to have an uptick in audience. And how about Candy? Doing it again.
Let's go.
Another 50. A reminder, if you just send in a $300 super chat as one solo super chat, we're going to send you a jersey of your choice. So if you just want to throw in the hammer and bring the hammer with the $300 super chat, you can choose whatever jersey that you want, and we'll get that sent to you in addition to a thank you note from the show. Candy makes it rain again. Candy, she says, Chip, you got to do it. So Chip's going to do his beer bong here.
Right.
Well before that hour marker, as the NFL draft getting underway in an hour, 4 minutes, and change. I have a huge TV here to my right with our NFL draft coverage. Watching ESPN right now. I do like NFL Network as well, but we'll probably kick it with ESPN here tonight. On the set right now includes Nick Saban, Kirk Herbstreit, and some others. A lot of fans on hand in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Just a sea of people. And as we know, Packers fans, very passionate about their football team. So Chip about to do his beer bong.
Let's get it cracking, baby. Night one.
Let's go.
We're just about an hour into our coverage that'll span, I was looking at it last year. I think we were live for 22 hours total over the 3 days. So pretty much a full day's worth of content that you're getting here. Hit that sub button. It's going to be quite the few days here. And even after. Great coverage after the draft. Let's go. Cheers to Candy.
Let's go. Out of the mirror bongas. Chip does that. I'm just looking at the comment section here. For instance, Andrew Tiger said, Chase, what about Jalen Ramsey to the Eagles if it happens? Is that a false rumor? According to a report I saw earlier, the Dolphins have reached out to the Eagles about Jalen Ramsey. That would surprise me. One, because of the contract, even though the Dolphins would have to eat a lot of it.
Ooh.
Number two, Vic Fangio won it out of Miami, and Miami won it off of Vic Fangio. It worked out beautifully for Philadelphia, but Vic Fangio and Jalen Ramsey didn't get along. Jalen Ramsey isn't a Vic Fangio type of guy. So I'd be very surprised if Jalen Ramsey came to Philadelphia by way of a trade to team back up with Vic Fangio, because I thought they clashed a little bit. I don't think it made sense. And I honestly think the Eagles are in a good spot with their defensive backfield. And they could go corner in this draft. They could afford not to. But they have Quinyon Mitchell, Keely Ringo on the outside. I know that they're high on Eli Ricks. You have Cooper DeJean in the slot. You could, of course, use some depth, but you also have Adoree Jackson as a player who the Eagles signed. And so I just don't think a Jalen Ramsey trade to the Eagles would make a lot of sense. I also saw somebody say I'm an NFL Network type of guy. John Galt was like, I'm a chat sports kind of guy. Hey, we love that. That is for sure. We're chat sports people, of course, as well. But, of course, we have the NFL draft up as well on the TV. I will say this. We will have picks in and announcing selections before they even happen. That'll be pretty awesome, and that's another reason why people come to us for their draft coverage. Ken with that 20. Connor says, hi, guys, and go Niners. Red and gold till we're blue and cold. Red and gold till we're dead and cold. That works as well. Hello, Connor. Hello, Ken. Thank you for that $20 super chat. And whenever you send in a super chat of $20 or more, you get in the raffle to win a draft hat, either a Niners draft hat or an Eagles draft hat, of course, depending on which channel you're watching on. The King Dylan with another 5. He's been our girthy super chat MVP, meaning he sent in the most super chats of anybody here tonight so far. By the way, Chase, I'm going to Boston in 2 weeks for the PAX East gaming convention. Do you have any bar recommendations? Bar recommendations. I will say we spent a lot of time in Southie. Southie was a good time. Go to Loco in Southie. I had a lot of fun there. I also had one of the best lobster rolls that I have ever had, and I'll have to get the name of the place for you that I was at. They're a 3-time Best Clam Chowder Award winner, and their lobster roll was fantastic. Okay, here it is. Boston Sail Loft on the Boston Harbor. That's Boston Sail Loft on the Boston Harbor, the King Dylan. If you like lobster rolls, if you like clam chowder, you have to go there. Sensational. So good. But Boston is an interesting city. I love the architecture there. It's very specific to Boston. Has a great history in that city. It's very interesting how it's a very water-based city. Like there's water everywhere at the Boston Harbor and the Atlantic Ocean being very close by. Again, I spent a lot of time in Southie, but you really can't go wrong. You know what a cheat code is? And I've discovered this probably within the last month or two using Grok or ChatGPT. Grok is the Twitter version of ChatGPT. If you just say, hey, Grok, I'm in Boston. What are the best bars to go to? You give them a specific vibe. They will give you like a detailed report for where you can go. So use that to your advantage. All right, if you're ready for the NFL draft to start, we're officially an hour away. I want you to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video right now. We have 174 likes on the Niners report, 176 likes on Philadelphia Eagles now. Our audiences are identical as far as the numbers there. Hit that thumbs up icon and like the video right now. Let's get over 200 likes on both streams.
Also, Kane Angel brought up something that only a real one would know. Someone who's been with us for a while. Asking, who are the mods going to be? Seeing a lot of bots coming in. Haven't been banned yet. 2 streams. I'm doing my best to try to keep these bots banned, but I got a lot going on here. So having a mod to ban the bots will be very helpful. So look, Kane, since you brought it up, if you want to be the mod over on Eagles, I will mod you. Just let me know if you want to do that. And then over on Niners, if somebody wants to be the mod where you ban the bots when they come in the chat, let me know. But you have to be here the entire time, and you have to ban the bots, and the bots only. We're not banning people just for saying something you might not agree with, all right? We don't want that to happen. Only banning the bots. So if you're going to be here the entire draft, let me know if you want to be the bot, and you'll just go, or I'm sorry, you want to be the mod, and you can go ban those bots. Kane says, I'll be a mod again. I got you, Kane. A real one. Let's see.
Yeah, if you want to be our moderator, it obviously helps us out for all the reasons that Chip mentioned for sure.
There you go, Kane. So just type me if you want to be the mod over on Niners, if you're going to be here the whole time. And I can get that going. Is Kelly Nuck, is this show live the whole time? What? Yeah, look, the entire draft will be live. I was checking again last year on our numbers. We were live for over 7 hours day 1, 7 hours day 2, and over 8 hours
That's crazy.
on day 3. So we'll be here the entire time.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, too, we've been live for these shows for so long to a point where I'm on this, crazy fitness journey, and I just got done a 700-day running streak. I stopped the running streak because I was dealing and still am dealing with a little bit of Achilles tendonitis. It got to a point, though, during free agency back a few months ago in March where I was like, yo, I need a chair. I need to start sitting for these live streams because I get done. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm turning soft into a little bit of a pussy. But my feet at the end of the day hurt. Maybe it's also like you're not supposed to be standing for that long. I wonder how long I'm going to be able to last without a chair here tonight. Hey, we'll see. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Under an hour to go until the NFL draft. And Chip, since we're live on the Niners Report, we're live on Eagles Now. Let's first take a look at the Niners' needs. Let's take a look at the Eagles' needs with their draft cards here, just to get people caught up. A little bit of a refresher. Get you in the know with what you can expect here. Here's the Niners offseason profile. They have a lot of cap space currently. And remember, this cap space can be rolled over year. Currently, the Niners have the 5th most cap space in the NFL with $38.5 million. The marquee additions that they've made this offseason, Mac Jones, quarterback, Demarcus Robinson, the wide receiver who Matt Mayoko said might be suspended the first 3 games of the year, Trey Brown at corner, Richie Grant at safety, Jason Pinnock at safety as well. Of course, a lot of huge losses. Deebo Samuel, gone. Talanoa Hufanga, see ya. Aaron Banks, Charvarius Ward, Leonard Floyd, all out as well. I mean, we could take up multiple graphics with all of the players who the Niners have lost this offseason. It is a huge offseason of turnover and really a big turning point for this organization. As far as their draft needs, offensive line, huge, especially at offensive tackle. I'll throw center and guard in there as well. The Niners also need to bulk up the defensive trenches, edge rusher, defensive tackle. They need multiple players there in this draft. And then the cornerback position is another one that the Niners need to solidify. They have Deommodore Lenoir and Renardo Green. Lenoir has some versatility where he can be on the outside, he can be on the inside. So the Niners could go with the slot corner and keep Demo on the outside. They could go with an outside corner, and they could keep Demo on the inside. Not a bad thought process there, and the play of Demo allows you to go in a couple of different directions, but that's the Niners offseason profile right there. As far as their draft profile, they have the 11th overall pick in round 1. They have 11 total picks, 4 inside the top 100. The Niners are tied with the Baltimore Ravens for the most selections in this 2025 draft. They're coming off a disappointing 6-11 season with a Brock Purdy contract extension now on the table. And they're also going to have to pay George Kittle if they want to keep him around as he goes in to the final year of his contract. As for the Eagles offseason profile, not as much cap space as the Niners. $22.4 million in available cap room. That's 19th among 32 teams. Their marquee offseason additions, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, A.J. Dillon, Azeez Ojulari, Adoree Jackson, Josh Uche. Some significant losses there with marquee players defensively and multiple starters. Milton Williams was great, especially toward the end of the year. And in that Super Bowl, Darius Slay, an all-pro level corner. Josh Sweat, edge rusher. They traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I hated that trade, and I still do. Their draft needs, edge, tight end, wide receiver, guard. I'll throw in defensive tackle there, some linebacker depth. They could use another running back as well. Their draft profile, they have the 32nd overall pick in round 1. That's what happens when you win the Super Bowl. You have the luxury of picking last. For draft nerds, it's a little bit disappointing, but I'll tell you what, it's quite an honor. Because when you pick a 32, that means that you're a Super Bowl champion. They have 8 total picks, all within the first 5 rounds. 3 of those selections are inside the top 100, and they're the defending Super Bowl champions. They've made the playoffs all 4 years under head coach Nick Sirianni, who is also due for a new contract as he is going into a lame duck year. Let's get the comment section going once again. I want to know, who is your sleeper pick in the NFL draft? Your sleeper pick. I'm interested to see what people come up with here. Who do you got as your sleeper pick in this draft? Drop me some names. Let's see your draft knowledge on display. Kelly Knock, another $50 super chat. Cool Reigns is in the building. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Am I a Taurus? No, I am not. I am a Capricorn. Dennis Design said Lane Johnson's replacement. You know, that's interesting because Lane Johnson signed that contract extension, but you know that Howie Roseman always loves to build within the trenches. Smitty said Jackson Dart. I like him. You know, he's close to being QB2 on my quarterback board. Michael Berry, what's up, Chase? I'm in Baltimore from Cali for work, watching the draft. Salute to you. John Galt, sleeper pick. Chuck Bednarik, all-time player. Stewart at number 11 from Colby Cash Comedy. I'm not going to fall in love with the athleticism. 1.5 sacks in each of the last 3 years. If you're that physically special, why didn't you win and finish more? John Wallace, the center that Kruger says is his draft crush. Who's that? Willie Lampkin out of North Carolina? He's small, but I'm fascinated by the player. He's probably a 7th-round guy or a UDFA. Eugene Asante from Paul Watson. Jahad Campbell from Eagles and Racing. I think he's going to be an excellent player. Pio said fellow Capricorn Chase. Good stuff. Charles Grant from Milo. And John Wallace said Willie Lampkin. Yeah, you know what's cool about Krug is that he used to be a pro football scout in the NFL and in the CFL. So he really loves the draft process. I'm not going to be able to go on his show tomorrow because I'm actually going to be joined tomorrow on Eagles Now by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. So we're going to record that video when I usually go on with Krug. But I'll catch back up with Krug next week, and he's going to crush his draft coverage as well, alongside his son, Kevin Kruger. Kelly Knock with that 50. She makes it rain. I'm 55 next month. It's called Marinated Chase. That's pretty funny. See, age to me is just a number. You can reverse aging in a way. You can be youthful. You can be positive. You can eat well. You can treat your body right. And then age is just a number. I'm all about longevity here in this life, and that's why I try to take care of myself. But, of course, we like to have fun here on the show. Philly native, $2 super chat. Did you hear that C.J. Gardner-Johnson recorded his call with Howie? I did not. He had said that the call caught him off guard. Let's see. What did he have to say here? I'm not seeing anything recently.
I hadn't heard that either.
No. I know he said a couple of weeks ago, people showed me their true colors when I got traded. Let me just search C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Howie. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that front, but it'd be interesting. Honestly, there could be some legality stuff there as well. All right, let's get to one of our sponsors here. Our draft coverage here is we're under an hour to go until the start of the 2025 NFL Draft, sponsored by our friends at Game Time. A lot of people who are attending the draft, they downloaded the Game Time app. They used the code ChatSports for $20 off. Terms apply. First purchase only. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. With their last-minute ticket deals, you can save up to 60% off going to sporting events, concerts, comedy shows, and a whole lot more. They specialize in giving you the best seats at the lowest price guaranteed. Prices drop as the event gets closer. They have flash deals and zone deals. If you want to go to a Major League Baseball game, NBA playoff game, an NFL game, once the season comes around, Game Time has everything that you need on that front. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. You can access tickets from your phone, easily resell your tickets. And I just love Game Time, especially for these 3 reasons, right? I'm a busy guy. I don't always know what I'm doing. It's hard for me to plan. And so buying last-minute tickets and saving money in doing that is cool. I also like to make impromptu decisions, right? And sometimes those types of nights that come together at the last moment, they're the best nights that you have. Flash deals, views from your seats, the lowest price guaranteed, or Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. So download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Terms apply, first purchase only. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. It's also faster to buy tickets with Game Time. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Let's pop back over to your Super Chats here. Philly native with the $2 Super Chat. That's the one that we were talking about a little while ago. I didn't hear about that, but if you have a link, share it with us in the chat. I'd like to hear it. Don't with the $2 Super Chat. Eagles fans like men. Relax. And if you do like men, shoot. You can do your thing as long as you're happy. That's all that I care about. Jimmy Productions, $2. I think the 49ers will draft Will Johnson. See, I would hate that. I would hate that. Him not doing any workouts pre-draft, it concerns me. I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah with Todd McShay and Ryan Russillo, and he was saying that he heard some murmurs that Will Johnson, because of the lower body injuries, he's been running 40s privately. He's been clocking a 4.6. Good player, but I worry about the soft tissue stuff. I worry about him missing time last year. Elijah Stovall, $50 Super Chat. Elijah also making it rain. I saw an interesting poll on Facebook earlier this week where would you place A.J. Brown in terms of all-time Eagles receivers? I think I'd place him second, maybe third, behind Deshaun Jackson and maybe T.O. You know, it's funny because I proposed this question on the community tab. What was that? I think last week. Is A.J. Brown the best wide receiver in franchise history? And people were like, he hasn't been with the Eagles long enough. You forget that we had Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens played 1 full season with the Eagles, all right? Now, when you compare the players as far as their playing style, I do think that T.O. and A.J. Brown, very similar, so physical, able to shake off tacklers, pick up yards after the catch, an extended full route tree, deep ball threats, the best players arguably at their position, if not top 3 to 5. But again, Terrell Owens played 1 full season, helped the Eagles make it to the Super Bowl, and then he only played, I think, 7 games the following year. And as we know, the contract dispute, Joe Banner didn't want to pay him. I thought the Eagles should have given him a contract extension. It could have extended Donovan McNabb's prime a little bit. The Eagles messed that situation up. But he didn't play that long with the Eagles. A.J. Brown has played 3 years. He's been a second-team All-Pro every year. He's had more than 1,000 yards every single season, including this past year when he missed a few games. Deshaun Jackson, one of the most electrifying players in the history of the NFL. But as far as being a complete wide receiver, not even close to A.J. Brown. You have Harold Carmichael. You have Mike Quick. But A.J. Brown, there is an argument, Elijah, that he could be the number 1 player at wide receiver in franchise history. Want you to be a real one. Those of you who are here, you're always a real one. But if you're enjoying today's show, do us a favor. Share it on social media or with a friend. If you do it on X right now, I will give you a shout out. Chip can show you my social media pages with that way into there, Chip. But if you're enjoying today's show, share it on social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever social media page you use, share it. And if you tag me on X right now and you share it, I will give you a shout out. It's very simple. Hit that share button. The link is generated for you. Tweet it out. Tag me on X. Again, I'll give you a shout out. Not DM, because sometimes these DMs go into a secret folder and I never see them. But mention me. If you do it inside the next 2 minutes, I'm keeping an eye on my Twitter right now. I'm going to give you a shout out. You can find me on X, on Instagram, at Chase_Senior. And in addition to all of the long-form content I do right here on YouTube, I put out so much short-form content as I'm an NFL analyst here at Chat Sports. So hit me up over there if you like what I do here on the YouTube streets. Support me personally. Helps my brand, of course. Had a massive jump in Instagram followers 2 seasons ago during that Niners playoff run. I went from like 3,000 followers to 20,000 within the span of a couple of months, and now we're approaching 40K, 16K on X. Again, give me a follow. Support me. I'd appreciate it. At Chase_Senior. And if you share this video on X right now, I'm going to give you a shout out. All right. Under 42 minutes to go until the start of the draft. We did have a couple of $50 super chats come in. You know what that means. Beer bong on deck.
Beer bong on deck.
Beer bong on deck. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Shout out to AA, $5 super chat. Real one.
Real one, AA. AA. And then AA sent in another 2. Nisu Shah just shared the video. That's awesome. My guy, Words of Wisdom, quote tweeting my video, taking a look inside our Chat Sports studios. Let's see, any other shares?
John Galt said, can't share on X, I'm banned there.
Oh, no.
I don't know how that happened, but he said share it on Facebook. How'd you get banned on X?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I have some recent followers as well. James McMillan, Niner Guys, Scott Chambers, Peg Leg, Skyler, David, Tia, TJV, Scotty Bowling. Thanks for the support over there. Do appreciate that again. All right. What should we do next? What do you want to know? What do you want to see? We could take a look at the draft order. Best players available. If you want us to talk about a team, we can do that.
What we got? Get in the comments right now.
Do you want us to go in depth on a player? I see some people asking about Armand Membu. We can get in our Armand Membu bag right now. Definitely give you a look as to what we're going to get into with all of these players in this draft. For Armand Membu, he's offensive tackle number 1 for me. He moves really well for his size. Good burst to get into position. Good balance. It really helps him in pass protection. He could struggle with powerful edge rushers getting into his frame, but I will say this. I thought he fared very well going up against some excellent edge rushers in the SEC. Last year, 12 games played. Overall Pro Football Focus grade of 90.4, a pass blocking grade of 85.4, a run blocking grade of 87.6, 0 sacks allowed for Missouri last year. His testing numbers were also awesome. At 330-plus pounds, he ran a 4.91 40-yard dash, a vertical leap of 34 inches, a broad jump of nearly 10 feet, and he put up 25 reps of 225 on the bench press 31 times. It's crazy. Now, I was at the gym earlier. I was putting up some reps of 45 plates on each with the bar. I was happy with that. Not even close to the 225 for Armand Membu. I think he's pretty seasoned. I like how comfortable he is getting out in space with his pull blocks. And I just like him a little bit better than Will Campbell. I will say this. I like Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. He could have been offensive tackle 1, but that patellar tendon injury scares the you-know-what out of me because there have been so many players who never recover from that. For instance, Drake Jackson, second-round pick from a couple of years ago at a USC for the Niners. He suffered that injury, and there's some chatter that he might not play again. And so Armand Membu was a player who I love in this draft. And if he fell, for instance, to the Niners at number 11, I would race that pick to the podium. If he's within range at like 8 or 9, I would think about trading up. The Niners have 11 picks at their disposal this year. Anybody else that you want to hear about here?
I did see Krithik Praveen asking on Eagles about Trey Amos, the corner.
We could talk about Trey Amos as well. A speedster at the cornerback position. He certainly has interesting athletic traits with really quick hips and feet. That's especially very important at that cornerback spot. Projects as an outside corner with the ability to play press man, not afraid to get in your grill. He's not as comfortable in off-man coverage. Sometimes he will take the bait too often. Last year, 50 tackles for Ole Miss, 16 pass breakups. At corner, I always love players at that position who have instincts, who can make plays on the football. Trey Amos did that very, very well. A good sprinter, 40-yard dash of 4.43, a shuttle of 4.36. I don't care about bench press numbers at the corner spot, but 13 reps at 225, that is notable because what does he do well? Plays press man. So you have to use that motion and that chest. You know, I learned this when I read Tom Brady's TB12 method book. And he always talked about functional strength. For instance, Tom Brady didn't care about the bench press for himself. Because as a quarterback, why do you need to bench press? You don't. Number one, you don't need to throw up a bunch of weight. It hurts your shoulders. Number two, when you're playing quarterback, when are you using this movement? You're not. Now, for offensive linemen and defensive linemen, if you're an offensive lineman, you're getting in your set, you're using that movement.
That was
if
nice.
you're a defensive lineman and you're trying to rush the quarterback, you're using that strength at the cornerback spot. Obviously, these guys are lighter. They're leaner. But if you're playing press man, of course, that's important to have that strength. Chip, I thought that was a pretty good drill that I put on.
That was good form.
Good form. You know, I can be an offensive lineman. I can hop back in my set a little bit. All right, some people are asking about Mike Green. I love Mike Green. I like Mike Green. You know, Mike Green, I think, has so much potential in this league. He has the body type of a Von Miller or a Nolan Smith where he's 250 pounds. He's not going to get a lot heavier. But I just think for a long time, he'll be able to consistently win with twitch, speed, bend, and dip around the corner. I think that he will just have the consistent ability to collapse the pocket, generate pressure on the quarterback, and sack the quarterback. Really impressive athleticism with excellent production in 2024. He's a really plus athlete with that ability to bend and dip. There are some questions about how he'll hold up against the run, but he's a really smart player who can read and diagnose. He has good patience. And I know that he might struggle with setting the edge physically, but how about the TFL numbers last year? 23. So him being a high IQ football player, I think can allow him to win in that way. He led college football with TFLs with 23. He led college football in sacks with 17. Had some really good tape against Ohio State against an offensive line that's going to have multiple players who are going to get drafted. And he had 59 pressures last year as well. And I know there are character concerns. There were the 2 sexual assault allegations in high school and then one time in Virginia. That's why he was suspended. After that, he transferred to Marshall. But in Dane Brugler's draft guide, coaches from Virginia, coaches from Marshall, they raved about the guy. He said he's one of the most humble people, and I thought it was pretty telling. At the NFL Combine, he addressed this directly. Unfortunately, here at Chat Sports, we weren't there for defensive line day because our Airbnb got burglarized the night prior. How about this? When we were at the NFL Combine, in the span of 24 hours, we saw a person in Indianapolis get shot and killed in front of our Airbnb less than 24 hours later. We got burglarized. Crazy. So we weren't there for Mike Green's interview. I really wanted to interview him, but he addressed it head on. Shout out to him. But sometimes when it comes to domestic violence or sexual assault, players will be taken off of draft boards immediately. And so he does come with risk for the lack of size. He might struggle in trying to set the edge, but I think he's going to be a fantastic football player. I mean, look at what Von Miller's done with that similar size. Look at what a player like Leonard Floyd has done. Dante Fowler, Nolan Smith. There are players in that mold. That leads me to believe that Mike Green can be successful. Now, he's not huge like Myles Garrett. He's a different player in that way. But I just think he has special skills that will lead to him being impactful for a long time. And look, I know that TJ Watt plays physical, but TJ Watt's 252 pounds. Words of wisdom with the $5 super chat. Chase, let's do a Niners baby guess contest this year. I will donate something to win. Whoever guesses correctly, boy or girl, gets it in the raffle to win. I like that, man. So if Ava is pregnant right now, depending on how far along she is, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, we'll be able to do that during the season. I kind of like that for a watch party. Let's do it. Remind me once the season comes around. Jonathan with another 2. Do you think the Eagles will trade out of the first? You know, it depends on how the draft board falls. I could see Howie trading out of 32 for a team like the Giants or the Steelers or the Browns that wants to trade to 32 to get a quarterback at that spot. And then that would allow Howie to trade back and maybe get an Olu Eladehu or a Mason Taylor, and they could get an additional second and get up earlier from 64 and maintain that 64 pick. I could see Howie Roseman trading up. You know, if Walter Nolan is there in the 20s, if Malachi Starks is there in the 20s and within range, and the price isn't too high, yes, I could see Howie Roseman trading up for sure. Our NFL draft coverage continues. My name is Chase Sr. Thanks for joining our draft coverage here at Chat Sports. We'll be live all 3 days, every single round, discussing every single pick of the NFL draft. Nobody is built like us. Anytime I'm in front of the camera, on the microphone, I want our coverage to be as entertaining, insightful, informative, thought-provoking as possible. And so we want to inform you. We want to make you a smarter football fan. We want to make you laugh from time to time. And we just want to give you great content. So hit that subscribe button here on the show. We have almost 700 people watching live on the Niners Report, 500 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles. Now 518 in Supers on Eagles, 323 on Niners. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat right now, I'll take down another shotgun.
Woo,
I'll make a deal with the people. I'll take down another shotgun if somebody sends in a $100 super chat. But here's the deal. You have to do it before the countdown to the start of the NFL draft hits 25 minutes.
Also, within the walls here at Chat Sports, you know, we have a lot of channels live right now.
Yep.
And we like to have some friendly competition. So, a lot of channels, about 20 channels that are currently live right now. And right now, our Giants channel already up to 1,000 likes on their live stream. That is kicking both the Niners Report and Eagles now out of the water. Of course, you know, they're real bad teams, so they're out there picking at 3. A lot of intrigue. A lot of people excited for who they're going to take there at number 3. So, of course, they're going to have a lot more interest there. But I know what these Niners fans and what these Eagles fans can do. So let's catch up. Do not let them beat us. Do not let them blow us out of the water. We need to catch up and show that our channels might not have as high of picks, but we always show up, as I know y'all do. Let's hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. We are approaching 300 likes on each of those channels. As soon as we get there, I'm cracking my next beer. As soon as we get to 300 likes on Niners and Eagles, I'm cracking my next beer. Let's catch up to Giants now because they are way too far ahead of us, baby.
Yeah, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. I think that we can cut those numbers in half at least right now. More likes that we get, the more people who honestly find the stream and that YouTube algorithm, and the more people that we bring in here, the more fun that we'll have right here on the show.
Let's go. Up to 292 on Niners. Up to 283 and counting on Eagles. Let's go. There's 300 on Niners, baby.
300 likes.
Come
Let's
on.
get it.
Get us a 300 on Eagles. 13 away. 13 away. 13 away, and I'm cracking my next drink.
Man, I'll tell you what. The turnout in Green Bay for the NFL draft is pretty incredible. I'm going to tweet it out right now. If you give me a retweet, I'll give you a shout out here on the show. But it's wild how many people are in attendance at the NFL draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I want you to think about how small of a market that is. It's the NFL's smallest market and the smallest city in all of major U.S. professional sports.
There we go. That's 300 likes on Eagles. Means I'm cracking my drink. Good stuff. Good stuff. I knew we had it in us. Shout out to y'all. Cheers. As we're under 30 minutes away from the start of the NFL draft.
I just tweeted that out here. It just goes to show you the NFL is king. Just tweeted it out at Chase_senior. I'm going to throw that link in the chat. If you give me a retweet, I'm going to give you a shout out here on the show.
You can see Chase's Twitter, bottom of your screen right now.
Wow, look at this crowd. I just put it into the chat.
I got to see this too.
I mean, it's just crazy how many people are in Green Bay, Wisconsin, of all places.
Woo! Oh, my gosh.
And I'm curious, what's the weather in Green Bay, Wisconsin right now?
That's cool.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. 55 degrees, feels like 49, a low of 48. Tomorrow it's going to be 53, low of 43, 80% chance of rain. And then Saturday, high of 57, low of 39, but sunny. We're talking about millions of people who are going to be in attendance in Green Bay, Wisconsin. How many people live in Green Bay? Let's see that. How many people are in Green Bay, Wisconsin? Ladies and gentlemen, a population of 105,744 per the 2023 census. I mean, there are more people there tonight than the entire population of Green Bay.
Wow.
That's wild. All right, let me make another deal with the people. Next channel to send in a $50 super chat, I'm going to shotgun. I'm going to write the name of that channel on the can, and I am going to wear that channel's hat. That's what we're doing. So next stream, either Eagles Now or 49ers Report, to send in a $50 super chat, I'm shotgunning, I'm writing that channel name on that can, and I'm wearing that hat for the shotgun.
Let's go.
It's up to you.
Up to you. Let's see.
I'm also looking at our NFL draft numbers from last year. We had 34,000 people join us on the Niners Report for round 1. We're off to an excellent start. We've had nearly 8,000 people join us. On Eagles Now, almost 8,000 people join us as well. And let's take a look at our numbers from last year, round 1. We had, let's see, 14,000. So we're about to overtake that here. Maybe by the start of the NFL draft. Incredible stuff. Again, thank you so much for all of the support. Jesse Sr., are the jerseys signed? So if you send in a $300 super chat, you just get a jersey of your choice. And we'll send that to you with the special letter from us here at Chat Sports, yours truly. It's just whatever jersey that you want. You send in a $300 super chat, we're sending it to you automatically. Ray Rodgers $10. We'll only be happy if the Niners trade back. I love you guys, LFG. And let's talk about that strategy here. And it's a strategy that I don't hate. The Niners have a lot of needs. They need multiple rookies from this class to step in, play well, contribute heavily, and be marquee players, perhaps even starters. And so the thought is, if you like how the draft board is falling in your direction and you're there at number 11, and you think about trading back to, let's say, 15 to 20 for this exercise, and you can gain another top 100 pick to potentially get another really good player while still getting a player who you covet at 15 to 20, I'm all for it, Ray Rodgers. You make a good point right there. Here's a look at our Super Chat battle. 518 on Eagles now, 333 on the 49ers report. Those of you who won jerseys during free agency, by the way, we just got those jerseys sent to us. We'll get them sent to you after the draft, and then obviously the same with those of you who win jerseys during NFL draft weekend. Under 22 minutes to go until the start of round one, and here's what you can expect with the draft order. The Tennessee Titans will be on the clock here in just over 20 minutes. I think they go Cam Ward. The Cleveland Browns holding the number 2 pick. The New York Giants there at number 3. New England Patriots at number 4. Jacksonville Jaguars at number 5. Las Vegas Raiders at number 6. Jets at 7. Panthers at 8. 9 through 12, you have the Saints, Bears, Niners, Cowboys. After that, 13 through 16, Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, Cardinals. The Bengals are at 17, Seahawks 18, Buccaneers 19th overall selection. Denver Broncos at number 20. The Pittsburgh Steelers sitting there at number 21. Followed by the Chargers, Packers, Vikings. 25 through 28, Texans, Rams, Ravens, Lions. 29 through 32, this will round out night 1. Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. And so, round 1 tonight, rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Round 1 tonight gets underway at 8 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow night, because there's that additional round, it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, so an hour earlier. And then day 3, the start time will be at noon Eastern, and that'll be rounds 4 through 7. So we'll be live tonight, 7 to 8 hours, safe to say. Tomorrow, 7 to 8 hours. And then Saturday, probably around 8 hours. Whenever a player is selected, we'll do deep dive analysis on that player. We'll do draft grades once that day of picks is over. We'll do a UDFA tracker on Sunday. So much content to come throughout the next several days.
All right, we've asked you so far who your favorite players are in the draft, who you want Niners and Eagles to draft, but who do you not want your team to draft? Who's somebody that people might have been talking about at 11, at 32 for the Niners and Eagles that you're like, I'm out on? Who is the player that you do not want to see drafted to your squad? Let us know. I'm curious who you might be lower on.
Shout-outs to all of the people who gave me a retweet on that crowd view of Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's incredible. Kane Angel, Dave Zobel, Steve Johnson, W. Chan, The Margrave, Chua Lore, Cool Rains, Steph for Life, and Mark Lewis. Again, it just goes to show you how the NFL is king.
Steve Livingston on the Eagles side says, I do not want a tight end with that first pick. So I'm talking about maybe trading up for a Colson Loveland, so not a fan there.
Okay.
Let's see. Wayne Courtney, not a fan of Shador Sanders. You know, it's funny. There's talk of him maybe not even going in the first round, which would be a disaster for him. Jackson Dart from Chua Lore, polarizing player. Jesse Senior doesn't like Shamar Stewart. You know, I know you feel that same way, Chase.
Yeah, I don't like Shamar Stewart. I just think when you're that big, physical, strong, and athletic, how do you have 1.5 sacks in each of the last 3 years? An inability to finish as far as sacks, and then he had a missed tackle rate that was like 29%. It's just not good enough. He's too much of a boom or bust player. And I just think if you're the Niners at number 11, you can find a much better player there who's much more proven. The Niners can't afford to have a whiff in this draft. They have to hit.
See, Paul Watson, not a fan of Mykel Williams and the Niners side of things. Funny, I'm actually a Mykel Williams guy. I'm a fan.
Yeah, at number 11, I know some people don't like the lack of production. He was ailed by a foot or ankle injury much of last year. And so I hear you. It's definitely a little bit of a worry. But I do think that he can set the edge. I think he has the athleticism to be a good edge rusher. I personally like Jalen Walker better as just an overall player. Obviously, they're different. Jalen Walker can be an edge on obvious pass rush situations if the down and distance is long. But I also love how Jalen Walker can play off-ball linebacker. I just think that versatility is incredible.
I saw a couple people on the Eagles side of things saying that they don't want Walter Nolan if he's there at 32.
Yeah, Walter Nolan. I guess some people are concerned about his lack of love for football. He took a big NIL deal with Ole Miss, went to a couple of different high schools and colleges, walked off the practice field out of frustration. That is not going to fly with the Eagles. It's not going to fly with the Niners. Both of those teams really are defined with what they look for in players. And they have cultures in place where they take players who love football. So if the Eagles fall in love with Walter Nolan, it tells me that they have vetted him, led by Big Dom, who Howie Roseman credited with doing such duties, and they firmly believe that is not an issue.
Some good names there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Got a $2 super chat coming in. Full Metal Brotherhood. With a little bit of a trade offer here. Pick 11 trading down the Dolphins for 13 and 34. If they give up 34, well,
man, I mean, if you can trade back from 11 to 13 and get 34, I'm doing it.
Are they at 34?
I'm doing it in a blink. But I'm not sure if the Dolphins are at number 34. We have to check that. We could pop up their draft card, too, if we want.
Yeah, Dolphins are not at 34.
Yeah, they're not at 34. So that would be possible. Let's take a look at where the Dolphins are in that second round.
Yeah, 34 is the Giants. That's the second pick of the second round.
So
That'd be
the
crazy.
Dolphins are at 48. I would still even take that. If the Dolphins want to move up from 13 to 11, the Niners go back to 13, and then they pick up 48. That would mean in the second round, the Niners are there at 43 and 48. And you could get 3 players inside the top 48 picks. And then in round 3, the Niners are there at number 75 and number 100 with the compensatory pick. So that's 5 picks inside the top 100. That's something that I think is doable. That is something that I'm very intrigued by if I'm San Francisco. Again, multiple needs. They need multiple players in this draft to be impact guys. And so getting as many top 100 picks specifically, knowing you have 11 picks this year, tied for the most, and a bevy of picks next year, you have some options at your disposal. It's funny because we're live on the 49ers Report, we're live on Eagles. Now, both teams are very similar in that way. All right, we're up to 371 likes on the 49ers report, 340. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes as soon as possible. Raiders report, Giants now, Bears now, all past that 1,000 like number. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video right now. Let's get on that road to 1,000 likes. We're under 13 minutes to go until the start of the NFL draft. Star-Spangled Banner being sung in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I think the Blue Angels are about to fly over. And just an incredible scene right now.
Great place to have a draft.
I'll make another deal with the people. Again, whichever channel sends in the next $50 super chat, I'm going to go 50% off here. I'm going to shotgun. I'm going to put that channel name on that beer can, wear that channel's hat, and take down that happy dad. $50 super chat, I'm taking down a shotgun. Which channel is it going to be? Eagles Now or the 49ers report? No Blue Angels. In fact, helicopters serving as the flyover.
Great crowd, great scenes. Going to be a fun night.
Almost 1,000 people watching live on the 49ers report. We've had an uptick in audience. My name is Chase Senior. No matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our draft coverage a part of your evening. And, of course, if you're watching on the West Coast, it's still the afternoon technically. We'll be live every single day, every single round, talking about every single pick during the 2025 NFL Draft. Don't forget to hit that sub button. You're home for all things NFL Draft, but of course, we hit you with the latest news, rumors, analysis. We do live shows. We do watch parties. We crushed it with our free agency coverage. We've crushed it with our draft content. We're going to continue to do that. Hit that sub button.
We are 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen.
Spam those 10s. Spam those 10s in the chat. We're 10 minutes away from the start of the draft. I just want somebody to make it rain. If you send in $50 or more, that's how you can make it rain. Andrew K. with the $10 super chat. I think Trey Amos is being slept on because he's not super elite in any one category, but he's good at everything. I think he's NFL ready and would make a great boundary corner opposite of Quinyon Mitchell. Look out for Trey Amos to the Eagles in the first round. You know, another player who the Eagles could take is Maxwell Hairston. He's a corner out of Kentucky. Both of those players can really run. Hairston's a 4-3 guy. Amos a 4-4 guy.
Here's that 10 from Andrew.
Here's that 10 from Andrew. I think Trey Amos being slept on. Not super elite in any one category, but he's good at everything. I think he's NFL ready. And he would make a great boundary corner opposite of Quinyon Mitchell. Do we have relative athletic scores at our disposal as well?
I can get him in there easily.
Okay. Let's take a look at Trey Amos's RAS. And then I want to also look at Maxwell Hairston's RAS.
Yep.
Because the two corners who are being mentioned as top 15 picks outside of Travis Hunter, and we're not sure if Travis Hunter is going to be evaluated by the picking team that he goes to as a wide receiver or corner. So I think he's the number one corner in this draft. But I think he's the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL, right? Because he can play wide receiver and corner. And if I'm an NFL team, I want to see him at both. Obviously, he's going to have to be on a pitch count. But take Travis Hunter out of the equation. Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron. Two corners who could go inside the top 15. Will Johnson has injury concerns, but he is such a talented corner as far as being a corner who can drop back, play off the line, survey the field, read the eyes of the quarterback, read the routes of the wide receiver. He can read body language. He can jump routes, pick off passes, and take it back to the house. Jahdae Barron is also another corner who can run, who is an excellent zone corner, probably the best zone corner in this draft, and Texas asked him to do a lot. He doesn't have the injury concerns. that Will Johnson has, excuse me. Different players, both have good ball skills. But Will Johnson, I'm just concerned with the injuries and the fact that there's some chatter that he's been running a 4.640 in the pre-draft. It's not good. As far as other corners who could sneak into the first round, Trey Amos is one of them out of Ole Miss. Relative athletic score of 8.37 in the pre-draft, 6 foot. The vertical not great at 32.5, but what is good? 4.43 40. Loose hips, good feet, good recovery speed, double-digit PBUs last year. Also a sure-handed tackler, too. And then there's Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky, whose RAS is a little bit higher at 9.63. Now, he's a little bit smaller, 5'11", 183, but a vertical of nearly 40 inches, a broad of more than 10, and then a sub-4.3 40-yard dash guy. Very, very impressive. So Hairston, Trey Amos, 2 corners who could sneak into the back end of the first round. Oh! Couple of 50s coming in. Sean Theriault, $50 super chat. He makes it rain. He said, okay, talk to me, buddy. What would you see that would make you think the Niners had the Super Bowl victory in 2 years, or that it's 2003 to 2011 all over again by the Niners' first pick? Okay, so here's why I'm confident that the Niners can win and win quickly and get back on track and really flush that 6-11 season. For this year, they still have excellent players on their team. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Dominic Pooney, Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk once he comes back. I do think that Ricky Pearsall can make a leap. Defensively, they're thin, but you still have building blocks like Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Diamador Lenore, and Malik Mustafa. So there are building blocks there where you can still be one of the more talented teams in the league. But what the future hinges on is them hitting on this draft, because they need multiple impact players in this draft and next year's draft. And Sean, if they have a draft this year or next year like they did last year, where you got Renardo Green, Ricky Pearsall, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Garendo, Jacob Cowing, who I think can make a big leap. Those are good players. And you replenish the cupboard as far as talent goes. You reset the financials. They're on cost-controlled contracts, and they become affordable players for the next 4 to 5 years, right? And so you have 11 picks this year. You have a lot of picks next year. A lot of those within the first 4 rounds and top 100. They let a lot of players go. But if you get younger, you in turn get more juice. You in turn get more athletic. You in turn get hungrier. And so the future of the Niners hinges on these next 2 drafts. If they crush it, they're going to have, once again, a loaded, talented team with still some of the core existing players who I talked about. I also think the coaching is going to be better this year. I think Kyle Shanahan's going to be better and have a rebound year. I think that Robert Saleh is going to drastically improve that defense. I think that Brant Boyer is going to improve special teams. And so I think the Niners are going to get back on the right track. I don't think we're going to see a 2003 to 2011 rough stretch there where it was very, very ugly. Gump Wolf, $50 super chat. It's been a minute. Gump Wolf also making it rain. Hi, Chase, Chip, and the faithful. Gump Wolf, I hope all is well. So as promised, Chip, can I get another happy dad?
Of course.
We're going to take down another shotgun. The first channel to send in a 50. I told you I was going to throw on the hat for that show, and then I was going to write the channel name on that shotgun. So hold on, let me get it. I'm digging into my bag of tricks here. Searching for a marker. I think I have one right here. All right, I think this is going to work, right? Uh-oh. This is a white one.
Uh-oh.
Thought I had a Sharpie in my bag. Let me take another look here. May have had somebody at Chat Sports steal one from me, which you never want to see happen.
Never want to see that. Wow, draft room's looking great over there in Green Bay.
All right. You got a Sharpie over there for
I
the
do
producer
not,
sheet?
but we could get somebody to bring us.
All right, hey, let me just throw on the hat here. Let me throw on the hat. We'll throw on the 49ers Report hat. We'll take down the shotgun, as promised. 3 minutes away from the start of the draft. If you're pumped up, I want you to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Shotgun coming up for Sean and Gumpwolf and for everybody else who's here. Look, my job is to inform, is to give you insightful coverage, but we also want to entertain and have fun. We'll be live every day, every round, talking about every single pick. And when you send in a big-time super chat, it goes a long way in supporting everything that we do. I like to say I'm kind of a hybrid between Pat McAfee and Colin Cowherd with my on-air style. And so, yeah, we're going to party it up a little bit. Sean, Gumpwolf, thank you. Let's go. And here you go, Sean and Gumpwolf. Let's have a day. We're live on the 49ers Report. We're live on Eagles Now. Not many people in the world are the host of 2 channels with 100,000 plus subscribers. It is an honor to be one of those people. All right, if you're pumped up for the start of the draft, we have over 1,000 people watching live on the Niners Report. 455 likes. How quickly can we get the stream to 1,000 likes? Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. We have 505 people watching live on Eagles Now. Obviously, their pick is a little bit later. 371 likes. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Come on now.
Let's go, baby. Hey,
closing in on the NFL draft.
While you're at it, like the video, and if you're ready for the draft to start, 40 seconds, spam go. Spam go. It's almost time. It's finally here. 2025 NFL Draft is 30 seconds away. Like the video, spam go if you're excited. Come on, which chat can go faster? Which chat can go faster? I'm seeing Jesse, Craig, Nick, Kane Angel, Zach Frazier, Carol Hosey, Derek Mitchell, Mike Hutcho.
It's also pretty cool, too, because they call Lambeau Field the cathedral of NFL football. So much history in this part of the country as far as this beautiful game. And so I was at the NFL draft in Nashville back in 2019. I was talking about this earlier, but a lot of people weren't here yet. And what an experience it was to see fans from all different teams, all different cities, places around America and across the world come to one place to support their squad, showing off the power of the NFL. That's Nashville. That's a destination city, one of the fastest growing cities in America. Green Bay is not that. It is the smallest city for any professional sports team in North America. Yet there are more people here tonight for the draft than there are people who live in Green Bay, Wisconsin. How cool. Again, goes to show you the power of the NFL. All right. Our countdown to the first round clock is no longer on the screen. Our 2-hour pre-draft show, it's in the rear view. NFL draft is about to get underway. If you're ready for the draft to start, spam go right now. I'm going to get us started. I want everybody watching to spam go. Spam go. The NFL draft is about to ensue, and we're about to embark officially on all 7 rounds with round 1 starting tonight. I see Trey, Kane Angel, Don Mecca, Christian, John Wallace, Candy, Curly, Gumpwolf, Ron, Zach, John Galt, Reese, Javier, Sir Lee, Camo Campa, Jeff Morton, all typing go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. Niners pick at number 11. Eagles pick at 32. And in between that, 32 selections going to go down tonight for round 1. of the NFL Draft. Chip, let's take a look at the NFL Draft order to give a people a reminder as to what is coming up. Of course, this is barring some trades. In looking at some of the recent NFL reports, according to Mary Kay Cabot, the Cleveland Browns are actively taking calls at number 2. There could be a trade there with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if the Jags move up, they could take Travis Hunter. And so this order could obviously change. But as of right now, no trades have been made. Titans at number 1, Browns at number 2, Giants at number 3, Patriots at number 4. You have the Jags, Raiders, Jets, and Panthers, 5 through 8. The Saints, Bears, Niners, Cowboys, 9 through 12. If you're a Niner fan, you were hoping that maybe 2 quarterbacks go before San Francisco. What does that then mean? Good players start to slide, either within range to trade up, or you could stay put at 11, and you could get a really solid player. Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, and Cardinals, 13 through 16. 17 through 20, it's the Bengals, Seahawks, Buccaneers, and Broncos. Steelers, Chargers, Packers, Vikings go 21 through 24. Texans are at 25, Rams at 26, Ravens at 27, Lions at 28. And then the final 4 picks of this first round. It's the first round only tonight. Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. Roger Goodell riding a bike to the podium. A lot of Packers players ride their bikes to the facility, and he is getting booed. Regardless of who the commissioner is, they're always going to get booed. I think Roger Goodell has done a great job for the popularity of the National Football League, but let's have some fun. If you're not in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the draft, type boo, spam boo right now. Lil Wayne, who is a diehard Packers fan, even though he grew up in the South Ward of New Orleans, is riding a bike, taking center stage. And so he gets a big round of applause, but type boo in the chat.
I love the chat right now.
To boo Roger Goodell. It's hilarious.
See Clay Matthews up there.
Clay Matthews is up there. James Jones is up there. I think that's Randall Cobb, who's a little bit slimmed down from his playing days. Roger Goodell saying, "Welcome to Green Bay, Wisconsin." More than 125,000 people at the NFL draft tonight, according to Roger Goodell, and counting. That is more than the population of Green Bay, Wisconsin. There are also some fans at Lambeau Field. Is that an F. Roger chant in Green Bay, Wisconsin that I'm hearing? Type boo Roger in the chat. Hilarious. People are saying boo Lil Wayne. Dude, I'll tell you what. Late 2000s, early 2010s, when Lil Wayne was in his prime, you'd be hard-pressed to find any other rapper who had a better stretch with better songs, better lyrics, and better bangers than Weezy.
He's still doing it. The Carter 6 coming out in June.
Carter 6 coming out in June. I'm interested to see what that record is going to be. I honestly can't wait because I am a Lil Wayne truther. I'm on green. Wow, he's really slimmed down. Mason Crosby, Clay Matthews, James Jones, and Lil Wayne all being announced by Roger Goodell. Lil Wayne just throwing up the deuces there. I do like how the NFL draft is always very themed toward that city. Oh, my gosh. That is incredible. So Clay Matthews takes the podium, and he says, President Donald Trump gave me a message to pass along to everybody, and he pulls out a piece of paper that reads, "The Bears still suck." Of course, the rivalry between the Packers and the Bears is very hostile. For the last couple of decades, it's been one-sided, with the Packers owning that rivalry, but that's going to get some people going. Roger Goodell saying it's time to get the show started. The 2025 NFL Draft is officially underway, and the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Let's go. Now, the NFL has changed this. I think it used to be 15 minutes between picks. The NFL trimmed that down to 10 minutes between each selection. And so the clock is underway for Tennessee, and it's at 9:35 and ticking right now. Continue to lock in here with us because we will have these picks before they are announced on television. For the Titans being on the clock right now, they are in the rebuilding phase. They are without a quarterback. A couple of years ago, they took mayonnaise lover Will Levis out of Kentucky in the second round. A lot of people thought after his first full season at Kentucky, he was going to be a first rounder. Goes back under Mark Stoops, struggled a little bit in that following year. And so he slid a bit in the draft. It became clear and obvious at the early portion of last year that Will Levis is not a starting quarterback. Now, this is a thin quarterback class in my estimation, but I do think that Cam Ward is QB1, and he's QB1 by a far margin. He's much better than Shadur Sanders. He's better than Jackson Dart. And then QB3 is up in the air. Some people like Tyler Shugg. So my prediction for a long time, really going all the way back to the NFL Combine, is that the Tennessee Titans are going to take Cam Ward out of Miami. Now, Tennessee right now, you can go back to their team profile there, Chip, because I do want to get some information here. Judged upon the moves that they made in free agency, it then became more obvious that they were going to go quarterback. They signed a few offensive linemen. Last night, they signed Tyler Lockett. That's the type of veteran wide receiver who has 3 or 4 1,000-yard seasons, who can be a really good safety valve for Cam Ward. They paid Calvin Ridley. They paid Tony Pollard. Their defense last year actually performed pretty well. And so Cam Ward makes sense from the need standpoint and how they've constructed that roster. Brian Callahan is also an offensive coach, and they were a competitive team last year despite being bad enough to get the number 1 pick. And so right now they're in a good spot. Although they fired their general manager in Rand Carthon, a little bit of a new regime there. They retained Callahan. They have $41.21 million in cap space. That's number 4 in the NFL. This offseason, they also added Van Jefferson, Dan Moore, Kevin Zietler, Cody Barton. Some of their losses, Harold Landry got paid by the New England Patriots. Mason Rudolph went back to Pittsburgh. Will Levis was so bad that Rudolph got some starts. And their biggest needs, of course, quarterback, wide receiver, edge, offensive guard. Their defense is in a good spot, led by the anchor of Jeffrey Simmons. As far as their draft profile goes, they, of course, had the number 1 pick. They have 8 total picks this year, only 2 inside the top 100. That isn't ideal for trying to build around Cam Ward. But all signs do point to Tennessee beginning a new era with Cam Ward at quarterback, who has a fascinating history. Went to Incarnate Word, went to Washington State, and then he transferred to Miami, where really the clutch gene, dropping his arm down to different angles, making plays out of structure, some really legendary comebacks, and overall darts and good production led to him picking up a lot of momentum to a point where a year ago, he probably would have been a late rounder. A year later, he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. We'll probably be talking Cam Ward more here in just a moment. because I expect the Titans to take him. Let's get to your Super Chats, though. It's Just Jade with the $3 Super Chat, and It's Just Jade is a first-time Super Chatter. And then we have Carol Hosey with the $10 Super Chat. I have missed this so much. Love you, Chase. Love you, Chip. Carol, we love you. It's always fun going live for our watch parties. We bring people together of all walks of life. That's part of the beauty of sports. We did that during free agency. We're doing that during the draft, but these type of events definitely are fun. And so the best players available, according to our NFL draft expert, Tom Downey, also the host of the Cowboys Report, he has Travis Hunter as the number 1 player on the board. But why would you take a wide receiver or corner when you have massive needs elsewhere, like Cam Ward, who, speaking of Cam Ward, he's going to have some struggles from time to time, right? But he can drop down arm angles to different levels like a Patrick Mahomes, make plays out of structure, throw off balance like Mahomes. But like Mahomes, Cam Ward's going to have some ups and downs. He's going to make some mistakes. He's going to turn the football over. He's going to have some head-scratching plays. But the thing with Tennessee, you're not in a rush to win right now. Downey has Abdul Carter as his number 2 player, Ashton Genty number 3, Mason Graham number 4, Will Campbell number 5, Tyler Warren number 6, Ted McMillan number 7, Will Johnson number 8. What do you notice here? No Cam Ward yet. Armand Membu, Jahdae Barron, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Jalen Walker, Colston Loveland, Jahad Campbell, Kelvin Banks. So where does he have Ward?
We don't actually go past 16.
We don't go past 16. So not a top 16 player on Tom Downey's board. Again, I disagree with that. I respect Downey's draft analysis, but that's the point that a lot of people have made, right? This NFL draft class at the quarterback position specifically is extremely thin. Now, he does have him as the number 1 quarterback. And as I've mentioned a couple of times since we started this live show, we will have the picks before ESPN, NFL Network, or ABC does. With the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans are indeed selecting Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. This is a decision that I agree with. The Titans have a massive need at quarterback, and I really like Ward as a prospect. An absolute gamer, has the clutch gene. His teammates really like him, plays with swagger and confidence, really strong arm, and he has the ability improvisationally to make plays out of structure. Has the ability to really contort his arm at a couple of different levels. Has the strength to push the ball to all 3 levels of the field. Not really a true dual threat, but he does have some mobility. Sometimes he will hold on to the ball a little bit too long. He'll make too many risks, throws, and decisions. But you can work with him on that. He can iron out some of those wrinkles. And I think that down the road, he can be a really good player. Him holding onto the ball too long is why Tennessee bulked up that offensive line. And I do think that he can be a legitimate quarterback in this league. Completed 67% of his passes last year, 4,300 yards, 43 total touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 3 fumbles. So that's a propensity to turn the ball over. Oh, Chip, we have some breaking news.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We have a major trade. James Gladstone, the Jaguars general manager, who is 34 years old, has made his first significant move as Jags GM. The Jags are now on the clock, and they have traded up to number 2 at the Cleveland Browns. Here are the trade details. Jags receive number 2 overall. And that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they trade up to number 2. Oh, yeah, they traded number 2.
But 2024 picks, that was last year.
Yeah, that should be fixed.
So let's see what the compensation is here.
Here we go. Fixed.
Fixed? Okay. Here are the trade details, all right? Wow. So the Jags receive a first-round pick at number 2, a fourth-round pick this year at 104, a sixth-round pick at 200. The Browns move back from 2 to 5. They must have not been in love with Travis Hunter. They get second and fourth round picks, 36 and 126, and a 2026 first round pick.
Wow.
That is a blockbuster trade right there.
That is a lot.
Wow. So we had said here on the show, we expect some moves to happen. I had mentioned a little while ago, there were some reports that the Jags could trade up. And under Mr. Gladstone, their 34-year-old general manager, by far the youngest in the NFL, the Jags make a huge splash. And there's been a lot of talk about them being hot and heavy for Travis Hunter.
Puts the Jags on the clock.
So the Jags now on the clock.
Man, what a blockbuster. There was all this talk that Browns taking serious calls.
Louis Riddick pretty much saying he thinks the Jags are going to take Travis Hunter. And, you know, there is something to be said for Travis Hunter. You kind of are getting two players in one.
Wow, so they moved down just 3 spots, get 36, 126.
And a first rounder next year. I kind of like it for Jacksonville or for Cleveland. I mean, if you're not in love with Travis Hunter or any players that you could get are 2, 3, or 4, why not trade back?
So the Jags, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, which way are they going to go? Grade the trade right now. And tell us who you think won this trade.
Yeah, grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know who won it. This is also a good point. Cleveland's not going to go quarterback here at 5. They weren't going to go quarterback 2. But now they have 2 early second-round picks where they could take a quarterback there. Or they could package those 2 seconds to maybe move up at the back end of the first round. Could that be enticing to a team like the Philadelphia Eagles? Andrew Berry used to work under Howie Roseman. So this does change the draft for a lot of reasons.
I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat agree Browns won that trade. And the pick is in.
Pick is in. With the second overall pick after a blockbuster trade, the Jaguars move up in this Liam Cohen era, and they are taking Travis Hunter out of Colorado. I am fascinated to see what position the Jags list him as. He could play corner. He could play wide receiver. He could play both. What are the Jags' plans for Travis Hunter? I will say this. When we were at the NFL Combine, he was definitely bigger than I thought he was going to be. Only 21 years old, declared for the draft after being a junior, the former number 1 overall pick coming out of high school in Georgia, almost 6'1", 188 pounds. Incredible production this past year for Shadur Sanders. 96 grabs, almost 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns, very explosive. And the scouting report on him at wide receiver, great catch radius, really good hands, strong in contested catches and after the catch, despite his size. At corner, elite ball skills and feel, best in zone coverage where he can use his instincts. The questions about him, his frame. But as I mentioned, I think he's a little bit bigger than what I thought. The conditioning and the long-term fit. And the long-term fit in addition to how healthy can he stay if he plays both sides of the football? Because I think that is completely fair to ask. Nobody has ever done this. He's kind of the Shohei Ohtani of football. At the NFL level, with that physicality, that speed, and the rigors of the game, can he hold up at wide receiver and corner? At the corner spot last year, 36 tackles, 15 PBUs, and 4 picks. Not really going to make plays behind the line of scrimmage against the run because of that smaller frame. And again, he's best off ball, zone, where he can read, diagnose, and anticipate and use his feel to his advantage.
What a big splash by Jacksonville. And we heard, in the lead up to the draft, that the Browns really viewed Travis Hunter as a receiver. But you bring up a good point, Chase, as they still have yet to announce a pick on ESPN, by the way. What will they list him as? This will really tell us.
Yes.
Let's see.
They listed him as both.
Wow. Okay.
That's very interesting. So I'm going to tweet this out.
They list him as both.
Wow. Pretty incredible. And I think he's going to be the first player to really play both. You know, in obvious passing situations, he could be on the field as a corner, and then he can be a really legitimate weapon for Trevor Lawrence at wide receiver. They also have Brian Thomas, who last year as a rookie was really good.
He's dancing up on stage. Sweet pink suit. Man, but a lot to give up if you're Jacksonville. But it's I guess, from their perspective, if you are getting a player you think can play full time both ways, then it's kind of worth it.
Yeah.
Because you're trading all that for essentially 2 elite players.
A player who helps you on both sides of the football.
Great to pick. Look, the trade might not have been great, giving up all that much, but I don't see how Travis Hunter can be anything other than an A. Could be the best player in this draft, him or Abdul-Carter.
Yeah, he's just a different guy, man. And for his lack of size, so many times last year when watching those Colorado games, I was amazed at how he came down with contested catches. And while he's smaller at corner, he doesn't really shy away from contact. Speed, elusive, stop-and-go ability, twitchy, good leaping ability, good anticipation at corner, ball tracking skills at wide receiver. I'm just fascinated to see how much he plays on both sides of the ball. So already, the draft is underway with quite the bang here.
Again, if you missed it, if you're just joining us, Jags trading up. We'll pop up the trade details. Jags trading up with the Browns to draft Travis Hunter. Jags gave up number 5, number 36, number... What is this here? 1...
Yeah, so the Jags receive number 2 overall. They take Travis Hunter. They get a 4th rounder at 104. They get a 6th rounder at 200, all this year. The Browns move back from 2 to 5. They get 2nd and 4th round picks at 36 and 126 and a 2026 first round pick. So I do like this move for Cleveland. And I do like this move for Jacksonville, given the uniqueness of Travis Hunter. You pair him alongside Brian Thomas. It's time for Trevor Lawrence to step up and play well under Liam Cohen. And you do give up a lot, but you're giving up a lot for a player who can play on both sides of the ball. Pick number 3 is in, and the order of players has gone exactly how I've seen fit. Cam Ward 1, Travis Hunter 2, it's just the Jags who traded up for him, and Abdul Carter, edge rusher out of Penn State, number 3 to the New York Giants. That is now a front for New York that features Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau. Very talented in the trenches are the Giants now with the pickup and the drafting of the number 1 player on my draft board in Abdul Carter. Still only 21 years old, hails from Philadelphia, went to LaSalle High School, played at Penn State, 6'3", 3 1/4. Penn State did list him at 250 pounds. I think he's lighter than that. What's incredible about Abdul Carter is that 2024 was his first season as a full-time edge rusher. And he was tremendous. 68 tackles, 24 TFLs. 12 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. We're talking about a very gifted pass rusher who has only begun to scratch the surface of his potential. I'm not just saying this because he went to Penn State and also wore number 11, the famed number 11 for that program. LeVar Arrington wore that number as well, but he really mimics the game of Micah Parsons. He's not the biggest or the strongest, but double-digit sack potential year in and year out. And I think that he could potentially add more bulk at the NFL level. And I've been critical of Joe Schoen, Giants general manager. I think at free agency they have clearly overpaid for a lot of players. They've been operating as a desperate organization. I like the approach here. Don't reach for a quarterback at number 3. Take a lesson from the Eagles inside your division who just won the Super Bowl. Get better at the line of scrimmage. They need to improve their offensive line, but their defensive line this year has the potential to be a top 5 overall defensive line. And we could take a look at the Abdul Carter numbers as well from this past season for Penn State. Loved how he played in the college football playoff. Highly impactful against Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. 68 tackles this season. Those 24 TFLs. 12 sacks. 66 pressures. And his Pro Football Focus numbers were also really, really good as far as pass rush win rate and just some of the in-depth PFF numbers. He had an overall grade of 91.3, a pass rush grade of 92.4, 350 pass rush snaps, 13 sacks per PFF. They don't count half sacks. 10 hits, 43 hurries, outside tackle, 627 snaps. He's going to primarily be used there, only off ball, on 92 snaps. His pass rush win rate, 22.6. Also, graded out pretty well against the run, 78.2. If there are concerns about Abdul Carter, it's probably the weight. But again, you can win with twitch, bend, size, explosiveness, and speed from that edge spot. And he plays big and physical for his size. And I want to note this again. This past year was his first full season as an edge rusher, excuse me. Prior to that, he was used as an off-ball linebacker, and he could drop back in coverage, and he can break up passes. He can cover a little bit, and so you can use him in a couple of different ways. I think his strengths, though, pin his ears back, let him get after the quarterback. So grade the pick here of Abdul Carter, A, B, C, D, or F. I like what the Giants are doing up front. And for Eagles fans watching the show, this is an Eagles diehard fan who took his pops to the Super Bowl, grew up in North Philly, went to LaSalle High School. Now, the Eagles will be facing him 2 times a year. This is a defensive line for New York that's going to include Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and now Abdul Carter.
It's going to be scary.
Yeah.
As Patriots on the clock, we already got their pick, baby. Pick already in for New England at number 4. We're flying through this thing right now.
And we'll see what happens with Kayvon Thibodeau, of course, and we'll, of course, see if the Giants exercise that 5th-year option. If they don't, that's a sign that they're looking to move on, and maybe perhaps taking Abdul Carter is a sign that they're probably going to move off of Kayvon Thibodeau. But I'm looking at this defensive line. Raheem Nunez-Roches, who's a solid player. Dexter Lawrence. Brian Burns. Abdul Carter. Kayvon Thibodeau.
Do they try to move off now of Kayvon Thibodeau? Rumors they might try to use that to get back in the end of the first round. Try to draft a quarterback late.
And I'm thinking, too, about Travis Hunter. How many better wide receiver duos in the NFL are there than Brian Burns and Travis Hunter? Maybe not that many. Now, John Middlecoff, former NFL scout, he tweeted this: shocking some teams stay bad. Easiest trade Cleveland will ever make. I agree from the Cleveland aspect of it. Cleveland's like, hold up. We're going to get another second rounder, additional draft picks, and a first next year to move from 2 to 5? Yeah, we'll take that. The pick is in at number 4, and I predicted how these top 4 picks are going to go. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, now Will Campbell, offensive tackle out of LSU. Will Campbell's a quality athlete, solid footwork, and a very strong football IQ. Was really impressed by him during his interview at the NFL Combine. He's a physical player with really good push when he can land his hands. There are certainly arm length concerns which can lead to issues against power and speed, but clearly the Patriots don't think that's an issue. That is also something that Will Campbell talked about up front at the Combine. He said, I can make up for it with all of my skill. Sometimes it's hard to gauge how good an offensive lineman is with Pro Football Focus grades, but for Campbell, pretty good ones. Overall grade of 72.2, pass blocking grade of 80.6, run blocking grade of 69.7, 2 sacks allowed. They obviously want to protect Drake May and Will Campbell. I think can be a plug-and-play starter and a good scheme fit for what New England wants to do. And so the first 4 picks of the NFL draft are set. Cam Ward, Miami quarterback, to the Titans at number 1. Travis Hunter, number 2 overall after the Jags traded up. The Jags listing him, by the way, as a corner and wide receiver. Abdul Carter, edge rusher out of Penn State, to the Giants at number 3. He's my favorite player on this draft. So to get him at number 3, and you can still get a quarterback early in round 2, I like that for New York. And then Will Campbell, round 1, pick number 4 offensive tackle.
Brings the Browns back up on the clock, and there's some reports even still from Diana Rossini that the Browns could trade down again. So we will see where the Browns go now at number 5.
Let's see what the latest reports are across the NFL. We're seeing that the pick is in for Cleveland at number 5, and this could surprise some people. And we're already 2 picks ahead of the broadcast here.
Come on.
Because we are seeing that the Cleveland Browns are taking Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham. And we'll give you some analysis on Mason Graham here in a moment. But that pick is official, that the Michigan defensive tackle, who earlier in the pre-draft process was my number 2 favorite player on my big board, and then at the NFL Combine, he weighed in 25 pounds less than what Michigan listed him as. Some concerns there. I do think he's a safe pick. And Cleveland clearly loved him. Because this is Cleveland's thought process. All right, yeah, we could take Travis Hunter at number 2, but we can get another first-round pick and additional draft capital to just move back 3 spots and get a player who we really like. Say what you want about the Browns. They've evaluated defensive talent really well. Jim Schwartz is their defensive coordinator. He knows what they're doing. And now they pair up Mason Graham on that same defensive line as Myles Garrett. 6'3.5", 306 pounds for Graham. 45 tackles, 7 TFLs, 3.5 sacks last year for Michigan. He was a mainstay for that Michigan national championship winning team in 2023. He has the size to play 1 tech, athletic ability to be the 3 tech, so you can use him in a couple of different ways. Fantastic run defender. Disruptive against the pass as well. Quickness at the line of scrimmage, pretty explosive. He doesn't have great length. Shows up more in his pass rush. But I do think that Mason Graham is going to be a very, very good player at the NFL level. And again, I just like what the Browns have done here. Trade back 3 spots, load up on draft capital. Too early to take a quarterback, but now you have 2 early seconds, and you can just take a quarterback there. Grade the pick of Mason Graham, A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think?
Puts the Raiders on the clock now at number 6.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that by the Browns. Trade down, still get one of the top players in this draft. Mason Graham, Myles Garrett on the defensive line. Leaves the Raiders with a decision. Do they go Ashton Genty? Do they go with an Armand Membu? Do they go defense? Still plenty of options. We're getting closer and closer to the Niners pick at number 11.
Picks coming up. We have the Raiders on the clock at number 6 overall. After that, the New York Jets at number 7. And breaking news, the Philadelphia Eagles did not trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots for pick number 4.
All right. Who was 1, 2, 3, 4 just getting home from work? We can recap those top 4 picks after the Browns.
Of course. If you're just joining the show, 1,600 people watching live on the Niners Report. Almost 700 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles Now. For those of you just joining the show, you want to recap? Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami to the Titans with the first overall pick. The Jags trade up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. They listed him as a corner and wide receiver. Abdul Carter, edge rusher and Eagles fan, to the Giants at number 3. And then Will Campbell to the Patriots at number 4. Mason Graham, Cleveland Browns to 5 after that trade with Cleveland. And we can show those trade details once again because a lot of people probably don't know what happened. Wait, I thought the Browns were at number 2. This is quite the blockbuster and doozy of a trade. Jags receive number 2 overall, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder this year. The Browns move back from 2 to 5. They get number 36 in the 2nd, 126 in the 4th round, and a first-round pick next year. That is an easy trade for the Browns to make. Oh, wow. We have another pretty big shocker for the Las Vegas Raiders at number 6. As the Las Vegas Raiders are taking Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty with the 6th overall pick. There was some talk that they were going to go Armand Membu or Kelvin Banks. Instead, they go running back. And I think there's something to be said here on a couple of different fronts. Taking a running back who's 5'8" from a small school at number 6, it's risky. At the same time, think about how the Raiders have operated this offseason under Pete Carroll, right? They traded for Geno Smith. That is a sign that they didn't love the quarterbacks in this draft, and they think that they can be competitive. So in taking Ashton Jeanty, the pick makes sense because you want your running backs' carries when they are drafted early to matter during their rookie contract. You want that player to be highly productive the first 4 or 5 years, and if you don't want to renew that running back contract after the rookie contract, that's fine. But if he's really good for you for 4 or 5 years, it's kind of worth it if you're a competitive team. And I think that's the thought process here with the Raiders going Ashton Jeanty. Now, I do have some concerns about the height, 5'8.5". Can he carry the workload of a number 1 back? He's 211 pounds. But my goodness, was he special last year. 374 carries, unbelievable workload. 2,601 yards. That is not a misprint. He had 29 touchdowns. He also has getaway speed, good balance, good patience. He's explosive. He can fit in any run scheme with that vision. Really elite contact balance and big playability. Against Penn State in the college football playoff, going up against a Penn State defense littered with pro prospects, with the Boise State offensive line that didn't have a lot of pro prospects, he still ran for over 100 yards. More yards after contact than any other player had total in 2024. And he still has room for growth in pass protection. But those numbers are jaw-dropping, and I don't care what school you're at. 374 carries, 2,601 yards, and 29 touchdowns with an average yards per carry of 7. This pick is interesting for Las Vegas because they clearly think that they can be semi-competitive, trading for Geno and taking a running back at number 6. So grade this pick, A, B, C, D, or F. What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments section. Next $50 super chat. I'm taking down another beer bong. We're hacking away at our beer boot here.
Let's get it cracking, baby. Special, special player, man.
Yeah, very unique.
Mojo, is he better than Shipley, though? I don't know. So if you're the Niners here coming up in a few picks, like Membu is still there. Could he fall? Now, does he get past the Jets? I don't know. Tyler Warren still there. Also an option for the Jets at number 7. Seeing a good amount of A's for this pick.
Here's the thing, too. The Raiders badly needed some offensive skill talent. And so now on the clock, the New York Jets, are they going to go Tyler Warren? Could they go Armand Membu? If Membu continues to fall, becomes very interesting for the San Francisco 49ers. Mark Munoz, $2. 80 overall hidden. Dev elusive back. Madden back. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Thanks for the super chat, though, and cute cat.
All right, so let's see. Best players still left. With the Jets on the clock at 7. Niners coming up at 11. Still have Tyler Warren. Still have Armand Membu. 2 players the Niners would consider.
Yep.
You got Ted McMillan still on the board. Will Johnson. 3rd best player left according to Tom Downey here.
Pop yourself up, Chip. I'm going to run to use the bathroom so that
Yeah.
we're good for this Niners pick, especially if they decide to try to trade up. I think they're going to stick and pick, though.
So Tyler Warren, Tim McMillan, Will Johnson, Armand Membu. Top 4 players left according to our draft expert, Tom Downey. Warren, Membu, 2 guys that I can see the Niners definitely being interested in. Up in, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 5 picks away. You got Jahdae Barron. Mike Green, another player I think the Niners would consider. Same with Jalen Walker there at number 8. Luther Burden, a guy that people have mixed opinions on, but I like quite a lot as well. I'm in agreement with Tom Downey there. We got Colson Loveland, John Campbell, Kelvin Banks. Again, another player. Depending where you want to play him, is he a guard? Is he a tackle? That could be a consideration there for the Niners. Definitely need to fortify those trenches along the offensive line. Malachi Starks, Amarian Hampton, Matthew Golden, Shamar Stewart, Micah Williams. I could also see either of those 2 guys being the pick there for the San Francisco 49ers. So top 16 left available there. If you're just tuning in, had a few shakeups already in the draft so far. Cam Ward, no surprise, number 1 to the Titans. Travis Hunter goes number 2 as expected, but not to the Browns. Goes to the Jags as the Jags trade a haul of picks, including their, of course, number 5 overall pick. They trade their early 2nd-round pick and a first next year to go up and grab Travis Hunter. But if you're looking at a guy who you think can play both ways full time, you're kind of trading for 2 players in one there. So I don't necessarily mind that if he can really play both ways, but that remains to be seen. Abdul Carter, number 3 to the Giants, going to be scary for you Eagles fans. No surprise there as well. Will Campbell, number 4 overall, got to protect Drake May. If you are the New England Patriots, no surprise there either. Browns go back, get Mason Graham, and then the Raiders, Ashton Genty.
Did you have a question in that thread, by the way?
What'd you say?
Brett was asking if you had a question about in that thread. Oh, the hour?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just right before the pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
All right. Upcoming picks here. I'm glad I didn't miss the Jets pick. That means I haven't missed a pick yet. So, Jets at 7, Panthers at 8, Saints at 9, Bears at 10. Could we see some movement here? Chip is going through the best players available. And one of my 2 guesses was correct. The Jets pick is in. And for a lot of Niner fans, this is a bummer because this is a player who I thought would have been an excellent selection for San Francisco. But Armand Membu, offensive tackle out of Missouri, goes off the board to New York. The start of this Aaron Glenn tenure for the Jets starts with an athletic big man who I think is going to be the best offensive tackle in this class. Membu is still young at 21 years old. Some people think he has the lack of desired height and arm length at 6'4 1/4. I think he's going to be just fine because he has quick feet, good feet, and just a consistent body of work of performing very, very well at right tackle. Now, I think that he should continue to stay at right tackle. I wouldn't mess around with that and put him at left tackle, and that's okay. Ran extremely well in the pre-draft at 332 pounds, and last year, 0 sacks allowed in 12 games playing in the SEC. Good competition pretty much week in and week out. And he had an overall Pro Football Focus grade of 90.4. So this is a player in Membu, high character, moves well for his size, good burst to get into position. I really like his balance, which helps him in pass protection. And some people think that, yeah, he could struggle against powerful edge rushers, but I don't think so. I think that when you look at how he fared against a Shamar Stewart and other SEC edge rushers, he performed very well. And the Pro Football Focus numbers last year, excellent. Overall grade at 90.4, pass blocking grade 85.4, run blocking grade 87.6. Just so consistent. And at 21 years old, there is room for him to continue to get better. He said when I was interviewing him at the Combine, I want to run a 4.8. Well, at 330 pounds, he ran a 4.9. Wow, how about this? Minutes after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants general manager Joe Shane said his team is picking up the 5th-year option of Kayvon Thibodeau.
Huh.
Interesting.
I can hear our Giants host pounding the table right now for Abdul Carter. You weren't lying about these testing numbers, Chase.
No,
Remember.
I mean, just great testing numbers. You know, the vert of 34 inches at 331 pounds, the broad jump of nearly 10 feet, and then 31 reps on the bench press. Bummer for the Niners because Armand Membu is one of my favorite players for San Francisco.
All right, leaves Carolina on the clock at number 8. That's why you watch a show, man. Haven't even announced a pick yet for the Jets on ESPN. That's why you tune in, baby. Like this pick here for the Jets. I think it's got to be an A. Kind of completes that whole line now, which they've been trying to reform for seems like years. This is interesting now because, you know, Panthers certainly could go Tyler Warren, but I doubt it. The Saints at 9 could. Bears could as well, but there's a chance he slides down to the Niners there at 11.
Tyler Warren would have been a really fun pick for the Jets at number 7. At number 8, is Jalen Walker going to go to the Panthers? I was also looking at the Panthers tight end depth chart, Ja'Tavion Sanders, they took early last year. But could Tyler Warren make sense for Bryce Young? I mean, what a player he would be for Dave Canales and Bryce Young, who, toward the end of last year, I thought he played better than C.J. Stroud. And if you would have said that a year earlier, people would have thought you were absolutely crazy. Almost 1,800 people watching live on the San Francisco 49ers Report. Do us a favor. Can we get to 1,000 likes before the Niners pick at number 11? We almost have 1,800 people watching, 675 likes. Our bosses are throwing out all these channels at Chat Sports who have reached 1,000 likes. There's been, I think, 3 ahead of us. Let's get there right now. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Help us out. On Eagles Now, 636 people watching. We've already surpassed our numbers for how many people watched the show last year, round 1. 500 likes. Let's get close to 1,000 likes. Hit that thumbs up icon and like the video right now.
Let's go.
If we get a $50 super chat, I'll do another shotgun. Let's get it going. Arnav, the gamer, Chase Senior. Do you know Nick Roloff? Yes, I do. How do you know him? I work with him. I'm going to send him a message with a screenshot of what you just sent. Are you a Dolphins Today guy?
Look at that. We're up to almost 900 likes now on Niners.
Almost 900 likes on Niners. Let's get to 1,000 right now. Have some fun. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Let's get to 1,000 likes before the Niners pick. Shoot, let's get to 1,000 likes before the Saints pick at number 9. Here's our Super Chat menu. All Super Chats get a shout out. If you send in a $20 Super Chat, you enter the raffle for our draft hat. You get a Niners or Eagles draft hat. $50 for a beer bong. If you send in $300, you automatically get a jersey of your choice, and you become our Super Chat MVP. Now, our MVP will get the draft pick jersey. So let's say the Niners or Eagles take a player. You get that player's jersey and a special MVP football. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers at number 8. And I was theorizing Tyler Warren may be going to Carolina. Instead, they get Bryce Young, a different weapon. And Tet McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona, becomes Bryce Young's number 1. If Xavier Legette can put it together, a lot of drop issues, they have a solid ground game. You like the makings of what the Panthers have going on as far as their youth talent on the offensive side of the football. Tet McMillan, 22 years old, excellent size at 6'4" and an eighth, 213 pounds. Reminds me a lot of Drake London of the Atlanta Falcons, who I think is very underrated. Great production this past year for the Arizona Wildcats in the Big 12 as Arizona made that switch to the conference. 84 catches, 1,300 yards, 8 tutties, and does have a little bit of explosiveness to his game. That long touchdown of 78. Tet McMillan has a freaky combination of size and body control with contested highlight reel catches where he can go up and get it and snag those 50-50 balls and climbing the ladder. He can shift all over the formation, moves extremely well for his size. You want to line him up at X, outside boundary wide receiver, that's fine. You want to put him in the slot, he can win routes there. And he does certainly have room to improve as a route runner. He's going to have to focus on some of those nuanced things. But I like Tet McMillan going to the Panthers here at number 8. And I wonder if it alters New Orleans' approach at number 9 because they were said to be interested in Tet McMillan. Breaking news! We are now entering the Mando Hour, the next hour of our draft coverage, sponsored by Mando. Get $5 off on the starter pack by using the code CHAT at shopmando.com. the best full body deodorant on the market. They have deodorant sticks like this, spray deodorant, liquid deodorant. I'm very particular about the ingredients in my products, especially with deodorant, where you're putting it in very important places with a lot of lymph nodes. And Mando is aluminum free. You get 72-hour odor protection. That link is in the chat. $5 off the starter pack. And that's over 40% off when you use our code chat at shopmando.com. Feel good, smell good, odor protection, and a great product. We appreciate Mando for sponsoring the next hour of our draft coverage. All right, as we wait for the Saints pick, and we're well ahead of the broadcast here and have been all throughout the night, let's take a look at what's happened so far. In the first 4 picks, no surprises as far as the players. Now we had the Jags trade up to number 2 and the Browns trade back to number 5, but during our pre-draft pregame, we were talking about how that could happen. So I had Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell going in the first 4 picks. After that, I had said it too. I think this draft can get a little bit weird, wonky, and wild. Mason Graham went number 5. Early on in the pre-draft process, Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Travis Hunter were my 3 favorite players in this draft. And so the Browns move back from 2 to 5. They get another second-round pick. They get a first rounder next year. They clearly really like Mason Graham, who's going to fit that division inside the AFC North and be on that defensive line under Jim Schwartz, flanking Myles Garrett. The Raiders, there was a lot of buzz about them going Ashton Jeanty with the 6th overall pick, and they go with the Boise State running back who ran for 2,600 yards. For me, the story there, the Raiders believe they can compete very quickly. Trading for Geno and paying him, taking Ashton Jeanty, are win-now moves, and the Raiders, they needed badly another playmaker on offense, and Ashton Jeanty can fit any scheme. The Jets go Armand Membu, my favorite offensive tackle in this class. And then the Panthers go Tet McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona, at number 8, which leads us to the Panthers taking McMillan and the Saints being on the clock right now with the Bears on deck and the Niners in the hole. $20 super chat coming in from Justin Cloud on Eagles now. We're up to $558 in super chats, $442 on the Niners report.
Shout out to Justin. That $20 gets you in the draft hat raffle. Do not forget that. $20 gets you in the raffle to win a draft hat.
Let's do this. For the next 2 minutes, let's go 50% off. Any $10 super chat that comes in the next 2 minutes, you will enter the raffle to get a draft hat. If you're watching the 49ers report, you get a 49ers draft hat. The same hat that the Niners draftee will be wearing. If you're watching on Eagles, an Eagles draft hat. For the next 2 minutes, $10, 50% off, gets you in the raffle.
Justin, let's go Birds. Howie Magic is in the air. Fly, Eagles, fly. We'll see what the Eagles do. Do they trade up, trade down, stick and pick?
Yep.
Howie's always got something up his sleeve there.
A little bit of a delay here for the Saints selection. And the Saints pick is in. New Orleans is also going to go offensive line and offensive tackle in Texas product, Kelvin Banks. We'll talk more about that here in just a moment. Chicago at 10. Jalen Walker could fall to the Niners at number 11. That would be a fascinating, fascinating pick. And if they go Shamar Stewart, we riot.
Oh, we riot. Here we are. Pick is in.
$10 super chat also coming in on the Niners Report. We had a couple of $10 super chats come in. You love to see it. That's $10 to enter the raffle on Eagles Now. $10 to enter the raffle. In the meantime, let's talk about this selection here. With the 9th overall pick, the New Orleans Saints are bulking up their offensive line in taking Kelvin Banks. Now, we'll see what the Saints list him as. Is he a guard? Is he an offensive tackle? I imagine when they're taking a player this early, they're going to list Kelvin Banks as an offensive tackle. Very experienced, playing for Texas, played elite competition against some phenomenal defensive players, played in a lot of monster games given all the success that Texas has had, and he was consistently available, played a lot, and played very well. Now, he has very good size at 6'5 and an eighth, 315 pounds, only 1 sack allowed of Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning in 2024, 86 Pro Football Focus overall grade, 3-year starter who was rarely beaten in pass protection last year, an excellent athlete who also has strong footwork. I'm concerned because Kelvin Banks, for that size, was on the ground too often. Not always a great mauler either for how big he is. Very high character guy. When people at Texas were asked about him, they said, model yourself and your work ethic after Kelvin Banks. But with Banks, yeah, on the ground a little bit too much. Sometimes lacks that physicality, and that can show up. Sustaining blocks in the run game. But when he does get out in space, he is very comfortable. Graded out very well with the Pro Football Focus grades. Overall grade of 86, pass blocking grade of 89.8, run blocking grade of 81, and only gave up 1 sack allowed. And so the Saints at number 9 go Kelvin Banks, and that's 3 offensive tackles already gone. Will Campbell, Armand Membu, and Kelvin Banks. Now, as I mentioned a little while ago, we were talking about how this is the Mando Hour, our draft coverage powered by Mando. Now coming up, we're going to talk about the Mando Stay Fresh Best Player Available. As the 49ers come up on the clock, let's take a look at the Mando Stay Fresh Best Players Available presented by Mando. Control your body odor anywhere and get $5 off your starter pack by using the promo code CHAT at shopmando.com. We can take a look at the next 4 picks to see what is coming up here. Bears are on the clock, followed by the San Francisco 49ers, the Dallas Cowboys at number 12, and the Miami Dolphins at number 13. The Bears could go in a couple of different directions. And I think the best player available for Chicago, another weapon for Caleb Williams, and a player who Ben Johnson can really maximize is Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. One of my favorite players in this draft and a player who is a blue chipper. And I know that the Bears have a need along the offensive line, but they addressed that in free agency, making a couple of trades headlined by the Joe Thuney move. And so I know the Bears have Cole Kmet. Tyler Warren is different, and you could trade away Cole Kmet, and you can utilize 2 tight ends. And so the best players available, Tyler Warren, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Jalen Walker, Jahad Campbell, and Malachi Starks. That right there, the Mando Stay Fresh Best Player Available. Go Mando and smell better naked. You could use Mando everywhere. Armpits, your ball sack if you're chafing, your feet, whatever. Bears are on the clock.
Wow.
Holy shit. We have a huge, massive shocker. The Chicago Bears are drafting a tight end, but they are not taking Tyler Warren. They are instead picking Colston Loveland out of Michigan. 6'5", 3/4, 248 pounds. last year. Inconsistent quarterback play, still highly productive. 56 catches, 582 yards, and 5 touchdowns. He's an excellent athlete that fits the mold of a seam stretcher. He has a huge catch radius and a great ability to get open at all 3 levels, has the size to be much better as a blocker, targeted 82 times with 56 grabs, 10.4 yards per catch. His production was much better in 2023 with J.J. McCarthy throwing the pill. But a massive shocker here as the Bears go Loveland over Tyler Warren. We're also hearing that the Niners pick is in. And it's going to be Mykel Williams, the edge rusher out of Georgia, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Niners are taking Mykel Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia. I would have gone Jalen Walker in this spot. I do have some concerns about how Williams didn't have a lot of production last year. I think Jalen Walker is going to be a better player. But John Lynch said the other day, we want a defensive end who can set the edge. And Mykel Williams can certainly set the edge. We are going to talk about this in full detail. But I want you to grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. And in the meantime, can you pop up a scouting report real quick?
Absolutely.
Just so that we can pass that along. And then, of course, we'll do deep dive analysis on Mykel Williams. High-quality run stopper with great power and a strong bull rush. The physical skill set is there. But will the pass rush production arrive? He does lack pass rushing moves. He kind of just runs into guys from time to time. Now, some people knocked his production last year, but he was dealing with an injury. Dane Brugler had him as a first or second pick and the 5th graded edge rusher in this draft class. He had 5.5 sacks last year, 3rd team All-SEC. Missed the bowl game due to an opt-out. At the NFL Combine, he flew. Ran a 4.59 40-yard dash. Rare athletic balance and fluidity for a 285-pounder who, again, in the pre-draft was listed at 267. Or no, that was Shamar Stewart, excuse me. Mykel Williams, yeah, a little bit later. 8.5 TFLs and 5 sacks last year. Looks the part with an NFL frame and the arm length of an anaconda. The arm length, 34 3/8 inches with a wingspan of nearly 83 inches. Promising bull, swipe, and push-pull maneuvers. Very loose and flexible athlete with long strides that capture the corner. Models his game after Myles Garrett. And the Niners go Mykel Williams. Let me record a short on this, and then we'll do a full-blown video on this on the San Francisco 49ers report. Let me grab something here real quick. A shocker in front of the Niners as the Bears go Colston Loveland with the 10th overall selection. We were talking about the Mando, stay fresh, best player available. I thought the Bears were going to go Tyler Warren. Instead, they go Colston Loveland. And then the Niners go Mykel Williams. And so the Dallas Cowboys and Miami Dolphins are on the clock following the Niners here. So let's see what some people are saying. Stay tuned because we're going to break this down in full detail. About 2,000 people watching live. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. And we can change the poll question as well.
I'm a big fan of Mykel Williams, man. Mixed opinions on him in the draft, but I really think if he didn't get hurt in the opener against Clemson, and it looked like it when it happened, I'm watching the game. I'm a big Clemson fan. It didn't look good, the injury. but he ends up playing anyways the whole year.
Yep.
I think if he was healthy all year, he would have been. I mean, he already was, the second edge rusher taken behind Abdul Carter? I think he would have been a lot closer to Abdul Carter than people would originally think, and I think a bona fide top 10 pick. So I really like this pick for the 49ers. I'm seeing a lot of Fs in the chat right now, which is crazy to me. A lot of people upset. And I'm sure people might have wanted Tyler Warren. So disappointed, need O-line help. But we already saw Will Campbell, Armand Membu, and Kelvin Banks all go off the borderline the O-line. So could you have gone Gray Zabel? Maybe. But I think Mikael Williams is a better football player. Now, you could have gone Jalen Walker. But here's the thing with Jalen Walker. I think he fits better in a 3-4 scheme.
Yeah. I also think that he could play off-ball or edge.
You're getting a more true edge rusher here. Like, if you're drafting Jalen Walker, you got to have a real plan to use him. And I do think he fits best in the 3-4. Niners obviously run that 4-3.
Yeah. All right, let's dive deep into the selection of Mikael Williams, the edge rusher out of Georgia here. Again, I would have gone with his teammate, Jalen Walker. I'm a huge fan of his positional versatility, but Mikael Williams does fit what the Niners look for in defensive ends, and they get a player along that defensive line. We know they have multiple needs along that defensive line, and Mikael Williams can be on the other side of Nick Bosa. So let's discuss it here live on the show. You're watching the 49ers Report. Let's talk about this selection of Mikael Williams to San Francisco, a player who is also young, not even 21 years old, 6'5", 267, was dealing for a lot of the year with a left ankle injury that may have impacted some of his production. But let's get into it right now. All right, welcome into the show. You're watching the San Francisco 49ers Report. Chase Senior here with you, and the Niners pick with the 11th overall selection in the 2025 NFL Draft is in. And the Niners are taking edge rusher out of Georgia, Mikael Williams. This is an interesting pick for a couple of reasons, and in the lead up to the draft, I had said, I think Mikael Williams is one of the 6 players who San Francisco could draft, especially given what general manager John Lynch said the other day. They wanted a defensive end who could set the edge, who could get to the quarterback, collapse the pocket, and be good against the run. And Mikael Williams has that potential, has that ability, and has that arsenal to his game. Now, personally, I would have gone with this college teammate at Georgia, Jalen Walker, because I like Jalen Walker's body a little bit. I like the positional versatility where he can be an edge rusher on obvious passing downs where he can pin his ears back and rush the QB, but also drop back in coverage and be a linebacker alongside Fred Warner. But the Niners didn't go with the tweener in Jalen Walker. They go with a pure edge rusher here in Mikael Williams, who has a ton of potential to succeed at the NFL level. He's only 20 years old. The amount of Georgia players who have gotten drafted highly over the last few years has been aplenty, and they've ended up being really good pro players. And Williams can continue to turn into an excellent player over time. He definitely needs to refine his pass rushing moves and add some pass rushing moves to his arsenal. But the size, speed dynamic is really fascinating. 6'5" and an eighth, 267 pounds. One of the concerns that a lot of people have, the lack of production last year at Georgia. He only had 5 sacks, but it's really important to note that all throughout the 2024 campaign, he was dealing with a left ankle injury, which hindered him. The scouting report on Williams, when you watch him, he can certainly make some wow plays. And he is insanely long. High-quality run stopper with great power and a strong bull rush. The physical skill set is certainly there. But will the pass rush production arrive? He does lack those aforementioned pass rushing moves, and at times, he can run into guys. So it's going to be very important for Robert Saleh and Chris Kocurek to develop Michael Williams. Get him in the lab. And it's going to be important for Nick Bosa to aid the development of Michael Williams as well. And I know that Chris Kocurek has come under fire from some people who cover the Niners and some broadcasters out there and fans who have said, what has Chris Kocurek done? He hasn't been able to do a lot with the likes of Drake Jackson and others. But how about how he's been able to maximize players like Charles Omenihu and Arden Key and Nick Bosa and Jordan Willis and and Cleveland Ferrell. Like, Chris Kocurek is one of the top defensive line coaches in the National Football League. And I imagine he's very excited to get his hands on a player like Michael Williams. As far as that pass rushing productivity, you wonder that a player who's 6'5", 260, with huge hands, long arms at 34 3/8 inches, and a wingspan of 82 7/8, who at his pro day ran a 4.77 at nearly 270 pounds, and obviously the weight always changes between the combine and the pro day, only had 4.5 sacks in year 1, 4.5 sacks in year 2, and 5 sacks in year 3. So this is a little bit of a projection for San Francisco. They have missed on a lot of defensive linemen in the first round under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, but you can certainly see why they're making this pick. Because Michael Williams looks the part, has an NFL frame, arms of an anaconda. He uses that crazy length and raw strength to jar blockers and force through bodies. At the beginning of his NFL career, I think he's going to be able to win with the bull rush, but he's going to have to add some refined pass rushing moves because NFL offensive tackles are going to catch wind of that. He does have that promising bull rush. I like the swipe and the push-pull type of moves that he has. He is a violent player who, if you put a tight end up against him, he's going to run right through him. He's also a very loose, flexible athlete with really long strides to capture the corner. A lot of people will like this. He models his game after Myles Garrett, who's one of the top defensive ends in the history of football. He can close fast on the quarterback, especially when he has an open lane. And you think about this Niners defensive scheme, they run that wide 9. And so if Michael Williams has some time to pick up steam and momentum and has that open lane, he's going to be able to use his power, his size, and his speed to win as a young player in this league. He served as a team captain for 4 games in 2024. Very strong character feedback from his head coach in Kirby Smart, who said he's very versatile for us in terms of what he does on the field, but there is no greater value than what he does in the locker room. He's a great leader for us. And the Niners, of course, value players who are good leaders and can fit in that locker room. And in watching Michael Williams get selected, you can just see the size that he's going to be able to bring to Robert Saleh's defense. And I imagine, of course, Chris Kocurek had say in this, Robert Saleh had say in this, and that's what you give the leeway to Robert Saleh 2-4 because he's one of the top defensive minds in all of football. So grade this pick of Michael Williams to the Niners at number 11, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you're thinking about this down in the comment section right now. Our sponsor for this selection for SAN-FRAN-CISCO, our friends at Mando. You can get $5 off the starter pack by using the code CHAT at shopmando.com. Full body deodorant where you get 72-hour odor protection. And what I love about it, especially after the passing of my mom due to cancer, I'm very specific about ingredients. It is aluminum free, which I think is absolutely awesome. Spring is in the air. The weather is warming up. I can't wait to get some runs in outside, go on some hikes, hang out by the pool, do some paddleboarding around some lakes, and have some summer beers. Go golfing. Enjoy the beautiful weather. So I'm looking forward to it even more because I've started using Mando whole body deodorant. Unlike other deodorants I've tried, it can actually handle anything. safe to use anywhere on your body, your pits, balls, thighs, belly buttons, butt cracks, and feet. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated, clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Mando deodorant product options. They have everything. Solid deodorant stick, formulated and powered by mandelic acid to stop odor before it starts. They have spray deodorant, which is aluminum-free, ideal for hard-to-reach places, clinically proven to control that body odor. And 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10 before Mando. With Mando, it's a 0 out of 10. So if you want to try America's #1 whole-body deodorant formula right now, you can find it at Walmart, Target, and other retailers. But here's the deal. If you use the code CHAT, you get $5 off the starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates up to 40% off at shopmando.com, shopmando.com. Please support our show. Tell them that Chat Sports sent you. Stay fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando today. Just some more thoughts on Mykel Williams here. As far as his weaknesses, sometimes he doesn't have a consistent pass rush plan or arsenal to get to those secondary and third moves. Here's what the Athletic Stain Brugler said about Mykel Williams. More toolsy than nuanced and needs to develop a more unified pass rush plan. The individual traits, length, strength, explosiveness, promising toughness and football character, however, are reasons to bet on his upside. Similar in ways, interestingly enough, to Jason Pierre-Paul. He projects as an NFL starter at that edge spot. The low-end tackle production is weird to me because it doesn't really match how athletic he is. He did play in a deep rotation. He only averaged 33.5 defensive snaps per game in 2024, 29.3 in 2023, 27.1 in 2022. And so if you use him more, you would hope that his production can go up a little bit. And given him playing 33.5 defensive snaps per game, here's what he did with that body of work. 21 tackles, 9 TFLs, 5 sacks, and 26 pressures. He was a 2-year starter at Georgia who played that jack edge rusher spot in Kirby Smart's scheme. Now, Brugler did have him as a first or second round pick and the 21st overall player on his board. But with those traits at number 11, sometimes you do take chances on players who are freakishly athletic. And one of the points of this show, the Niners defensive line. It is not good. They need to bring in players, talent, and improve the trenches up front. If this is their starting defensive line week 1, it's a bottom 5 unit in the NFL. And so Mykel Williams will have a realistic chance to start opposite of Nick Bosa, ahead of Yetur Gross-Matos and Sam Okuanu. Elsewhere on that defensive line, you have Evan Anderson, Jordan Elliott, and the former Defensive Player of the Year in Nick Bosa. That defensive line is not going to cut it throughout the rigors of an entire NFL season. And so the Niners go Mykel Williams with 11 here, and they damn well might go back and take a defensive tackle in round 2 because of how much of a need it is. And just the fact that they need to bring in and draft more players at that position. Some more thoughts on Mykel Williams. He did miss 2 games this past year and parts of several others because of a grade 2 high left ankle sprain. And so that was something that consistently nagged him throughout the 2024 season. And when you're that big and you're relying on that lower half and your ankle is killing you, you're not going to be your 100% self. And I imagine that could have factored in to the Niners' decision here. So how are we feeling here, ladies and gentlemen? Your one-word reaction to the Niners drafting Mykel Williams. I'm really not all that surprised. For me, potential comes to mind, projection comes to mind. Let me know down in the chat. And at the end of round 1, be on the lookout because I'll give you my Niners draft grades right here on the San Francisco 49ers Report. Don't forget to subscribe. Well, the Dallas Cowboys surprised a lot of people, as they always do. They took Alabama offensive lineman Tyler Booker at number 12. And we'll run through the draft order and what we missed here in just a moment.
Let's see. Some of those one words, disappointed, pissed, injuries, very good one word there.
Yep.
Waste? Woo! Not liking it. The people not liking it.
All right, let me do a YouTube short here. We're live on the 49ers Report, so come join us on YouTube. But the Niners just made their pick at number 11 overall, and they took Georgia edge rusher Mykel Williams. And throughout this week, especially with what John Lynch said about what the Niners look for in an edge, he became a player who I thought was a real possibility to the Niners at this juncture of the draft. And Lynch said, we want a defensive end who can set the edge and be good against the run. And obviously, the Niners were sorely lacking last year at defensive end with players who could do that. Now, Mykel Williams is a little bit of a projection to play opposite of Nick Bosa. The athleticism is certainly there. He has unbelievable size. At his pro day, he measured in at 6'5", 267 with a wingspan of nearly 83 inches, and he ran a 4.77 40-yard dash. So he looks the part. He can win with the bull rush, and he's very powerful. Lack of production last year with only 5 sacks, but it did have to deal with an ankle injury.
All right. While you finish that up, I can run through some of these super chats we got because we got a ton. And then we'll go through the draft picks that we missed while we were.
Yeah, all those $10 super chats, too, by the way, they're going to be entered into our raffle for the draft hat.
Yep. So we got a ton on Niners here. Porter Almaroth, $10 super chat. The first one to get in on the deal says, give me that hat. You are in the running for that Niners draft hat. Hector Zatino with a $10 super chat. Let's go Niners. Getting in on the draft hat raffle as well. We have Basra95. Let's go Niners. Hashtag FTTB. Faithful to the Bay. Basra95 gets in with the special discount. We have Rocco Cruz with a $10 super. Connor Worrell, as the 10s just came flying in after Chase made that deal. Niners better draft for the trenches. Well, that's what they did. Going along the defensive line, drafting Mykel Williams. Candy, who's been a real one tonight, getting another 10 in there for the raffle. Candy has a few entries in there so far. Jesse Sr., $10. Another real one. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you hanging out here with us and choosing us for your draft coverage. Anthony Capeza with a $10 super also getting in on the raffle. I mean, they just keep going. Isidore P. Cruz Jr., another 10. So we're going to have a huge raffle here on Niners for the Niners draft hat. We got Wesley Wilder also getting involved here. Appreciate you. We got Scott Jenkins with a 10. And then Boxing Fan times 4, $2. It should have been Jalen Walker.
Yeah, I would have gone Jalen Walker. Yep. I would have gone Jalen Walker.
Now, we did get a couple super chats on Eagles as well. Peter Thurmond, absolute real one, sends in the 20 to get into the hat raffle on Eagles. Again, $20 super chat. You get in the raffle to win a draft hat, either Eagles or Niners. We'll have one winner on each channel. Peter Thurman, a real one. You see him in the profile picture right there, rocking the real one shirt. That is so dope. Peter Thurman is a real one here. And then we had, I believe, our biggest super chat of the night up to this point. We had a 100 earlier from Candy. And we had some 50s and a 105 from Elijah earlier.
Oh! Elijah Stovall makes it rain, and he's in the running to be our Super Chat MVP unless somebody can overtake him. And I think we sent Elijah that blanket potentially. If not, it looks awesome. Fun fact, Cooper DeJean has more touchdowns in the Super Bowl than the Cowboys have had in the last 20-plus years. You know what's crazy, Elijah? It's almost 30 years. Thank you so much for that 150. Going to take down a beer bong for you.
I'll finish my beer out here for you, Elijah.
Cheers, brother.
Ugh. All right, so now I think, we got one more coming in on Niners. Angel Portillo, $10 super chat.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. I love it. All right, so Chip, you want to add those names to the raffle?
Yep.
And then how about we pop up the last few picks here?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And just excuse me, I'm uploading this to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We're doing it all. We don't take commercials here, so we're bringing the heat.
It's what we do.
And we'll go through those recent picks here in just a moment.
B-Doc, I'm having heart issues. It's B-Doc. B-Doc, praying for you, man. Hope you're doing well, B-Doc. Sending love your way. Always in the chat. Always a real one. Stay strong, my guy. We all love you here. In the hospital, man. I'm praying for you, B-Doc.
Yeah, B-Doc. Hope you're all right. So let me recap those picks real quick. Speaking of pits, we're still in that Mando hour. Tyler Warren, by the way, is going to the Colts at number 14. That will hurt the Eagles' chances of trading Dallas Goedert to the Indianapolis Colts. Shane Steichen really likes Goddard, but now the Colts get an excellent tight end who's one of my favorite players in this class. I really like the value, too, of getting him there at number 14. Colts have a good history of having quality tight ends, and Tyler Warren is another one. About to put this on YouTube Shorts here, and then we'll go through these recent picks.
Man, some people thought the Colts might have to trade up to get someone like Warren, but he falls. Still crazy. I know we didn't get a lot of time to talk about it because the Niners pick came in right after the Bears took Colston Loveland. But I didn't hear, I knew a lot of people. There was a lot of draft analysts out there that were very high on Colston Loveland. I don't think I saw anybody saying that Loveland should go before Tyler Warren.
Yeah, there were some people who had that opinion. I definitely think that's like Ben Johnson base, too.
A very good player, though, is Colston Loveland.
Okay, so the picks in the lead up to and after the Niners. Kelvin Banks, Texas offensive tackle, to the Saints at number 9. Our draft expert, Tom Downey, had to list him as a guard. You're usually always taking offensive tackles this early. Colston Loveland, the Michigan tight end, goes 10th overall to the Bears. So he is the first tight end taken, and not Tyler Warren. Niners go Mykel Williams, as we talked about in depth. Tyler Booker to the Dallas Cowboys at 12 overall, the guard out of Alabama, who had awful athletic testing numbers in the pre-draft. Now, prior to that, a lot of people thought he was going to be a top 15 pick, and then he slid down draft boards. Based upon the lack of athleticism, I think it's a little bit of a reach for Dallas, and another one of those head scratchers for the Jones family. Another surprising pick, as the Dolphins take Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. Some people thought that he was going to be a late first rounder, maybe a second rounder. He goes in the top half of the first round. The Dolphins needed to bulk up in the trenches, but Grant here is interesting. He has boomer bust potential. Certainly an NFL type of body, but sometimes he looked awesome. Other times he was in the witness protection program. And then Tyler Warren, a blue chipper in this draft in my eyes, to the Indianapolis Colts with the 14th overall pick. B-Doc, which Mando deodorant do you like the most? This one's Cedar Grove. I think it's pretty solid. Smells really good. They have like the Cedar Oak one, which I like. I'm a stick deodorant person. I don't really mess around with the spray, but the sprays are good as well. As far as the best players available, there's been a lot of chatter behind Marshall edge rusher Mike Green, maybe going to Atlanta at number 15. But our draft expert, Tom Downey, having Will Johnson as the number one best available player. Injury concerns with the lower body, raising some red flags there. Jahdae Barron, best zone corner in this draft. Mike Green. The Falcons had the least sacks in the NFL last year. I think Mike Green would be a worthy selection there to Atlanta. They fired their defensive coordinator after 1 year under Raheem Morris. Luther Burden, wide receiver out of Mizzou. I like him a lot. I don't think that one down year in 2024 where the offense wasn't that great should tank his draft stock. If you get him in the second round, which I think could happen, that could be an excellent selection. Jalen Walker is still on the board. Edge and linebacker, whose NFL Pro Day, the body type, you're like, wow, that guy has an NFL body right from the jump. John Campbell, linebacker out of Alabama, Malachi Starks, and Omarion Hampton. For the Philadelphia Eagles, they are within range of some excellent players falling to a spot where they could realistically trade up. All right, let's take a look at our Super Chat battle. If somebody else sends in a 50, I'm taking down another shotgun. 49ers report at 564. Eagles now at 728. The next channel to send in a 50, I'm taking down another shotgun. Let's party a little bit. Round one, night one of the NFL draft. Let's go.
Let's get it going, baby. Reminder, $20 Super Chats gets you into the Draft Hat Raffle. If you send in a $300 Super Chat, you get an automatic jersey of your choosing.
Yep.
And then our MVP, whoever sends in the largest individual Super Chat, you get a jersey of the team's draft pick. So for the Niners, you would get a Micah Williams jersey. And we have a special MVP football. On Niners right now, largest individual Super Chat we've had, Candy, with $100. So $100 is the number to beat on Niners. And then on Eagles, number to beat is $150 from Elijah Stovall. But again, your Super Chats, even if you don't win MVP, you can still come out with the Draft Hat Raffle. And we'll decide that by a wheel spin at the end of the day.
I will say, Micah Williams did get the Brian Baldinger stamp of approval. That's always a good sign.
Shout out to Niners Report, by the way. Got us over 1,000 likes while we were in that cut.
Oh, that's awesome stuff. Yeah, that's what we were shooting for there.
Let's go. All right, so coming up, we had the Falcons on the clock. They're going to be followed by the Cardinals, Bengals, and Seahawks. Next four picks here.
All right, Jalen Walker is going to Atlanta at number 15. So he falls pretty far here. A player who I would have liked to see go to the Niners at number 11. Instead, the Niners go with his teammate in Michael Williams. In Atlanta, they scoop up Jalen Walker. Really good value here. They are listing him as a linebacker. He can play edge as well. What's incredible to me is how young some of these players are. Jalen Walker's another one who's under 22 years old. 6'1", 243. And that lack of size is probably why he's not going to be an every down edge. But he has talent to rush the quarterback and drop back in coverage as an off-ball linebacker. He's a plus athlete as a pass rusher with awesome burst and good bend. Needs more reps and growth in all phases, but there's certainly flashes of everything there that you look for. Unclear if he can hold his own in coverage, so some room to grow there. But I just think the positional versatility allows you to use him in a couple of different ways. 60 tackles in 2024 for Georgia, 11 TFL, 6.5 sacks with 34 pressures. And for San Francisco, they probably looked at Jalen Walker as a tweener. And they're looking at Michael Williams as more of a bona fide pass rusher and defensive end. And I'm going to tweet out what Brian Baldinger had to say about Michael Williams.
In the meantime, what team do you think has made the best pick so far? We're almost halfway through the first round now with the Cardinals on the clock at number 16. So through about this first half of the draft, which team has made the best pick so far? I mean, when you think about value,
Tyler Warren at 14?
Yeah, that's probably where I was going to go. Tyler Warren at 14. Especially considering he was the second tight end drafted.
Yeah.
Everything else kind of falling in line. I mean, Jalen Walker at 15, compared to where some people thought he might go.
Yeah.
Pretty good there.
I'm just sitting down here for a few moments. Cardinals on the clock at 16. Very interested to see where Arizona goes here. They have 5 minutes to make their pick.
Dallas best pick from Jesse Sr., so a big Tyler Booker fan there. Peter Thurman says Colts. Andrew K. Colts as well. Yeah, I think I have to agree. I think that's the best pick of the draft so far.
Yeah, Tyler Warren to Indianapolis. You're getting a top 5 player at 14. You lost Kylan Granson in free agency. You don't have a clear-cut number 1 tight end. It could be a quarterback's best friend to bring in a player like that. You can use him anywhere around the field. So dynamic, picking up yards after the catch in the red zone. He can use him as a blocker. So I think Tyler Warren to the Colts at 14, my favorite pick as far as value so far.
I think I have to agree.
I'm going to put my instant reaction to Michael Williams going to the Niners in the chat. Whoever gives me a retweet, I'm going to give you a shout out. That link is in the chat right now on the Niners Report. And then for those of you watching on Eagles Now, I'll say this. We're getting to a point here where some really good players could fall to Philadelphia, either at number 32 or within range for Howie Roseman to trade up. By the way, for Elijah Stovall's big-time super chat a little bit earlier, let me take down another Shambong for Elijah.
Some people making some good points, even if you don't think that the pick of Mason Graham was necessarily the best pick. The fact that they traded down, got extra picks, and got Mason Graham, certainly you could consider that as the best
I like that
pick.
thought process. Yeah, I like that thought process. Lewis Iyer, a $5 super chat on Eagles Now. We're up to $729 on Eagles Now, $564 on the 49ers report. We also have an exciting giveaway thanks to our sponsor, Chubby's, coming up here in a few picks for our Eagles audience, and then tomorrow we'll do the same for our Niners audience.
Let's see, here's that 5 from Lewis. If Sanders doesn't get selected by number 32, Howie's trading back for the highest bidder. That fifth-year option has a lot of value. It's a good point. Teams will want to have that fifth year of control in the quarterback, and if he's still there at 32, could be something to think about. Although I think if a team wants him, they try to get in before 32.
Oh, Walter Nolan goes to the Cardinals at 16.
Oh.
So Jonathan Gannon, former Eagles defensive coordinator, picks Walter Nolan, who the Eagles also really, really liked. Gannon runs a similar attacking defensive scheme as Vic Fangio. And Walter Nolan becomes the first Ole Miss first-round pick since 2017.
Wow.
Evan Ingram was the last one, the tight end picked by the New York Giants. I love Nolan as a player. Almost 6'4", 300 pounds. Former 5-star recruit who still has the potential to develop, get better, and hit his ceiling. He really checks the boxes as far as size and length, with the burst to be a dangerous gap shooter. Struggles to shed his blocks in the run game. His tape against Georgia was highly disruptive, very impressive. He was making plays against the Georgia offensive line that is going to have multiple offensive linemen taken here in the draft. Nolan became one of my favorite players in the pre-draft. 48 tackles last year, 14 TFLs, 6.5 sacks, 35 pressures. What's interesting is that he can line up at defensive tackle, but he lined up over the offensive tackle more than 100 snaps last year. I like how violent, explosive, athletic he is. I like the effort in which he plays with. A really good motor. Did have some character concerns as he went to a couple of high schools and Texas A&M, Ole Miss, 2 stops in college. Some people wonder if he has a love for football. He walked off the practice field out of frustration a time or two. He took a big NIL bag from Ole Miss, but he goes to Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals at 16 overall. Not within range for Howie Roseman to trade up. The Eagles were said to really covet him. Johnny Bottles, $8 super chat. Chase, if I drop down to 300, can you guys get me the Super Bowl game jersey with the game patch? Let's go. You know, I can't make any promises with that, but if you drop 300, Johnny, we can get you any Eagles jersey you want as far as the player. I'm not even sure if those jerseys are still available. But whatever Eagles jersey you want as far as player goes, we will get that jersey for you, Johnny Bottles, if you send in that $300 super. You want to lower the camera just a bit?
Yeah, I can
just
do
like
that.
roll it down.
I can do that for you.
As I'm sitting here. Because I think I'm going to sit for a little while. The Cincinnati Bengals pick is said to be in. I think they go defense here, and I think they need to go defense. In particular, along the defensive line. Outside of Travis Hunter, no corners taken yet. So they could go Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson. They could go defensive line too. Yeah. So B Natural Music, I missed what you said about the Eagles jerseys. Could you please repeat that? Okay. So for anybody watching the show on Eagles Now or on the 49ers Report, if you send in a $300 super chat, you automatically win an Eagles jersey of your choice. So you automatically win an Eagles jersey of your choice if you send in a $300 super chat. There is also a chance that if that is the highest individual super chat that comes in on the live stream, you also get the draft pick jersey of the players who the Eagles or Niners take. In this case for the Niners, we already know it's Mykel Williams, and an MVP football, which I do have those MVP footballs here. They're customized footballs. Eagles Now, 2025 NFL Draft. This one is the Day 2 MVP. So that's the football that you also get with the highest individual super chat. The highest super chat we've gotten on Eagles is 150. The highest super chat that we got on Niners is 100 still from Candy. And if you send in 300 right now, I'll also take down a shotgun.
Pick is in at 17.
Pick is in at number 17. And the Bengals are going with the player who I was worried the Niners were going to take, and I'm happy that they didn't. Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M. This is a Cincinnati team that badly needed to get better and improve on the defensive side of the ball. They're set on offense with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. The Bengals paying both of their wide receivers this offseason as Joe Burrow put the pressure on the organization. And in talking about Shamar Stewart, no concerns about the athlete. He's physical, massive size at 6'5", 267. He has speed, burst, physicality. He's among the most divisive prospects with this fantastic size, speed, and length combination. Steps forward as a run stopper. He can set the edge. Gives him a good floor in the NFL. But my gosh, a serious lack of production as far as sacks and finishing as far as his missed tackle rate. He had 1.5 sacks in each of the last 3 years. If you're that big, you're that physical, that gifted, why only 1.5 sacks the last 3 years? Now, the pressure numbers were good. That led Texas A&M. But I need to see more. And when I watch Shamar Stewart time and time again, I was waiting for him to make a big play. And I watched him so much and didn't see him make highly impactful plays. So the Bengals, this is a boomer bust selection for Cincinnati. And I think there's a better chance that he busts compared to him booming. Cool. Oh! Be Natural Music, a $300 super chat. Be Natural, that's the automatic jersey, and now that puts you as the leader for our Super Chat MVP competition. Be Natural overtakes Elijah Stovall with not just one, not just two, but 3 Benjamin Franklins coming in. Once Chip comes back, I'll have him give me a happy dad. We'll take down a shotgun. In the meantime, Be Natural, I need you to help me out. I need you to email me, chase@chatsports.com. That's chase@chatsports.com with your address and which Eagles jersey you want, and, of course, the size. That also puts us over $1,000 in Super Chats right here on Philadelphia Eagles Now. And that is our new biggest Super Chat of night one of the NFL Draft. AA with the $20 Super Chat. Got 300 in from B Music here, Chip. He certainly made it rain. Chip is back. He'll pop that Super Chat up, and I'm going to put my email down at the bottom of your screen as well so that you can send me an email there, B Music. Let us know which Eagles jersey you want. That's the first person tonight who's going to get an Eagles or Niners jersey to send in that $300 Super Chat.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Be Natural Music. $300. He makes it rain. Hand me over a happy dad when you get a chance there, Chip.
$300.
Because we got to take down the shotgun here.
I think we both got to take something down for this. This is monumental.
Chip is going to as well. That sets the record for night one of the draft. Be Natural becomes the Super Chat MVP. Now, Be Natural, we're going to have that jersey sent here. Could take a little bit from our distributor, but I also want to get it sent here so that I can include a thank you note to you, which I will sign for you because I just want to show my appreciation for your support of the program. In the meantime here, Be Natural. Thank you so much, brother.
Come on.
Take down a shotgun. Chip is going to take down that Mirabanga. Be Natural. You are a legend, my man. $300 Super Chat. You see the email at the bottom of the screen, too. Email me so we know which jersey you want, where to send it. chase@chatsports.com.
Let's go. Be Natural. Cheers. Oh, let's go.
So what was it? Walter Nolan going 16 to Arizona, right?
Yeah, Bengals took Shamar Stewart.
Okay. We're live for round one of the 2025 NFL Draft, so come join us on Eagles Now. In the meantime, some bad news for Philadelphia as far as how the draft board is shaking out. One of my favorite players for Philadelphia in this draft class was defensive tackle Walter Nolan. I thought there was a chance that maybe he could slide into the 20s, and if that happened, I thought Howie Roseman should have done everything that he could have to trade up to get their guy. They have a lot of picks over the next 2 years, and they have the flexibility and the optionality to do that. Unfortunately, though, it is former Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon who is taking Walter Nolan with the 16th overall pick. I love his size, the twitch, violence, and physicality. I thought he would have fit the Eagles scheme and playing style really well. Howie puts a lot of positional value along the defensive line. He could have helped you replace Milton Williams. That being said, some good players still could fall to Philadelphia. So on the clock now, the Seattle Seahawks at 18. The last four picks, you had Kenneth Grant going to the Dolphins at number 13. Tyler Warren to the Colts at 14. Love the value there. He's a top 5 player in this class. Jalen Walker, one of my favorite players in this draft as well, to Atlanta at number 15. And then Walter Nolan, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, to the Cardinals there at number 16 as he goes to Jonathan Gannon. Pretty icy grill, too, for Walter Nolan.
Oh, man. Hoping he would fall. So after Nolan, we had Shamar Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart. Yep. Shamar Turner is his teammate who could go in round 1 if it's a surprise, most likely round 2.
And then that was the Bengals at 17. Pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks at number 18.
Oh, wow. 18th pick. Seattle Seahawks are taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Gray Zabel. In Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft, he had the Niners taking Zabel at number 11. Anytime you go interior offensive lineman that early, it's a little bit of a reach, but I would have been fine with it because I do like Gray Zabel as a player. Don't let the fact that he played at North Dakota State fool you. Zabel, I think, can be a really solid player at the next level. And when I scout him, he certainly has a lot to offer as a player. Plenty of run blocking experience, playing for North Dakota State, very good in that department. Has some length concerns. That's why I think he's going to pop to the interior for Seattle. Mike McDonald, I think he has really good insight in the trenches there. But Zabel, with not having that length, has really good quickness to offset that. He could use a little bit more weight, but this is a guy who played a lot as an offensive tackle at North Dakota State. And so the athleticism is certainly there for him. He graded out extraordinarily well. And he could end up being the number 1 center in this draft class, one of the top guards in this draft class. The PFF numbers last year, of course, playing at the FCS level, overall grade of 90.4, pass blocking grade of 93.1, a run blocking grade of 86.5. He only gave up 1 sack. But the positional versatility is very interesting, and I'm curious to see where the Seahawks list him at because he was an All-American last year at left tackle. He's played and started 17 games at right tackle, 4 at left guard, 3 at right guard. He's athletic, fluid on the run, light feet, strong hands, durable, with 36 straight starts to end his career, and a team captain and a great leader as well.
$20 super chat coming in from AA. Nepotism Sanders round 3 would be funny. If I had to put money on it, I think Sanders ends up going round 1 at some point, but certainly sliding. Look, I think Sanders knew he was going to slide coming in here today because he tweeted out some earlier today. He was like, I'm built for whatever happens today.
Yeah.
So I think he kind of knew he would slide. But look, I mean, Bucks at 19 won't take him. At 20,
Denver won't. Pittsburgh is a team to watch at 21.
Yeah, 20 Broncos won't take him, but you're right. Steelers at 21, certainly a team to watch. And then, I mean, even at like going down the board at 26, the Rams are a team who have been mocked to take a quarterback in the first round. But then, of course, you got to consider, could a team like the Browns, who now hold number 33 and number 36 at the top of the second round, they could certainly use those picks to entice a team like the Steelers, the Rams, the Vikings to move down, to go up and get Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So some stuff to watch there. AA, that $20 gets you into the draft hat raffle. As we wait for the Bucks at 19 to pick, very common pick for them is Jahad Campbell. So we'll see if they go that route.
Jackson Dart is another name to watch at the back end of the first round as well.
Absolutely. There was multiple draft experts saying that he was going to get drafted first round, no question.
How about this? Gilly the King is at the draft party with Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders.
Wearing that hat. That's awesome. Those big hats.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with their pick coming in here, oh, wow. Tampa Bay Buccaneers going wide receiver here. Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State. Teams were raving about him in the pre-draft process. They loved the character. And they thought that he was one of their favorite interviews in the pre-draft. Some people thought that he was going to fall to the second round. I never really understood that. I thought Egbuka was worthy of being a first-round pick. And the Buccaneers, this is a good destination for him because Tampa Bay was in a spot where they don't have a lot of needs. They're good at running back, good along the offensive line. Baker Mayfield is one of the best bargains at quarterback in the NFL. Defensively under Todd Bowles, they're very sound, and they can address those positions later. Bucky Irving was fantastic for them in the ground game, and now they add Emeka Egbuka in the slot with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans? That right there is another lethal weapon for Baker Mayfield and company. And I do think that he's more of a slot guy. Under 6'1", 201 pounds. Very shifty, though. Excellent college production. Last year for the national champion winning Ohio State Buckeyes. 81 catches for more than 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. He's a very fluid and smooth route runner with solid hands. He has a willingness to block. He's tough in that area. Might not have an elite defining trait, but he's also a clean player. What I mean by that, not a lot of glaring holes. And I think that he could really thrive as a number 2. How about him potentially being more than that over time? And he doesn't need to be a number 2. He's the number 3 for Tampa Bay. Targeted 106 times last year. Playing on a loaded offense with several NFL players. And that production's very telling. More than 1,000 yards. Chip Kelly loved going to him. 10 touchdowns, 12.5 yards per catch. Great, that pick. I think that's an A for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's a great pick. It's funny because I didn't see this a whole lot, them going receiver a few weeks ago, but then over the past couple of weeks, I did see this idea floated out a decent amount that with Chris Godwin and his injury concerns, had that nasty, what was it, ankle injury?
It just went the other way. It was gruesome.
Dak Prescott-esque injury. And then with Mike Evans, it's funny because he's been in the league, I think, for 12 years, but he's still not that old because he came in the league at such a young age, but still, past 30, I believe. People floated up the idea of them getting their future at the wide receiver spot. And I like the pick.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, though? Emeka Egbuka going over Matthew Golden.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew Golden now falling.
Luther Burden as well.
Luther Burden. I wonder if the Chiefs now might go wide receiver at 31 and then offensive line after that. By the way, Be Natural Music with the $300 super chat. Are you still here? I have not gotten your email yet. Need to have that email so we know where to send that jersey. You can also message me on X or Instagram at Chase_senior, but the email is chase@chatsports.com. Is Be Natural Music still here? I'm looking at the comment section here.
Let us know if you need some info. I can pop it up on the screen for you. So now for the Broncos, I mean, this puts Amarion Hampton right into their laps.
Yeah, they didn't even need to trade up to get him.
Oh, he said, I'm still here driving to work currently, but I got you.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
Totally understandable. Also, I'm going to tweet out the long-form Michael Williams video, which is available on the 49ers report right now. Already 400-plus views in the first 10 minutes.
Doug asking, need some info. Is the $299.99 super chat the $300 super chat?
Yes. That still applies. We're not going to pitch you on a penny, my man.
Yes.
We're not going to pitch you on a penny, my man. So if you send in $299.99, we'll still get you that jersey.
Absolutely. Jahad Campbell now falling a little bit. He was a popular pick for the Bucks.
Yep.
After he fell past them, I think was it Daniel Jeremiah that had him going to the Eagles at 32? It was one of the draft experts. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I don't know what other team would be going linebacker round 1.
Yeah, maybe the Eagles.
Yeah, he could fall right into the Eagles' laps. And there's even some people that have floated out the idea of him potentially playing some edge as well, which is interesting. Will Johnson sliding. Let's take a look at some of these top players available because a lot of players have kind of slid down the board here. So the top 2 corners, Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron sliding. Mike Green sliding. Maybe those character concerns a little more concerning than we thought initially.
Yeah. I know that Howie Roseman had said we won't take players who have a domestic violence history. But then Zach Berman said pretty much he could be on the Eagles board.
I'm not going to lie, Chase. I'd be surprised if either of these guys got to 32. But hypothetically, if one of Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron is there at 32 for the Eagles,
it's going to be hard to pass that up.
It's hard
because corner is a little bit of a need. Like, I'm content with the Eagles cornerback room, but if you don't at least address depth, it's somewhat concerning. I do think that Keely Ringo can start on the outside. After that, you do have Eli Ricks. But I agree. If you go best player available, that could be the easy selection right there. What happened?
Are you kidding me?
Oh! Doug sending in a $300 super chat and a San Francisco for Doug as he makes it rain. Doug, same applies. Send me an email, chase@chatsports.com. That is the number to beat to be our Super Chat MVP, and automatically you get a 49ers jersey of your choice. I like the Williams pick. We need a run stopping on the edge. Need to go defensive tackle, offensive line, and linebacker the next 4 picks. Yeah, defensive tackle, offensive tackle, linebacker. I'd be totally cool with picks in that order. I think at some point the Niners might go wide out and running back, but those are definitely some of the biggest needs on this team, for sure.
Doug.
By the way, I'm going to give you some shout-outs for the retweet on the Mike Cal Williams instant reaction video. Shout out to Drew, Kapner, Jake, Tostitos, Dr. Feelgood, Jay Grover, and Khalid. As promised, giving you shout-outs there.
All right, Broncos pick is in at number 20. I would say a little bit of a shock considering where we all thought they were going to go at running back, but when you have a player like this sliding down the board, I kind of like it.
Yeah, and I know the chatter about the Broncos going running back. This is a deep running back class, so you can get an excellent running back literally anywhere else in the draft. Like, I'm talking rounds 2 through 7 after this. If you don't address running back right now, you can get a high-level RB elsewhere in this draft class. And I always trust and value Sean Payton's player evaluations. I think Jahdae Barron to the Broncos is a great fit. This is a Broncos team that had one of the best defenses in the NFL last year. Barron is the top zone corner in this draft. He can also play the run. He's a very sound tackler, excellent athlete. He flew in the pre-draft, 5'10", 7 ace, 194 pounds, great ball skills, willing tackler, as I noted, from a variety of positions. He could play inside, outside, plenty of experience in a few different roles. He's not the biggest prospect, has some length concerns, but at corner, can he make plays on the ball? Do you have speed? Do you have good instincts? He checks all those boxes. I love the physicality in which he plays with, and I don't always worry about length at the corner spot. So 67 tackles, 3 TFLs, and 16 PBUs, 5 picks for Jahdae Barron last year. And do we have his measurables? I really just want to take a look at the 40-yard dash because he flew at the NFL Combine. Absolutely flew with a 4.39 40-yard dash. A vert of 35 inches, a broad of more than 10 feet, an excellent 10-yard there. Very good athlete. Okay, Derek Harmon is going to the Steelers at 21, but we do have something that we want to announce. And those of you who watched the show yesterday on Eagles Now and on the 49ers Report, you saw me wearing this incredible shirt. It's awesome. Well, Chubby's, one of our sponsors of the show, Skies Out, Thighs Out, baby, has an NFL collection. You can get this shirt. There's also swim trunks with this similar design. So we are going to be giving away a piece of Chubby's NFL collection. Here's how it works. All you need to do right now on Philadelphia Eagles Now, and we're going to do this tomorrow, by the way, on the Niners Report, is type PHI in the chat. And we are going to pick a winner who gets a Chubby's NFL collection item. So look, I need everybody right now, with more than 500 people watching, to spam PHI in the chat. And we're going to pick a winner here in a moment. And you're going to get an NFL collection item from our friends at Chubby's. Great deals, by the way, if you check them out at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Who's it going to be? I need to see more PHIs in the chat.
Come on, what are we doing?
I'm going to type it in there because I might win.
We're talking about a free item of Chubby's here, which is dope, by the way.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Chip, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to put your finger on the chat. And on the countdown from 5, we're going to pick who gets chosen. So comment right now. I see the chat is going nuts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is it?
I got Mike Hunt. Okay, of course. Of course.
Is that a real person?
It's Mike Hunt.
Is it actually? All right, so here's the deal. Pop up my email, and I need Mike to email me within the next minute. If not, we're going to pick a different winner. chase@chatsports.com. That's pretty epic.
The random one I pick.
60 seconds on the clock. Mike has to email me in the next minute to claim his prize.
Oh, man. Congrats, Mike Hunt.
I'm checking my email. I'm seeing. If Mike is going to send me that email.
Mike, let us know if you're sending that email. Let us know you're here and you're
Let's see.
going to send that in. He said sent. He said sent. Again, Niners fans, we will do this tomorrow for y'all. So do not worry. Niners fans, we will do this tomorrow for you guys. John, now that is some trolling. That's crazy. Out of all the people there, that's the random name I pick. All right, while we wait for Mike to send that email, did you get a $5 super chat from Paul? Paul C.
Now, Mike Hunt is claiming that his name is Grant. Grant Hurlburt. So we'll take his name for it. Should we take his name for it?
You know, I'd be surprised if his name really was Mike Hunt.
Me too.
Is that you, Mike Hunt? What a legend. Here's that 5 from Paul. Do you think Mason Taylor's a clear choice? Are there other key players the Eagles need more? Honestly, I don't think Mason Taylor would be the clear choice. There's still a lot of really good players left on the board.
Now, Grant, I just asked you, can you send me a screenshot of that being your YouTube username?
He did say, yep, it's me in the chat.
Now, Doug Johnson was the most recent big-time super chat, right? On Niners? Was that the
Doug
300?
sent the 300, yeah.
All right, Mel Kiper's best available. Shadur Sanders, Will Johnson, Omarion Hampton, Josh Simmons, and Matthew Golden. I'm very scared of Josh Simmons because of the patellar tendon injury. So I'm very fascinated to see where he goes. Paul C., do you think Mason Taylor is the clear choice as of right now? I think he's more of a second-round guy, Paul. I think that tight end is not a position that the Eagles will go in round 1. At least I'd be surprised. But the more that Malachi Starks falls, I find that interesting. Now, Walter Nolan and Derek Harmon are off the board. Nick Scorton is a player at defensive end. Donovan Ezaraku is a player at defensive end that I would pinpoint for the Eagles here.
All right, last few picks, if you've missed it. Shamar Stewart went 17th. Edge rusher out of Texas A&M to the Bengals. Gray Zabel going to the Seahawks. Bucks go wide out. Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State at 19. And then Jahdae Barron falls into the Broncos' laps at 20. And then we had the Steelers pick come in as well at 21. So they did not go quarterback. They actually ended up going the route that our Steelers host Jack Sperry thought they would go. So kudos to him. They went with Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon, who I think, Chase, you had going in your mock, if I'm not mistaken, to the Niners.
Who?
Derek Harmon.
Yep. Had him going to the Niners with my final mock. All right, Grant, send me your address, please. I have to send it to the bosses so that we can get that sent to you for Chubbies.
Big Dom in the chat.
Big Dom in the building.
Steve, how can we believe it's you, Big Dom? You'll just have to believe.
All right, he did send me a screenshot.
All right.
So that is confirmed. Looks like Mike is on the road. I love it. He said he's been an Eagles fan for over 35 years. So
awesome.
That's good stuff. Everybody shout out Mike, also known as Grant, the winner of our Chubbies NFL collection item. Congratulations to you. Just send me your address there, Grant, and our bosses will connect with you. Great the pick of Derek Harmon, man. I thought that the Steelers were going to go Walter Nolan if he was there, and I thought Derek Harmon was a very good possibility.
Kane, it's 3:30 a.m. in England, and I'm still wide awake. Gotta see who the Birds pick.
Kane Angel, what a legend. Gino and Joseph, how am I doing? I'm doing awesome.
All right, Chargers on the clock at 22.
Pick us in for the Los Angeles Chargers here at number 22.
Wow.
Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina. Running back was one of the needs for LA. And Jim Harbaugh. I feel like this is uncharacteristic of him. Goes running back. Just turned 22 years old. I think he's an excellent running back. Number 2 behind Ashton Genty in this class. Really good size at 5'11", 221. Now, I didn't quite run for 2,600 plus yards and nearly 30 touchdowns like Ashton Genty, but he's an excellent player. 281 carries, more than 1,600 yards last year, 15 touchdowns. He can break tackles, pick up yards after contact. Once he gets going, has some really good speed, powerful runner. Fits best in his zone scheme. Love his contact balance. 2 straight years of at least 1,000 yards after contact. He can run tight at times, and you certainly see that. And he's not the shiftiest player. And for those reasons, that's why I think he's best in an outside zone scheme. But you need to get Justin Herbert some weapons. You got Ladd McConkey last year. They could certainly use a tight end. They have a top 10 offensive line already. And you always want a rookie running back's carries to matter when he's on that rookie contract. Omarion Hampton's carries are going to matter with Justin Herbert, with this offensive line. So I like this pick for the Chargers. They could have gone tight end if Loveland or Warren were available. Surprisingly enough, Loveland went before Warren. And you weren't going to reach for Mason Taylor at this spot. They could be a Dallas Goedert trade destination. The Chargers go Omari and Hampton. Grade that pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Approaching 40,000 views for our Night 1 coverage here on the Niners Report. 20,000 views Night 1 on Philadelphia Eagles Now. Let's go to the Packers team card. What do they need?
Here we are.
So the Packers offseason profile here. Draft needs corner, offensive tackle, wide receiver, edge. Wide receiver becomes interesting with Matthew Golden.
Yep.
They have a lot of good wideouts, not a great wideout. 11th most cap space in the NFL at 31.29. Aaron Banks was their biggest free agency acquisition, giving him $19 million per year. Nate Hobbs, Mecole Hardman, other notable additions there. They didn't lose anybody of note. So Will Johnson, I think, could be in play. There's been a run on offensive tackles. Maybe they go Josh Simmons. I like him. I'm just scared about the knee. And then wide receiver Matthew Golden's very interesting. Edge rusher Donovan Ezaraku could be in play here.
Yeah, James Pierce falling still. Could they take like a Josh Simmons?
Yep.
Some of our best available. Will Johnson. Mike Green is still on the board.
Mike Green.
Wow.
If they need an edge rusher. Luther Burden could also be in play for Green Bay. The hometown team on the clock.
Crowd getting hyped. Malachi Stark's on the board. Eagles fans. Could he fall?
Yep.
Could that be the pick? Nicky Manwari, Matthew Golden, Donovan Ezaraku, as Chase mentioned.
Be natural. I got your emails. I responded to you.
I mentioned Josh Simmons, Maxwell Hairston at that corner spot. But I'd be surprised if a team took Hairston over Will Johnson at this point. Yeah, we said James Pierce. Josh Connerly, another player the Eagles could take at 32. Donovan Jackson as well, some flexibility along the offensive line. We're also getting to that point in the draft where it gets interesting. Could a team trade up to select Shedeur Sanders?
Minnesota only has 4 picks in this draft. So that's a prime team that could trade back. You also have Xavier Watts, Josh Connerly, Donovan Jackson, James Pierce. James Pierce is another player who the Eagles could take at 32. He fits the mold of what they look for in edge rushers.
So we got Packers, Vikings, Texans, Rams coming up as the next 4 picks. I could see Vikings trading back. I could see Rams trading back. Then we got Ravens, Lions, Commanders,
Matthew
Bills.
Golden.
You called it.
Matthew Golden to Green Bay at 23. They get a wide receiver who's a very dynamic player. And I like the thought process here for Green Bay. Hometown fans going nuts. What a scene in Green Bay, Wisconsin tonight. More people here for the draft than people live in Green Bay normally. I like this pick for Green Bay. You know, they address the offensive line in free agency with a player like Aaron Banks. You can get some really solid offensive linemen day 2, day 3. I like their wide receiver talent, but they don't really have that bona fide number 1. Golden has the potential to be that type of guy. Another younger player at 21, 5'11", 191, 58 catches, 987 yards, 9 touchdowns last year. He's a very patient route runner with fluidity, ability to change direction, short area quickness, and change route speeds. He has good body control, especially in the red zone. The production hasn't necessarily matched the potential, but then that happened last year, and you're like, okay, now we start to see it. And Golden is a player with good enough size and excellent speed. Sub 4.3, 40-yard dash for his testing numbers at 4.29. Mark Murphy announcing the pick here for Green Bay. This is the man that wants the brotherly shove banned. Type boo on Eagles now. Said it's not a football play. Boo. All right, so the NFL draft up to this point. Let's run through everything that has happened. Cam Ward going number 1 to the Titans. Travis Hunter, number 2 to the Jags after they trade up. Abdul Carter to the Giants at number 3. Will Campbell to the Patriots at 4. Browns take Mason Graham at number 5. Ashton Genty to the Raiders at number 6. Armand Membu to the Jets at 7. Tet McMillan, Panthers at 8. Calvin Banks, number 9 to the Saints. Colston Loveland goes ahead of Tyler Warren to the Bears at 10. Michael Williams to the Niners at number 11. Tyler Booker, 12 overall, to the Cowboys at that spot, which I thought was a little bit early. Kenneth Grant, a little bit of a surprise there, to the Dolphins at 13. Tyler Warren falls all the way to 14 to Indianapolis. Jalen Walker falls to 15 to Atlanta. The Cardinals get Walter Nolan at 16. Shamar Stewart to the Bengals at 17. Gray Zabel, 18th to Seattle. Emeka Egbuka, Buccaneers at number 19. Jahdae Barron, 20th overall to the Broncos. Derek Harmon, 21st to Pittsburgh. Omarion Hampton, the running back to the Chargers at 22. And Matthew Golden, wide receiver, 4-2 player, to the Packers there at number 23. Here we go. We continue to move forward with our 2025 NFL Draft coverage, and we are now entering another Mando hour, the next hour of our draft coverage, sponsored by Mando, full body deodorant. Get $5 off the starter pack by using the code CHAT at shopmando.com. 72-hour odor control. Once again, the next hour sponsored by Mando. The link is in the chat right now. John Cromwell, did the Eagles score another lockdown corner? Not yet. And we'll see if Howie decides to trade up or if he trades out of 32. Also, with that $300 super chat that came in a little bit earlier, we'll give you a little bit of a shambong here. Shout out to the big time spenders here on the show. And thanks to everybody else who's hanging out. We're up to 864 in Super Chats on the Niners report. Over 1,000 on Philadelphia Eagles now. You love to see that. Crowd goes nuts in Green Bay for Matthew Golden. Slick suit, rocking some shades. Golden black suit, always a good color combo. Doug said, let's do a beer bong, boys. Another $100 super chat. You know what? I'll do it again. Woo!
All right, Vikings on the clock. Interesting pick here. Do they trade out? Oh, and here it is.
Howie Roseman is working the phones, trying to trade up with several top players available.
Howie. What'll he do? Shad figured it was coming.
That's the tweet from Ian Rappaport. I'll take a screenshot of that, Chip, and I'll send you the link here.
Yep.
Again, the Vikings have 4 picks. And so they could trade back to get some more draft capital.
So who could Howie be eyeing here? I mean, Will Johnson?
Malachi Starks, Donovan Ezeraku. I'd be surprised if it was Will Johnson, but that's another possibility there.
Mike Green still available?
Mike Green still available.
Gotta be one of those guys.
There's that wrap screenshot. Again, according to Ian Rappaport, Howie Roseman working the phones, looking to trade up. Yeah, Golden is a player, too, had 2 or 3 concentration drops last year for Texas. So, very sure-handed player. Oh, wow. Giants are trading back up into the first round.
Oh, wow.
The Giants have traded to number 25. Here's a report from Ian Rappaport that Eagles general manager Howie Roseman working the phones, trying to trade up. Several top players still available. The Giants are about to take Shadur or Jackson Dart, I think.
Yeah, so they're trading up to 25. Here was the Vikings
It has to be
pick.
for a quarterback. Here's a selection for Minnesota. They wanted to get physical in the trenches. They go Donovan Jackson, offensive tackle / guard from Ohio State. Once Josh Simmons got hurt, he stepped in very nicely at offensive tackle. Of note, the Vikings are listing Donovan Jackson as a guard, not an offensive tackle. 6'3", 5'8", 317 pounds, 2 sacks allowed. Good size and play strength at guard. Filled in well at tackle. Lower body power. Very evident on film. His quickness is good. Not great. He can have issues recovering at times. But I think that's why he's going to be a better guard.
Wow, so we have a trade.
And as soon as we get those trade details in there for the Giants trading up, we could show those trade details. It's the Giants trading up with the Rams.
Yeah.
At 26.
Here it is.
No, it's showing that they're on the clock at 25. It's a trade with the Texans.
Oh, it's a trade with the Texans.
Yeah, it's a trade with the Texans. So let's go to the trade graphic and take down that L3. Here's the trade. Giants receive 25 overall. They give up 34, a 2025 third, and a future sixth.
Yeah, because the Rams were at 26.
Yes.
Texans were at 25. So, yes, Giants are now on the clock at 25.
Is it going to be Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss? Brian Dable is said to love him. And he does need to develop so he could sit behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. Jackson Dart is dapping some people up. Most wins by a quarterback in Ole Miss history. And it's going to be Jackson Dart.
Oh!
Jackson Dart to the New York Giants. The Giants don't go Shadur. Shadur Sanders still on the board. The Giants go up to 25, and they take Jackson Dart. Holy shit.
Wow.
Wow. Brian Daboll gets his guy. He's been said to really like Jackson Dart. Whew, I like Dart. At the NFL Combine, he compared himself to Jalen Hurts. Running ability, toughness, leadership, clutch gene, underrated playmaker, underrated dual threat player, good size, 6'2", 221. Under Lane Kiffin, completed 69% of his throws for almost 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns, 6 picks. Sometimes he does play hero ball, but he's ultra competitive with strong leadership, a lot of starting experience at the college level, really good physical tools. He can make plays out of structure, offers running ability. Valid questions about running an NFL offense because Lane Kiffin has gotten the likes of Matt Corral drafted, right? But some NFL people have said, look, Lane Kiffin, he started to run some more NFL concepts. And so that worked in the favor of Jackson Dart. Threw for 4,200 yards. He had 32 total touchdowns last year for the Rebels. No fumbles, like the ball security in the pocket. Only 6 picks. With the volume there, with how much he threw, and the fact that he does play hero ball from time to time, you like the decision making. And so the Giants take Dart as they trade up with Houston. Houston has a lot of needs along the offensive line, and so they pick up an additional second. They'll be at 34. They also get a third at 99. So they get 2 top 100 picks here, and the Giants go Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart. Dart will be their developmental quarterback, and we'll see if he gets to develop under Dable and Joe Shane. I think this signals that John Mara is going to give that leadership council some time to work it out. Because clearly this is the quarterback who they coveted. And they go Dart over Shador.
We have another trade.
Another trade. I identified the Rams as a team that could trade. And it's the Falcons trading up to number 26. This time we can use the Rams on the graphic. Falcons move up to 26. Are they going to go Jalen Walker and Mike Green in the same first round?
That would be nuts. I mean, when you look at the best guys left, like.
Wow. Could they go double edge rushers after they were last in sacks?
It's certainly a possibility. A lot of movement. We said this area of the draft is where we could see some movement. Man, I wonder what Shadur Sanders is thinking right now. Sitting back there seeing Dart go ahead of him.
Yeah. Jackson Dart to the G-Men. He goes in the first round. I had a feeling that he was going to go in the first round. I wonder what the Falcons gave up.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Because the Texans and Rams were two teams I talked about earlier on Eagles Now as destinations where Howie could trade up to.
I mean, certainly Mike Green's in play. Davin Ezeraku's in play. James Pierce. Do they just say, you know what? Will Johnson's still sitting there? I'd be surprised if this isn't Mike Green.
I mean, Jalen Walker and Mike Green in the first round for one of the worst defenses in the NFL would be quite the haul.
Certainly could be Malachi Starks as well.
Could be Malachi Starks if you want to go safety. Looks like Justin Simmons is going to move on. We'll see if Howie still wants to trade up. But look.
Oh, wow.
They could still go Nick Scorton. They could still go Malachi Starks if he's available. Donovan Ezeraku's a player who they're high on.
We have the trade details.
Wow, here are the trade details. So Falcons move up to 26. Rams move back to 46. So 20 spots. They're in a really good spot with their team. And they get a 2026 first rounder.
Yeah.
Wow. Eagles weren't giving up a future first to move up. Okay. So the Rams get a future first from Atlanta. Are they going to be that good this year? They must really like and want this player.
A future one to move up here.
A future one to move up into the first after already taking Jalen Walker out of Georgia. James Pierce to Atlanta.
Wow.
A different edge rusher. James Pierce also had some character concerns coming out of Tennessee. The Falcons double up on defense. I like the strategy. The defense was a joke last year.
I like it.
Brian Dable also compared Jackson Dart to Josh Allen. Now, I think they're completely different players. Jackson Dart is not as fast, not as physical, not as tall, doesn't have quite the arm of Josh Allen. But as far as some of the personality traits, that's what Dable liked in Dart. Giants first-round quarterbacks. Phil Simms, Phillip Rivers, Daniel Jones, and now Jackson Dart. Buddy Bear, $5 super chat on Eagles.
Buddy Bear.
Buddy Bear said insider info. Hearing that the Chiefs are leaning towards drafting a referee with their first-round pick, they have a need there after that Super Bowl loss. They have a need after the Eagles went belt to ass. In the meantime, we'll pop that super chat up here in a bit. Falcons going 2 defensive players here in round 1. Jalen Walker, linebacker and edge rusher, and then James Pierce at 26, moving up and trading away a first-round pick next year. I like Pierce. He is long and wiry. There's not a lot of room for him to add weight. 6'5" and a quarter, 245. More than 50 pressures last year. Solid against the run. Good instincts. He plays with good feel. Fantastic athlete. Impressive burst. And the flashes of speed to power ability are certainly there. Showed a lot of improvements against the run in 2024. Not a true edge setter for sure. Some rumblings about off-field motivations. I think he was arrested for an expired license, and then that got cleared up. But the ability is definitely there. A first-team All-SEC player the last 2 years. 38 tackles, 13 TFL, 7.5 sacks with those 55 pressures. And again, the Falcons were last in sacks last year, and I believe they were last in sack percentage. So they needed to get better there.
Buddy Bear the 5. Chase read that out. Chiefs taking a referee. That's good stuff. We also had
there's that 5 from Lord Buddy Bear. And then Justin Valenti. I think the Eagles will trade Goddard before the draft ends. What do you think? Also, what are your thoughts on a new kicker? Jake Elliott had a down year, and then what does he do? Comes through in the Super Bowl, and he was awesome. So, I'm not worried about him. Rick Lovato was the long snapper. They moved off of him. Maybe the Eagles thought that long snapper was an issue. It was also his first full season with Braden Mann as the holder. But look, when he needed to come through in the Super Bowl, he was money. As far as Goddard, I do think he does get traded. What hurts the Eagles as far as a Goddard trade, the Colts taking Tyler Warren at number 14. You had the Shane Steichen connection, and now that takes a destination away for Goddard there.
Falcons as well, moving right above the Ravens, who, our Ravens host, Joey Peterson, very vocal on wanting the Ravens to draft James Pierce, a Tennessee guy, but maybe a little bit planned there and intentional by the Falcons to get ahead of Baltimore. And maybe, the Rams too were like, look, Ravens are going to take him. You guys know it.
Yeah.
Made them give up that future first, because that is a lot. Now, the Rams did move back a good amount, but still.
So, can we take a look at the draft order?
Yeah, the upcoming picks?
Yeah, let's take a look at the upcoming picks. Because are we even getting to a point where Howie is going to trade up? Ravens at 27, Lions at 28, Commanders at 29, Bills at 30. And then after that, you have the Chiefs in front of the Eagles. So I don't know if there's a trade-up spot.
Yeah. I don't see one at this point.
Yeah, Chip, why don't you take a look at the best players available. I'm going to use the bathroom one more time before that Eagles pick.
Yep.
And I will be right back. Chip's got you.
I got you. All right, so taking a look here as we get closer to the Eagles pick at 32 with the Ravens on the clock at 27. Will Johnson is still on the board. Mike Green is still on the board. Look, if both those guys are there for the Eagles, I find it hard to pass on Will Johnson. I get, he has the injury concerns and the long speed concerns, but that's just too talented of a player, in my opinion, to pass on. You have your cornerback trio of the future set. For the next 10 plus years with Will Johnson potentially on the outside with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in the slot, that would be disgusting. I also like Mike Green. I think could be a good pick there. I get, he has his concerns as well, his off-field concerns, but by all accounts, everyone who's talked about him as a person has raved about him. So I think either of those two guys, those are probably the two most surprising players that I think have still fallen. But look, Luther Burden's still there. I don't think the Eagles will go that route at receiver. Jahad Campbell could certainly be a pick with questions about Nakobe Dean. When will he come back from injury? Malachi Starks is still there as well, along with Nicky Manwari. So, look, if I had to pick, I think the Eagles' top three guys would be Will Johnson, Mike Green, and Malachi Starks. Man, I might be tempted to go Mike Green and get that edge rusher. Because you still have somebody like Keely Ringo and Eli Ricks on the outside to potentially play corner. You brought in Adoree Jackson. And I was just talking about Malachi Starks. He is now going to be a Baltimore Raven. He is off the table now for the Eagles. That sucks. I'm sure a player they would have loved to take. But Malachi Starks, now a Baltimore Raven. Man. That sucks for Eagles fans. Definitely could have been the pick there. Safety out of Georgia. Just under 6'1", 197. Didn't have, the best year production-wise last year, but look, he has the speed, the athleticism at the safety spot, a willing tackler. He can play deep safety, but he can also play in the nickel, in the slot, if he maybe wanted to slide DeJean outside and play Starks a lot in the slot. I like this pick for the Ravens. Obviously, you have Marlon Humphrey, who plays in the slot a lot, but he can also play outside as well. Now, Starks does hold up better as a free range, as a free safety than a pure man coverage player. And look, for the Ravens, you have Kyle Hamilton, but he can come down, play in the box, and you can let Starks play over top. I really like that idea there for the Ravens. Willing tackler did suffer an uptick in missed tackles in 2024, but still 77 tackles, 4 TFLs, 4 PBUs, a pick for that vaunted Georgia defense. Guy I really would have liked for the Eagles there at 32. So, again, you go back to the best players available. I still really like Will Johnson and Mike Green there. Would have lumped Malachi Starks into that bunch, but he is now off the table. So I think a good pick there. Yeah, the Ravens, Chase, taking Malachi Starks. Good pick for them. But plenty of options still for the Eagles. As I mentioned, Will Johnson, Mike Green, Jahad Campbell, Davin Ezeraku. I would like any of those picks. Even a Nicky Manwari can kind of replace that physicality and toughness you had with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You let Reed Blankenship play in the back end like he does so well. And then you have Manwari. In that middle of in that box area, very physical player, though I think either Ezeraku or Mike Green should be the pick for the Eagles if they are both still available. Certainly Josh Simmons, Maxwell Harrison, got to consider them as well with Josh Connerly. So some good players falling now for the Birds as we're getting closer and closer, baby, with the Lions now on the clock at pick 28. So grade that pick. Look, I'd have to give it an A. That's a great pick there for the Ravens. Man! Sidney Brown time, I guess, says Seb Sharp. They like him. They like him. All right, so we got Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, then the Eagles to round out the first round. I can see the Lions going Mike Green here. or Ezeraku if they don't like the Mike Green off-field concerns.
Yeah, Lions are a very interesting team. Because what are their needs? Probably edge rusher. We can look at their team card too. Obviously, this is a team that the Niners and Eagles have to compete with and against inside the NFC. Defensive tackle, edge, offensive guard, maybe wide receiver. They could trade Jamison Williams. The Eagles had interest in both Kyle Hamilton and Malachi Starks, and now the Ravens have both of them on that back end. The Lions, too, they've backloaded a lot of contracts. They have the second most cap space in the NFL, $42.36 million. Here's the thing. I know people are frustrated that Howie Roseman didn't trade up. I think other teams have just boxed the Eagles out. Like, they don't want to make a move with the Eagles. According to Jordan Schultz, Howie was trying to trade with the Packers to move up. I just think some teams have learned their lesson. They're not going to do business with Philadelphia. But also on that same token, what if the Eagles get a Mike Green? What if they get a Donovan Ezeraku?
Yeah, that being said, the Lions definitely could go edge here and take one of those guys. I would bet Mike Green goes next, but you never know. You never know. Lions have been looking for that opposite edge rusher outside of Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So.
And Dan Campbell will always take a chance on a player.
Oh, yeah.
So I think Mike Green could fit the mold of what the Lions are looking for here.
Oh, Lions go interior here. They won't take an edge rusher. And this is a little bit of a surprise
Interior
as well, I
defensive
think.
lineman. I'm trying to think who it could be. Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, all off the board.
Yeah, I'm curious if you can guess who this pick is. Not a guy that a lot of people had going round one, so. I'll pop this up here. Not Texas. It is a Big Ten school. Defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle, Big Ten. CJ West?
No.
Who is it? Who are the Lions going with? Pop it up. Oh, wow. Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State to Detroit at number 28. Didn't have him as a first-round guy. Had him more as a second or third.
Definitely a bit of a shocker. Mike is sweating, baby.
Yeah, so this is a big body here, 6'3", 329 pounds. Part of that Ohio State team that, of course, won the national championship. Large and athletic with interesting flashes. Has the power to push the pocket, explosive burst, hand power to move offensive linemen. Hasn't quite put it together as a pass rusher, but man, sometimes he can just move very fast in a blink. The production, not really what you want from a first-round pick, another one of those projections, but hey, sometimes that's what you see in the first round. 46 tackles, 8 TFLs, 2.5 sacks with 21 pressures. So I thought Detroit could be in play here for Mike Green. Instead, they go Tyleik Williams here at 28. And so now you have Washington, Buffalo, and Kansas City before the Eagles at 32. This is also one of the quicker first rounds that I can remember in recent memory.
Yeah.
Maybe, if ever.
They're wasting no time. Shedeur Sanders, probably not going to be a first-round pick, man, unless one of these teams at the back end trades out. It's funny, like you think about the guys that are still left in the green room. I mean, Milroe was invited. He hasn't been picked. Will Johnson was Mike Green invited? I don't know if he was. But Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe, Will Johnson, so still some of these edge rushers fall into the Eagles. Are we going to be saying how he does it again if he gets Mike Green? I'm interested to see what the grades are on this pick.
Donovan Ezaraku, Mike Green, and Maxwell Hairston are the players who I think the Eagles could look at 32.
Washington is on the clock.
What'd you say?
Washington is on the clock.
Yeah,
here.
Washington on the clock.
29. Yeah, these picks are going so fast.
How about the best players available here? Take a look at that. Will Johnson. Washington could use a corner. Mike Green. I would hate to see Mike Green go to Washington, but that fits a Dan Quinn system. Luther Burden, they traded for Debo, and they have Terry McLaurin. What a wide receiver 3 that could be, though. Jahad Campbell. I'm also wondering if the Eagles trade out.
It's possible. It's possible.
Over 1,000 likes on the Niners report, 657 on Eagles Now. I need everybody watching to hit that thumbs up icon like the video. Can we get Eagles Now to 1,000 likes? Come on now. Hit that thumbs up icon like the video. Washington could go offensive line. To make that unit a little bit better, but that defense was atrocious last year. I think defense is the play.
Gotta be for them. Gonna be some good players available here to the Eagles.
It's gonna go offensive line here for the Commanders. Josh Connerly out of Oregon.
Okay.
So the second Oregon player taken in this first round. Josh Connerly did have a top 30 visit with the Eagles. Good Big Ten championship game against Abdul Carter. Slick Rick is reporting that the Eagles tried to trade up with the Packers to get Jahad Campbell, and it fell through. Let's see if he falls to them at 32. That could be interesting.
Slick Rick's always on it, man.
Josh Connerly, though. Interesting player, good player. Good size. Really flashes of good play at times. Flashes in which you're like, is he going to be a first-round player? Almost 6'5", 311 pounds. Gave up 1 sack of Dillon Gabriel last year. 2-year starter. Showed a lot of growth at left tackle for sure, protecting the front side of Dillon Gabriel. And then the back side of Bo Nix the year before that. And for Connerly, fluid mover, really good athlete. allows him to recover if he gives up ground, some play strength issues from time to time, and that can show up in the run game. Overall Pro Football Focus grade in 2024 of 78.1, pass blocking grade 83.5, run blocking grade of 72.5, but gave up that one sack. So the Commanders don't go defense. They instead go with an offensive tackle who they can develop after trading for Laramie Tunsil a little bit earlier this offseason.
Just a couple picks away now as Buffalo gets on the clock at 30.
Yep, couple of picks away from the Philadelphia Eagles being on the clock. And now, during our Mando hour of the 2025 NFL Draft, night one, round one, let's do our Mando General Manager Sweat Check fan poll. Which general manager is sweating the most and needs Mando? You're watching our NFL Draft coverage here. I'm Chase Sr. If you're just joining us, it's been a jam-packed first round of the draft. Right now on the clock is the Buffalo Bills. After that, Kansas City and Philadelphia rounding out this first round. We can also take a look at the last four picks that we've seen here in the first round. But which general manager do you think is sweating this out? Honestly, I think it's Howie Roseman. I know that he just won the Super Bowl, his second since 2017, but he tried to trade up. Teams are boxing him out. He obviously tried to trade up for a specific player, and I think Howie Roseman is really hoping that the player who he tried to trade up for still falls to him at number 32. And so you think about this draft order, we've seen Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell go off the board. Mason Graham, Ashton Genty, Armand Membu, Tet McMillan, Kelvin Banks, Colston Loveland, Michael Williams, Tyler Booker, Kenneth Grant, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, Jahdae Barron, Walter Nolan, Shamar Stewart, Gray Zabel, Mecca Ibuka, Jahdae Barron there. Derek Harmon, Omarion Hampton, Matthew Golden, Donovan Jackson, Jackson Dart, James Pierce, Malachi Starks, Tyleek Williams. And then that brings us to Josh Connerly at 29. Is Brad Holmes of the Lions sweating this out after reaching for Tyleek Williams? I didn't love that pick. Or is it Ryan Poles who took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren? How about the Dallas Cowboys reaching a little bit for Tyler Booker? The Dolphins reached a little bit for Kenneth Grant. The Lions reached a little bit for Tyleek Williams. So those GMs, they don't have Super Bowls. Howie Roseman does. So which general manager of these four is really sweating this out? Let us know down in the comments section right now. Which GM needs Mando after their first round pick because their pits are sweating a little bit too much? Let us know down in the comments section right now. Jay and Silent Boom said Dallas fans are on suicide watch at the moment. Steve Lawton said Dallas for sure. I am becoming Death Destroyer of words going with Dallas. Riken said Dallas or the Jags. I like the Jags being included in that list as a throw-in. That's a pretty good one. And those last four picks, you see it. Giants trade up into the first for Jackson Dart. Falcons traded away a future first for James Pierce. Malachi Starks and Tyleek Williams. The other two of the most recent four.
I'm seeing a lot of Dallas. A lot of Dallas.
A lot of people are saying Dallas.
Yeah, Jerry Jones needs that Mando, baby.
The Eagles move up one spot.
Oh!
We have a trade. Oh! Stacey Davis, $316 super chat. That becomes the biggest super of the night, overtaking Be Natural. Now, Be Natural, you will still get that jersey of your choice. Stacey Davis will now get the jersey of her choice. Woo. Oh! Jason DeMett, $310 super chat. Here's Stacey, Fly Eagles Fly. Shout out to the Midwest Eagles Nest. And then Jason with the 310. Here's the deal. Jason and Stacey, you're still going to get jerseys of your choice. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Maxwell Hairston to the Buffalo Bills at 30. And so the Eagles and the Chiefs flip-flop. Jason Dimmitt with that 310. Another big-time super chatter. We're up to 1,600 in supers on Eagles, only 864 on Niners. Where's everybody at?
Uh-oh.
Can we get to 1,000 on Niners? In the meantime, Eagles are on the clock. A beer bong for those big-time super chats. FYI, pop my email up at the bottom. Jason and Stacey, email me right now, chase@chatsports.com, so that I can get your address and which jerseys you want. It's at the bottom of your screen. Email me, chase@chatsports.com.
So it just cost the Eagles their 5th-round pick, one of their 4 5th-round picks this year.
That's it.
To move up one spot.
Okay. So here are the trade details here. Eagles move up from 32 to 31. Chiefs get 32. They move back a spot. And then that 164. The Eagles also have 161, 168, and 165. So who does Howie Roseman want here with the 31st overall pick?
I mean, you take a look at the top guys left. With the Eagles now on the clock.
I think the Eagles like Maxwell Hairston for sure.
I mean, Will Johnson and Mike Green, both still there, and Jihad Campbell.
Fascinating.
Man, Will Johnson's really sliding.
Yeah, I think it's because of the injuries.
I like Maxwell
It's
Hairston
the injuries,
a lot.
and he didn't do anything pre-draft.
Yeah, true. Not going to lie, I kind of hope this is Mike Green.
I hope it's Mike Green. That would be absolutely electric.
Oh, I hope it's Mike Green. All right, Eagles fans, grade the trade without knowing who they're selecting yet. I want you to grade the trade for me. Down in the comments section. Just giving up a 5th-round pick to move up one spot. B, B, A, A, C. Again, it depends who they take here. But, I mean, you give up a late 5th where you have 4 picks, now 3 in the 5th round.
Who's it going to be for Howie Roseman and the Eagles? If you're watching us on Eagles Now, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video.
The pick is in.
Eagles are going to go linebacker. Wow, this is the first time they're going off-ball linebacker in a very, very long time. And Mel Kiper was right. He had Jihad Campbell going to the Eagles in his final 2 mock drafts. Daniel Jeremiah, I think, had Jihad Campbell going to the Eagles at 31 overall as well. And with more than 1,000 people watching, with the 11th overall pick, or 31st overall pick, in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Eagles move up and they take linebacker out of Alabama, Jihad Campbell, who a lot of people look at as a potential top 15 player in this draft class. Excellent size, almost 6'3", 235 pounds, highly productive last season. 117 tackles, 12 TFLs, 5 sacks. He really can run and he can rush the quarterback here. He's coming off a breakout season, emerging as Alabama's best defensive player, good size and athleticism with proven ability in run support, blitzing, and pass coverage. He has instincts as a linebacker. He can still improve there. But I am pumped up about this pick because another big school player from Alabama, and you can put him alongside Zach Bond, given the uncertainty of Nakobe Dean's injury. This is the best player available right here for the Eagles. And they move up 1 spot to get him. And they only had to give up 1 of their 3 fifth-round picks. So we are about to do some deep dive analysis on Jihad Campbell to the Eagles at number 31.
Wow. Some mixed opinions from our Eagles fans here. You did just pay Zach Bond and you had Nakobe Dean, but this is a talented player. Very, very talented player. And if you weren't going to take a Georgia player, might as well go back to the Bama well now.
Dave Brugler had him as the best linebacker in this draft.
And you should keep adding the well now. I mean, Hurts, Devontae Smith. You have now Jihad Campbell. I'm missing someone from Bama.
On the team?
Yeah.
Tyler Steen.
Yes, Tyler Steen.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking of.
He is coming off a labrum injury, so that's a little bit of a concern. .452 40-yard dash.
Oh, you don't want me to put the camera back up for this? Or are you cool sitting there?
I'll probably just sit for this.
Cool. Some people saying this is a big Vic Fangio pick.
This is a big Vic Fangio pick.
Yeah, Eagles almost traded up for Campbell even more. And they trade up 1 pick to ensure they get him here. And what do you know? The Chiefs and the Eagles making a trade after meeting in the Super Bowl.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh! Johnny Bottles, $332 super chat. He makes it rain. He becomes the super chat MVP and the biggest super chat that we've gotten here tonight.
Johnny Bottles making it rain. Are you kidding me? $333 super chat. That's back to back to back. $300+ super chats. We're up to $2,000 on Eagles.
Wow.
Show some love to Johnny Bottles. Wow, wow, wow.
Jahad Campbell can really fly sideline to sideline. Look, for a city that loves good linebacker play, Jahad Campbell is a player who a lot of people are going to enjoy watching. All right, let's talk about it here. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. You want to share the trade right after this, by the way?
Yeah, I'll get that in here,
okay.
Sure.
All right, let's talk about it. If you're watching us here on Eagles Now, we just got past $2,000 in super chats. I'll give you a drink after this. We'll recap round one. But in the meantime, Jahad Campbell to Philadelphia. Last call alert for any super chats that come in on the 49ers report. In the meantime here, let's talk about Jahad Campbell to the Philadelphia Eagles. The first round of the 2025 NFL Draft is officially complete, and the Philadelphia Eagles did end up making a pick in the first round. And, of course, Howie Roseman moved up to get his guy. The Eagles are taking linebacker out of Alabama, Jahad Campbell, with the 31st overall pick. And Howie Roseman has a long track record over the last several years of moving up to get a player who he covets. And there was a lot of chatter about the Eagles trying to trade up earlier in the 20s with the Green Bay Packers to take Jahad Campbell. Well, this is very reminiscent of last year. The Eagles were thinking about maybe trading up for cornerback Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. They didn't need to. He fell into their laps with the 22nd overall pick in 2024. And now this year, the Eagles are looking to maneuver up the draft board. It felt as though a lot of teams were boxing Howie Roseman out because he's fleeced so many teams, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl this year, 2 rings since 2017. Teams are jealous of their success, but Howie Roseman doesn't need to matriculate up the draft board. Instead, he only moves up 1 pick. So he moves up technically, but not in a drastic manner. And I know a lot of people might be confused by this pick. This is a city that loves great linebacker play. You are going to fall in love with Jahad Campbell. Linebacker was a position of need. The Eagles go, best player available here. I thought that Campbell was a top 15 player in this class. Campbell is a player who I can't wait to see play alongside Zach Bond. He can fly from sideline to sideline. He is an excellent athlete. In the pre-draft process at 6'2", 235, he ran a 4.52 40-yard dash. He has a wingspan of nearly 80 inches. He is a sure-handed tackler. He can blitz the quarterback as well. And given his ability to play off-ball linebacker, his ability to run, and the talent to sack the quarterback and be a blitzer, this also screams of a Vic Fangio selection. Campbell is coming off a breakout year. He emerged as Alabama's best defensive player in 2024. Good size and athleticism with proven ability in run support, blitzing, and pass coverage. He does have some instincts as a linebacker. He can definitely still improve there. But here's the thing. Vic Fangio has a long history of developing linebackers. Going back to his days decades ago as a linebackers coach, to developing Patrick Willis into one of the best linebackers of all time and a future Hall of Famer, to what he did with Zach Bond. And so I think Howie really liked Jahad Campbell. But then Vic Fangio was like, oh, if Jahad Campbell is still on the board, yeah, if we have to move up one pick, let's definitely do that because he has traits and a foundation that we can certainly work with. A lot more to get to in talking about this selection for Philadelphia because it's interesting for so many reasons. But let's go to our sponsor, and that's our friends at Mando, the best whole body deodorant on the market. And we have a great deal for the Bird Gang. $5 off the Mando starter pack by using the code chat at shopmando.com. Look, the draft is here. It's underway. Round 1 is over. You know what the end of April means? Spring is in the air. The weather is warming up. I can't wait to get in some runs outside, go on some hikes, hang out by the pool, go golfing, have some summer beers outside, and just enjoy the beautiful outdoors. Well, I'm a busy guy too, and I'm looking forward to all of that even more because I've started using Mando whole body deodorant. Unlike some other deodorants I've tried, it can actually handle anything. Safe to use anywhere on your body, pits, balls, thigh folds, belly buttons, butt cracks, and feet. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. Clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. It's incredible. And you can get a solid deodorant stick formulated and powered by mandelic acid to stop odor before it starts. There's spray deodorant, which is aluminum free. And you can find Mando, the #1 whole body deodorant in America, at places like Walmart, Target, and other retailers across the country. So here's the deal. As a special offer for our listeners and our viewers, new customers get $5 off the starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack by using the code chat at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. Please support our show. Tell them that Chase Sr., Eagles Now, and Chat Sports sent you. Smell fresher. Stay drier. Boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando here today. More on Jahad Campbell here. One of the concerns I do have coming off a shoulder injury and with a linebacker who plays physical, you do worry about that. Another reason why I think this is a good pick for Philadelphia, Nakobe Dean's going into the final year of his deal, and while he played very well last year, you just don't know how he's going to come off a very severe injury. Patella tendon is nothing to play around with. It's nothing to joke about, and sometimes the rate of people being able to come off that injury is concerning. Campbell does have one really good year of production, but within that year, Campbell became Alabama's best defender. The other thing at that linebacker position for Philadelphia, you needed some depth here. The Eagles said they're going to use Ben Van Sumeren in the running back room to be a fullback and a special teamer. You have Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Outside of that, you have Dallas Gant, and that's it. And again, you're not sure when Nakobe Dean is going to be able to come back. So we could see Jahad Campbell play alongside Zach Bond week 1 as a rookie right from the jump. And, of course, Howie Roseman is tapping in to the big school pedigree here with another player from the SEC and another player from Alabama. And so to round this out, I know some people don't like this pick. I don't see why. Campbell is a player who fits the mold of what Philadelphians love in their football players. Big athlete who can run and cover ground. He led all linebackers at the combine in shuffle sprint at 19.45 miles per hour and wave drills at 11 miles per hour, works well laterally as a run defender. He can redirect and drive. He's an excellent tackler in the open field. He's physical in the hole with the ability to stop ball carriers in their tracks. He's a dynamic run and pass blitzer inside and outside. How many times did you see Vic Fangio use Nakobe Dean and Zach Bond as a blitzer in between the tackles, outside of the tackles? So Campbell is a good scheme fit as well for what the Eagles do on defense. He had at least 8 tackles in 10 of 13 games this year. The Athletic's Dane Brugler had him as the #1 off-ball linebacker in this class. Here's what he said about him. Explosive, physical athlete with developing instincts to impact the game as a run defender, cover man, and blitzer from various angles and depths. Some teams like him best as a full-time edge rusher. He is a first-round talent, although the medical feedback will be crucial in that final grade because it was a labrum injury in that shoulder. Think about how often you have to use that shoulder as a linebacker. Think about how freakishly sometimes you can fall on that shoulder and potentially injure that. So he had that repair to the slight tear in his labrum. He missed the 2023 season opener after acquiring a knee scope during fall practices. I'm not too worried about that. At times he can get grabby in man coverage when he doesn't trust his leverage. And he needs to work on some of the diagnosing skills, sometimes the instincts. But again, you do see glimpses of that, and I think that Vic Fangio can really work with that foundation. And all you had to do was trade up one spot. You had 4 fourth-rounders. You traded away one of those. And so you're still in a good spot with those picks as well. So grade this pick for the Eagles. I think it's a B+ or an A-. I really do. Because I think that Jahad Campbell can be an excellent player for this Eagles team right from the get-go. And if that pans out, we'll say Howie Roseman did it again. So join the conversation down in the comments section. Don't forget to subscribe, and we'll be back on Friday night for rounds 2 and 3. All right. Let's see. We have a couple of things to do here. We're going to raffle off our draft hats. We're going to announce our Super Chat MVPs. And we'll do our Venmo 50-50 race as well. We have 120 in on Venmo. So last call as Josh Simmons, who could end up being the best offensive tackle in this class, goes to the Chiefs at 32. We'll see if the medicals work out. We'll see if he can play this upcoming season. This is the ultimate risk it, no biscuit type of pick for Kansas City. No risk it, no biscuit, I should say. Simmons could end up being offensive tackle #1 in this draft class. He could also end up being injured a lot and not being able to come off of that patellar tendon injury. Again, very concerning injury. All right, last call for our Venmo 50-50 raffle. We currently have, 60, 80, 100, 120 in. So the winner comes away right now with 60 on a $20 buy-in. Let's try to get the winner $100. Let's get it to $200. $20 to enter. Scan the QR code. Venmo me at Chase_Senior. That's Venmo at Chase_Senior. Or scan the QR code. $20 to enter our Venmo 50-50 race. Last call for that. You have 2 minutes. The first round of the draft is complete. I could film a YouTube short in the meantime. Eagles general manager Howie Roseman moves up again in the first round of the NFL draft. That has been his track record. And when there's a player who falls or a player who is still available, who Howie really likes, he will go up to get his guy. What's interesting about the Eagles' selection of Jahad Campbell with the 31st pick, linebacker out of Alabama, is that there were reports that the Eagles were trying to trade up earlier in the 20s to take him. Instead, they only move up one spot. They give up a 5th-round pick when they have multiple, and they get arguably the best off-ball linebacker in this class. Some people might be confused by this. You don't know when Nakobe Dean is going to come back. The linebacker depth is a concern, and Campbell is a really good player. 6'2", 235, 4.52 40-yard dash. He can run sideline to sideline. He covers great ground in coverage. Excellent tackler. You can use him as a blitzer, as an off-ball linebacker. I want to record this again because I was going too long there. All right, let's do that again. Once again, Eagles general manager Howie Roseman moves up in the first round of the NFL draft. That has been his track record, and all Howie had to do to get his guy was move up from 32 to 31 and trade away a 5th-round pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Eagles are making a very interesting pick here in linebacker Jahad Campbell out of Alabama, who is arguably the #1 off-ball linebacker in this class. This screams of it being a Vic Fangio selection, and I really like the value because Campbell, to me, is a top 15 player in this class. You don't know when Nakobe Dean is going to come back. You have depth concerns at that linebacker position. Campbell is 6'2", 235, who can really run, 4.52 40-yard dash. He is really talented in coverage. He can fly from sideline to sideline, long wingspan, excellent tackler. You can also use him as a pass rusher at edge or in between the tackles. He had 5 sacks in 2024, and I think that Vic Fangio can use him in that way. So Jahad Campbell to the Philadelphia Eagles at 31.
So that's round 1, baby.
That's round 1. Again, last call for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Let's raffle off the draft hats in the meantime.
Let's do it.
We can do that. Whichever channel you choose first, Chip, we can roll with it. We also saw that $20 super chat come in from Romeo. Good to hear from Romeo once again. All right, speaking of Romeo on Eagles, let's give away our Eagles draft hat. Who's going to win it? You have to be here to claim your prize. So spin that wheel in 3, 2, 1.
Who's it going to be? 90 entries.
And it's going to be Johnny Bottles.
Johnny!
Who also is our Super Chat MVP.
Oh, look at that.
All right, so let me just jot this down here. All right, so let me just write this down here. We've got our giveaways. Johnny Bottles gets the hat, football, jersey. Now, did Johnny Bottles email me? He is
Johnny
here in the chat. Johnny did. Jason Demet, I also got your email. We will send you a jersey. But Johnny Bottles is our Super Chat MVP. He's going to get the Eagles draft hat, our MVP football, and the Eagles jersey. And if the Jahad Campbell jersey is available, we'll get him that as well. Now, let's raffle off our Niners draft hat.
$41 entries here. Let's see who the winner is going to be on Niners in 3, 2, 1.
It's going to be, is Wesley Wilder here? Wesley Wilder, are you still watching on the 49ers Report?
Wesley Wilder, one of the ones that got in off that $10 special.
Yep. And then our other jersey winners, Jason Demet, Stacey Davis, B Natural,
and then
Mike Hunt won our Chubbies. And then we had James Bryce.
Yeah.
James, oh, that's B Natural Music.
Yeah.
All right, so I think that's it on that front. Let's see. Johnny Bottles, Jason Demet, Stacey Davis, B Natural.
Did you get Doug on Niners?
Well, we're going to do that. I'm just getting Eagles for now.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's it on Eagles. Okay, Wesley Wilder. Is Wesley Wilder still here?
Oh, he's here.
Did you see him in the chat?
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, there he is. All right, Wesley, can you please shoot me an email? chase@chatsports.com so that we can get you that draft hat. Let me put you down here. Wesley Wilder gets the draft hat. And then is Candy Winslow the jersey winner, or did we get something bigger than that? No.
Doug.
We had Doug. Okay. Doug gets the jersey. All right. Doug gets the jersey, the football, and a Michael Williams jersey if it's available. And Wesley Wilder gets the draft hat. All right, awesome stuff. That's it, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's take a look at the Venmo here. 20, 40, 60, 80, 120. Winner comes away with 60. So I can just read these off for you.
Yeah, 1 sec here. Okay. See, is there a football one? That'd be electric.
Oh, football race. That would be cool.
There's not. Shame. We got our regular, good old-fashioned duck race. All right, I am ready for the names.
Somebody threw Pat McAfee a weed pen, and he just hit it while doing his draft coverage.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible. Wow. All right. Venmo. Here we go. Actually, let me post this Jahad Campbell here.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got 2 submissions there for Candy Winslow. She sent in 2 20s.
Cool.
We've got Ava with a submission.
That's Ava Valencia?
Yep, Ava Valencia, yep. EVA.
Yep.
Michael Berry with a duck. Ken Bowles with a duck, Boles. And then Kelly Knock with a duck.
Cool. All right, the Ducks are set and ready to roll. 1-minute race to win $60. Good luck to everybody. Let's see who wins in 3, 2, 1. They're off.
They're off and running.
Kelly Knock with the early lead. After 10 seconds, number 6 duck at the top of your screen. But it's a tight one with Ken Bowles, Michael Berry, Ava Valencia, and 2 Candy Winslows.
Kelly Knock leading the way. We see you, Kelly.
We see you.
Kelly Knock and Ken Bowles halfway down. Halfway to go.
It's a tight one.
It's a tight race. What do we say? Winner's going to come away with 60. Here comes Ava. She's newly pregnant. Will she hold on to win? Ava starting to drift. Here comes Michael Berry. And Michael Berry gets the victory. All right, Michael. I'm going to send you that Venmo right now, Michael. All right, Michael Berry, I sent you that Venmo. All right. What we're about to do, we're going to sign off here. What a night. Round 1, NFL Draft. Excellent numbers, breaking records, having a blast. Eagles now, $2,000 in Super Chats. Niners nearly 900. 43,000 views on Niners, almost 30K on Eagles. Now, we're going to do draft grades, which is going to be up on the Niners report here momentarily. Might do that for the Eagles, not sure. But tomorrow we will be joined by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro here on the show. to recap round 1, look ahead to round 2, and of course talk about that Eagles Super Bowl victory. Thanks to everybody for supporting us. We will be live tomorrow for rounds 2 and 3. We'll be live an hour earlier. The draft starts at 7 Eastern, so we'll be live around 5:30 Eastern, 5 o'clock, right around that time. Subscribe, turn on your noties. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support. Round 1 of the NFL Draft officially in the rear view.